Chapter 1, Prologue. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Hey, if any one of you all want to go back to the past, let me know. I'll kill you all. From the records of Carpe Diem. Prologue. Carpe Diem. A sky hidden by the sky-soaring towers. Various ruined structures. Faint sounds of moans and screams. Explosive smoke everywhere. And continued silence. Needless to say, this was the world after the apocalypse. You all might know of this. I will not go into the details, but you will understand once you read the history. Year 2018. Enormous structures, or the Tower of Nightmares, appeared in the skies of various cities around the world, including Seoul. I just realized it's a ton of work to go through every date. Besides, there are all sorts of similar fantasy novels that consist of similar stories, and that makes me wonder if I even need to explain everything. But this'll make it simpler, so I'll continue on for a bit. I should at least explain why mankind reached such an end. As you might know, the beginning was calm. In 2018, an enormous structure called their Tower of Nightmares appeared in the sky above the city. The tower did not state anything, nor did it explain itself, but the humans began talking. There were rumors and speculations that the end had come. Then the tower called upon humankind. Tower walkers, the ones who were later referred to as walkers. These people were summoned by the tower's message, and they had earned the power and right to climb it. This was the message: accept the summon if you want to stop the extinction of mankind. And thousands of people responded to it. It was about a 10,000 to 1 ratio if one considered the entire population. But it was still fortunate there were that many people who were willing to do what it took to save mankind. But the information extracted from the Tower of Nightmares showed various rewards for climbing up the tower, which probably had attracted a lot of people too. Anyway, these people then received the power called the interface system, that allowed them to earn items and skills just like a game to climb up the Tower of Nightmares. People were not so eager to climb. However, there was the possibility of encountering various dangers, and the human extinction that the tower mentioned was also very vague. That was when the first tower impact occurred. The tower let some monsters loose to kill the inhabitants below, killing 1/3 of the Earth's population. Now, you might know what happened afterward. Those walkers were given an important task to climb up the tower for the sake of humanity. But this story full of cliches does not end here. Year 2023, a revival item, Returning Stone, was found. Just like the name said, it worked exactly as indicated. Now you'll know what this story is about. Yes, it's a story that everyone might know. Just when the world was about to end, the main character accidentally found the item that would take him back to the past. With the discovery of the Returning Stone, there came the truth behind the story that might have only existed in novels. Time traveling back to the past. It was a good thing, but there was a problem. Damn it, I'll just go back then. Yeah, we're screwed this time. Me too. Fuck it. Me too. Too many had gone back to the past. Jaehwen spoke as he saw a group of people turning into light as they disappeared. There they go again. Is that the last of them? Probably. Yunhwen answered as he watched them. They were watching those lights disappearing from the 98th floor of the tower. Those lights that disappeared through the sky were as beautiful as meteors. The light that had hope on the new life of the past. They would now forget every hour they spent in this ruin and start life anew in the peaceful past. The safe, peaceful life that everyone once knew. Good. No way. Jaehwen understood why people would want to go back to the past. They all probably had their own stories. Everyone would have wanted to become the main character of the world. But it made Jaehwen wonder, did they even think about it once? The fate of people who would continue to live in the world that they had abandoned? It had been 10 years since the discovery of the Returning Stone. Other than the walkers who were killed, all the remaining walkers went back. Thousands of them gave up on the chance to save mankind and return to the past. Their Returning Stone was the reward on the 77th floor. It was a giant stone that blocked the pathway to the 78th floor. Everyone later realized that this giant stone was actually an item. The item had the following properties. Item details: name, Returning Stone. Rank, legendary. Description: sends the user back to the past when the user was summoned. The user's memory stays intact. The stone is broken into pieces for use. Nobody believed it at first, although the items that the tower gave were fascinating. It seemed too good to be true. But people were tempted. These walkers were those who had experienced various supernatural phenomenon in the tower. But most walkers were without skills or the items they sought. These kinds of walkers were tempted. Start all over again with every piece of knowledge they'd acquired. If we can break it down to pieces, everyone probably can take it. The first one who used the stone was Sword Panic, or Huang Yinchan, the leader of the Frontline Adventure Group. Blade Walker. It might be fake, so I'll test it beforehand and let you know. And that was his last words. Jiehun was there when he said it. Everyone was fooled. It didn't make sense. If it really took him back to the past, then there was no way for him to come back to let everyone else know. But it was enough to make people panic. Is it true? Did he really go to the past? Some were skeptical, but there were a lot who took the pieces for themselves. Injin never returned. Thus, the people were curious. Why isn't he reappearing in this world? Why is the world still the same? The answer came from the team's sole Japanese member and the middle school's science teacher Sakamoto. Maybe it's only natural. He explained the multi-universe theory and the parallel universe theory, going through the possible outcomes. According to some theories, it seemed that their history probably had parted ways from Injin's world. Injin must have returned successfully. But the world he returned to had divided into another route where we will never meet him again. Most of the people were not very science literate, so they couldn't understand much. But two things were certain. One was that Injin did return to the past, and him going to the past did not change the current world. Hey, is there a possibility that Injin was transferred to elsewhere? Look at the description on the stone. As far as I know, item descriptions have displayed any lies to this date. What Sakamoto said was true. I think it will send us all back to the world, but it's all theoretical, so we can never be sure. And like that, half of the leading expedition team went back to the past. If they were to fall into the same time period as others, they wanted to be a step ahead and be top of the others who had also gone back to the past. That was when mankind began yearning for time travel to the past. Everyone began thinking about what to do if they returned to the past. There were some who thought it'd be better to go back faster, while others thought it was better to try getting to the higher floors beforehand. There were some who even took advantage of the stones and sold it to the walkers on the lower floors. Then, the second tower impact occurred. It was the disaster that unleashed terrible monsters from the towers to the ground. It killed almost all of mankind except walkers who were on the tower. The walkers were left with one of two choices: pay whatever it takes to get their hands on their returning stone, to go to the past, or stay and die. But Jiehuen chose neither of the options. Damn idiots. Stop going. What will become of this world if you all go? Even with the best Frontline team, Blade Walker's dismantle, Jiehuen and a few of his friends proceeded further to higher floors. Then they were stuck on the 85th floor. Most of Jiehuen's friends were killed. There was no going forward. Jiehuen began persuading and training other walkers coming from below. He handpicked individuals who might not be tempted by the returning stone. The final assault team, Carpe Diem, was created. The final team that stayed behind to protect the world. Jiehuen led the team and broke through the 85th floor. They went up and up. There were some casualties and some went back to the past. But they persevered. And so, they reached the 98th floor. Jiehuen blamed the walkers who returned to the past. If even half of them stayed, the world would not have ended this way. Even after multiple tower impacts, mankind persevered. Many were dead and wounded, but they still somehow managed. But they were at the limit. Only two, Carpe Diem, members remained. Jiehuen did not give up. Let's go, Yunhuan. As far as he knew, the 100th floor was the tower's last floor. There were only two more floors until the end of this hellish age. The humankind would be freed. The world would be given another chance. Or that's what Jiehuen thought. Or what he believed. Yunhuan? No answer. Hey. One of the final members. Smile Knight, Kim Yunhuan. He smiled even during the worst times, and thus the members gave him such a name. but he wasn't smiling now. Wait, where did he get the stone? Jae-hwen glanced at the small stone that Yoon-hwen was holding. Are you going to the past also? He couldn't believe it. Yoon-hwen lowered his head and Jae-hwen tried to jump at him, but he suddenly turned his back on him. Go. I'm sorry, Jae-hwen, go away, before I change my mind. Jae-hwen walked toward the gate to the 99th floor while Yoon-hwen watched his back. It had been the back that he followed all the way here. The gate opened and Jae-hwen walked in. As he disappeared, Yoon-hwen staggered and set himself up against the pillar of the tower. His breath began to grow heavy as blood streaked down between his clothes. There was a small hole around Yoon-hwen's chest. It was the wound from the boss monster, Guilticus. It wasn't something that a mere potion could heal. Only a rare-ranked priest would be able to heal it, but there were no more priests left in this world. His best friend would have noticed the stone he was holding wasn't a returning stone. Immediately, Yoon-hwen tightly held onto the stone. He felt the cold, rough edges. It was something he could only feel in this world. He had learned this from Jae-hwen. He had learned how to clutch this rough, worthless life and never let it go. But it was time to let it go. Yoon-hwen walked to the edge of the tower and stood there. It was nice to have known you, Jae-hwen. Then his body disappeared off to the clouds and Jae-hwen stopped as he opened the gate to the 99th floor. He used his right hand to wipe off his face. He waited until he stopped shivering and started to calmly breathe again. But he did not look back. He walked up toward 99th floor alone. His world was not yet finished. Chapter 2, Millions of Stabs, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. 10 years passed by. It had been a long time. Jae-hwen had spent all that time alone on the 99th floor. He had gone through thousands of dangers that almost killed him. He faced many dangerous situations as he climbed from the first floor to the 99th floor. But the number of dangers he faced just on the 99th floor easily took the cake. The boss of 99th floor, Velkisius, the dragon that came from Forgotten Land, had a breath attack that Jae-hwen could not resist even with his frost resistance, that hit its maximum. Not only that, the durable dragon scales had crushed swords and armor many times. If it wasn't for the pieces of equipment left behind by the other walkers, he would have had to give up a long time ago. The dragon sword from 85th floor, the frost armor that Yoon-hwen left behind, their bracelet of the Fire King, that Soyul gave him before she died had been a huge help. Han Soyul. Jae-hwen thought of her. She had died even before she got up to the 77th floor. Jae, the blacksmith of Atopos asked, Jae-hwen, are you going to try again? The village that formed after killing monster dragon Alteminas of the 50th floor, Atopos. People of the world still had hope when the village was formed. Many walkers were killed and wounded on the front lines, but it still gave them hope. Priests formed an emergency team to heal the wounds while blacksmiths worked to provide free repairs to those who fought. Jae's blacksmith was run by Old Man Jae and it was one of the best. But he was now the last blacksmith left in Atopos. Jae-hwen? Oh, right. Sorry. Jae-hwen came back to his senses. Yeah, I think I can do it this time. Are you sure? Jae-hwen smiled. Yeah, it was a lie. He had no chance. He had no idea when, or if he could kill it. But he had to say it this way. Jae laughed. Jae was a foreigner. As people got up on the tower, their languages were combined into the common language of the tower, but the cultural differences still remained. But Jae-hwen considered Jae like a family. Jae hammered the dragon sword as he talked to Jae-hwen. There are no more supplies coming from below. It wasn't a lot, but there was some coming up until a few months ago. Jae-hwen nodded. Last week, he had checked out every floor starting from the 1st to 99th floor. But there were no survivors. He even had waited a week at the summoning area of the 1st floor, but there wasn't even one who was summoned from below. It probably meant that mankind had been wiped out. But it seemed possible. Jae-hwen did not know what the year was. There had been at least 10 tower impacts and there probably was no one who could survive. Jae-hwen managed to find one clue that was considered as a hidden piece. The passage that used to be blocked by returning stone, in the past, had some scribbling. Tower within the tower, a nightmare within the nightmare. He couldn't understand it, however. Oh, and all Granny from Hiron Potion disappeared the other day. Hiron, the old Granny from Hiron Potion, was one of the last supporter walker remaining at Atropos. The ones who came into the tower did not age. If she disappeared, it was only one of two reasons. Either the one went to the past, or jumped off. Jaehwen wanted to ask which option Hiron took, but it probably was the same even if he knew. Then Jaehwen saw something deep within Jay's old eyes. It seemed he will not see Jay for much longer also. Jay, can you teach me the blacksmith skill? The hammering stopped and both men looked at each for a moment. Jay nodded silently. Back to the 99th floor. The frost dragon Velkisius was astonished at the human who had come again. You are one of a kind. No humans have come to the 99th floor alone until now. Jaehwen laughed. It was ironic that his hard work was being recognized by such monsters instead of mankind. I'll be sorry to kill you. I'm sorry to say that is impossible. Human. No way. That scale of yours is cracking, didn't you notice? The dragon roared and Jaehwen charged with his sword in front. It was a simple attack. Stab. Jaehwen had started climbing the tower much later than others. It made him miss out on the chance to get hidden skills or classes, so Jaehwen gave up on everything else and concentrated on the stab skill. He stabbed and stabbed. After about 50 million stabs, people began calling him Jaehwen the persistent stabber. And that's when he felt his stab changing. It became faster and more accurate. It had become stronger. 60 million, 70 million and 100 million times. His basic stab skill now had become powerful enough on par with even rarest of hidden skills. Also, it was only a basic move, so it did not require him to use his mana, which made him attack endlessly. But it was not enough to handle the frost dragon of the 99th floor. He barely made a scratch when he stabbed one point of the scale hundreds of times. But there were times when he managed to damage the scale with one strike. There, I see it again. His sight became blurry and his stabbing changed its power. It was not fast, but not slow. But the stab wasn't avoidable. Kawa! The frost dragon roared in pain. He couldn't remember, but this occurred rarely, maybe out of 1 in 100,000 times. He saw a faint line on his sight. He followed it without thinking. If he were successful in following the line, his stab managed to inflict an attack that equaled thousands of attacks. Damn it, it's still not enough. The dragon took a deep breath and released it, filling the tower. It was a critical strike to Jaehwen, who was already in bad shape. His health was dropping rapidly towards zero. Jaehwen barely managed to avoid the breath. It is unfortunate, human. If there were 10 more like you, you might have defeated me. Shut up. If your foolish race wasn't tempted by the Stone of Nightmare, it would have changed the fate of your race. Huh? Stone of Nightmare? What do you mean? The dragon did not answer. Instead, its huge claw swung at him. I will come back. Jaehwen jumped backward to run, and Frost Dragon did not go after him. 5 more years had passed by. Legend incarnate. You have succeeded in hunting Frost King Velkisius. You have achieved an impossible feat alone. Acquired a new title, Nightmare of the 99th Floor. Acquired weapon, Frost Dragon Sword. User's level has reached the limit. User's health points has reached the limit. User's strength has reached the limit. User's dexterity has reached the limit. The gigantic dragon's body was disappearing. You really are amazing. Human. Speak. What is there? Stone of Nightmare. You know the answer to it. Jaehwen did not want to believe it. He needed to learn more. You will know everything once you reach the final floor. The Frost Dragon did not speak anymore. As Jaehwen finished while it disappeared completely, he stood up and looked at the gate to the last floor. It had been so hard to even kill the Frost Dragon, so he couldn't imagine what might be waiting for him on the final floor. But he did not stop. 100. Jaehwen checked on the number at the gate. It was covered with dust, but he reached out to clean it off. Many memories flashed by him as he looked at the number. Jay would be proud. Jaehwen opened up the gate. The 100th floor of the tower looked like an emergency operating room from various horror movies, but on a much larger scale. Thousands of hologram panels showed various places of the tower, and some of them were showing Jaehwen. The Jaehwen in the hologram screen seemed dumbfounded. Oh, you're here already. I thought you were going to stop by the village first. Jaehwen grew tense and looked around, but there were no signs of any humans. Relax, relax. I forgot to send you an important message. stay where you are. These look fancy but they're really archaic, so I have to do some manual work. After a few moments, a screen popped up in front of Jaehwen. Congratulations. You are the first to clear the tutorial game of World 294. Your achievement will be recorded in the immortal library of the Akashic Records. Only the Lords of the Great Lands will be granted access to the records. Jaehwen grew confused. What the hell is going on? Chapter 3, Millions of Stabs, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Tutorial game. So everything had been only a tutorial. Through the various floating hologram panels, a figure walked out. Phew. The we go. Oh, the figure looked at Jaehwen. Wow, we finally meet. The figure was a man in a suit with the head of a lion. He even had a gentleman's hat on him. The lion head spoke. I'm surprised. You came all the way here alone. This has never happened before. What is the meaning of this nonsense? Phew, what a fearsome man, still eager to fight. You sure are the walker who received the attention of all the lords of the Great Lands. Who the hell are you? Right, gotta mind my manners. The lionhead then took off his hat and bowed gracefully. I'm the demon, Beastlane. I'm the master of the Tower of Nightmares, which you just completed, and I'm the master of World 294's tutorial game. Tutorial game. He had not been mistaken. All of it, which wiped out mankind, had only been a tutorial. Jaehwen couldn't say anything. He was fighting a cacophony of emotions. Part of him told him to accept reality while part of him wanted to go mad. After a while, he came back to his senses. No, he came back armed with a colder look in his eyes. Beastlane seemed impressed. Oh, you recovered pretty quickly. Jaehwen expressionlessly looked at Beastlane. If he couldn't withstand the shock, he wouldn't have made it this far alone. If this is a tutorial, does that mean there's a main game waiting for me? Oh ho. You sure are quick to understand. Most walkers who managed to finish either tried slashing their sword at me or went mad. What's the main game? It's as you expect. Beastlane then let out a horrible, eerie laugh and snapped his fingers. Then the hologram panels immediately showed various screens. First floor. Jaehwen was standing within a group of many. What is this? This is just like a game. It was the first time Jaehwen was summoned. 7th floor. 3 people were forming a party. Someone started speaking. I'm Yunhwen. She is Soyul. It was the first time he met Yunhwen and Soyul. 32nd floor. Jaehwen had just managed to survive through the Shadow Cavern trials for a month. It was the first time when his stab had become powerful. 54th floor. Jaehwen was standing there and there were people around him. I'm Jaehwen. I'm from Seoul and my class is a swordsman. Then he joined Blade Walker. 66th floor. While he was fighting the boss monster Succubus, he looked at the woman next to him. It was first time he fell in love. 76th floor. Among the bones of undead, Jaehwen wailed as he held on the woman. He felt heartbreaking pain. It was when he lost Soyul to the Death Knight's attack. 77th floor. People disappeared with the lights. Enraged. It was when the returning stone was found and Blade Walker had disbanded. 85th floor. Shout of people who just cleared it. Day of beginning of Carpe Diem. 98th floor. Monster Guiltakers. When he became alone after losing Yunhwen. 99th floor. When he just killed Frost Dragon while ago. This. Jaehwen could not speak. Everything he had done all this time had been recorded. It was an epic drama that went on for 30 years. I was glad to have you. You know, if you stay here while doing the same thing over and over again, it's refreshing to see a story of a man like you. I'm almost certain that the lords of the Great Lands would have been delighted while they looked at your story. Beastlane explained eagerly. Who are those lords and their Great Lands? Jaehwen had a lot to ask but he held on to it. What's your point? It's simple. You can now start the game all over again. Beastlane continued. With all the memory, of course. It's the privilege only given to the man who cleared the tutorial game. Isn't it wonderful? It's something only exists in a novel in your world. The one who starts anew with all the memory. Isn't it great? Isn't it tempting? How do you like it? Jaehwen became dumbfounded. He said it was a reward. But wasn't the reward of clearing the tower salvation of mankind? Or what exactly was the reward for reaching the top? Did the tower speak of it? It did not. The tower never said a word about a final reward. It only had been mankind's wish. They automatically thought, just like in other usual games, if they cleared the tower, they would be granted salvation. The purpose just appeared on top of their heads, and only thing mankind was able to do was to try to get to the purpose. And there it was, the final reward, awaiting in front of Jaehwen, only given to Jaehwen. So you want me to do everything I did all over again? Well, you can say that, but with slight differences. Of course, Jaehwen couldn't understand what was going to happen. He had been fighting only to save this world. To save the world whereas everyone had abandoned it. The purpose that kept him sane as a human being. But after he was successful in clearing it, the only thing remaining was him wanting to give up on the world. So you want to send me back to the past? Jaehwen's voice grew cold. If you've been watching me, then you should know. I'm not going to the past. Beastlane became confused. Past? Are you talking about the past? Yes. Then came the maniacal laughter. What's so funny? Ha ha ha. Right. You are absolutely right. You are the type that will never go to the past. Otherwise, you would not have made it this far. Ha 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 ha. Beastlane laughed maniacally for a while longer. He then suddenly stopped abruptly. I will tell you a truth, one that is very brutal, but very accurate. He began explaining in a cold, eerie voice. No item within or outside this tower, not even the one at their Great Lands, can send you back in time. Chapter 4, Millions of Stabs, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. No way to go back in time? What do you mean? There must be an item that sends you back in this tower. Then Jaehwen realized. Beastlane said that there were no items that could send anyone back in time. He also explained that Jaehwen could start from the beginning. It didn't make sense. But there was one thing would allow all of this to make sense. 66th floor. Jaehwen had fought Succubus, the lesser version of Nightmare. The team had spent a lot of time to defeat the monster. The illusion that made by Succubus caused weak-minded walkers to fall. The floor had become an orgy. Walkers who were trapped in the dreamland created by Succubus raped each other time and time again. Jaehwen knew its power firsthand. He almost raped the female walker next to him because of it. Stone of Nightmare. Beastlane narrowed his eyes. How do you know that item? That's the information you can't get. The Frost Dragon told me. Oh ho, that's troubling. You should not know about it yet. Beastlane mumbled quietly. This is why AI algorithm needs the best considerations. Those stupid creators. It's because they made a stupid number of those monsters without thinking. Jaehwen spoke as he watched Beastlane mumbling to himself. So those who used their returning stone did not go to the past. Beastlane turned to Jaehwen and paused. He then answered. Well, I guess since you are the first walker to clear the tower alone, you have what it takes to know. Yes, you are right on that. Beastlane snapped and the screen changed again. The one you found on 77th floor was not a returning stone, but a Stone of Nightmare. It's a stone that traps you into a dream created by the nightmare itself. It's a very special item. The screens showed countless walkers. Sword Banik Huang, Incheon, science teacher Sakamoto. Everyone who had traveled to the past were there. They were living in a never-ending dream world, within their fantasy. Beastlane seemed to be amused by it. But I did not lie. You can consider that they really did go to the past, in a certain way. Jaehwen couldn't speak. What Beastlane said was right. They were those who gave up on the present and went back. They were the ones who easily cut ties with others for themselves. They were the ones who only valued the world they wanted to see. It seemed like the same end that they might have wanted. Well, but you all in this world 294 are a weird race. You were all great until the 77th floor, you know. Many challenged this tower from various worlds, but none were as successful as you. It was like all of you had tried this kind of game for a long time. It sure was. Until they arrived at 77th floor. I even thought that if this progressed, the tutorial game would be cleared too easily. It was almost frightening. But the results were unexpected. The screens showed people using their returning stone at once. You, the humans, are probably the only race that wishes to travel back in time. Jaehwen then mumbled as he saw the image of people disappearing into the light. Yeah, maybe so. Beastlane nodded. So, you probably have heard enough. let's get to the Jaehwen interrupted him. You want me to start the game from beginning? Haha. You sure got that right. Without sending me back to the past. Right. It is done by. Jaehwen nodded. Yeah, thanks to you, I now realize what this tower is. Yes? Jaehwen had been curious for a long time. The enormous tower that appeared all of a sudden through the sky. And the mysterious message. Congratulations. You are chosen to be Time Walker, to save the world from the will of the Tower of Nightmares. Do you accept the summon? Yes. No. He agreed to the summoning. That's why he was here. Jaehwen walked up and placed his hands on the walls. He felt the cold feeling of the stone. He had spent more time within the tower than the time he had spent time on Earth. But after all this time, he had never realized that this giant structure was an item. It was time to change what he knew. He closed his eyes and focused on the tower. He imagined the shape of it, everything he had seen and experienced. After a few moments, his head hurt. It was as if something within him had broken down. Then a window popped up with an item description. Item detail. Name, Tower of Nightmares. Tutorial mode. Description. Second creation of Nightmare, Mulak, the creator of the Fortress of Remorse. Traps the one who accepts the summon into its dream world. This tower is a giant stone of nightmare. Jaehwen spoke. I was already within the dream of nightmare created by this tower from a long time ago. From the day I accepted the summoning. Silence fell. Beastlane was lowering his head so his face couldn't be seen. He shivered as if he cried for a second, then raised his head. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard. But his laughter now contained an anger of some kind. This is amazing. You have astonished me so many times. Beastlane snapped his fingers again and the screens changed. The screen was now showing the outside world. Jaehwen was dumbfounded. The world was fine. The city, people, everything that he considered to be gone after the tower impact was still standing. No one had been killed yet. As you can see, no one among you has died yet. Isn't it troubling if all of you died before even the real game began? Beastlane continued. Ha ha, isn't it wonderful that no one died? I believe it's good news for you humans who form groups like family or friends. All the people who seemed to be walkers were sent to hospitals to be taken care of. It seemed the government was working to protect them. Among those patients was the unconscious Jaehwen. It had been many years, but his face on Earth was still his young self. You had lived tens of years here, but only a month has passed in your world. Jaehwen nodded. Right, this is a dream. That explains the time difference. But this was only true if he could trust the image shown by Demon Beastlane. He had no power to discern if this was all true. The demon already had lied to him, so he could not see what was the truth. Then all the screens turned off at once. Well, we have used up too much time. Anyway, I assume you realized you have nothing to lose with my offer then? You are not going back in time. You're just restarting it. Beastlane then began punching something in the air. It has been a pleasure. Something popped up in front of Jaehwen. Game Master is trying to terminate the tutorial game. You can return back to World 294, and join the real game with all of your memory intact. Do you accept the offer? Yes. No. Jaehwen looked at the screen and made a choice. You have refused the offer. Chapter 5, Millions of Stabs, 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What? Beastlane seemed to be disturbed. Right. You don't think the memory is enough as a reward? Beastlane laughed as he slapped his forehead with his hand. Good. You have what it takes. What do you want? A hidden item, hidden skill, or information about hidden classes? But Jaehwen spoke the unexpected. I don't want anything. Then why? For the first time, Beastlane was troubled. I will kill you and move on to the next floor. Beastlane's expression changed. Next floor. There is no next floor. This is the end. Why do you think there is a next? Because I decided to not trust you all. Huh? You don't trust me? After all that proof? Beastlane seemed irritated. Besides, you can't win. You can't kill me. The difference between you who just finished the tutorial game and me, Demon Beastlane, is as different as the difference between a human and a dragon. That's not much. Jaehuen spoke as he clenched the dragon sword from the 85th floor and the frost dragon sword from the 99th floor. 72 times. He challenged Beast Lane 72 times within 2 months and he never even scratched on him. When the battle was over, he returned almost dead each time. Yet Beast Lane never killed him. He used everything he knew, every power and trick he acquired as he climbed up to the 100th floor. Yet he was no match against Beast Lane. He took the remaining potions from Hiron Potion to slabber onto himself and filled the tub with the holy water he got from the temple's storage and dived in it. His fatigue quickly dissipated. He also stopped by Jay's blacksmith. "Jay, I'm here." Nobody answered. When he returned to Atopos for the first time after he had been defeated by Beast Lane, the blacksmith shop was empty. He had learned blacksmithing skill for this very moment, but he couldn't believe it was real. His last friend had left. He was really alone now. Jaehuen picked up the hammer his friend had left behind. The 100th floor of the tower. Beast Lane chewed on his fingernail as he watched the hologram of Jaehuen hammering his sword. It was troubling. It was the first time something like this had happened. The process of cultivating, to create the product, to withstand and adapt to life in their great lands. It was the first time after Beast Lane had become their cultivator, that he faced such a problem. "I have to endure it. He's the precious product, a very special one indeed." He had installed Tower of Nightmares in many other worlds, but none were like him. Why doesn't he want to start the real game? I even offered to give him everything. A single walker was now a hindrance to his entire cultivation process and Beast Lane groaned. The cultivation was divided into 2 parts. First, to sort out the best quality products through the tutorial game or the first cultivation. Secondly, raise those that were picked out by going through the real game or the second cultivation. Beast Lane could not start the second part of the process for 3 months because of Jaehuen. Unbeknownst of the frustration, Jaehuen steadily hammered the sword. "This is crazy." Beast Lane was tempted to kill Jaehuen and finish the game countless times throughout the day. "Should I just kill him?" But their harvesters won't like it if I do apostrophe. The Tower of Nightmares was a creation of nightmares who were usually called creators, that ran on the power of the Great Tree, or the Tree of Imagery, located at the center of the Great Lands. It meant everything that happened within this tower was the dream created by the Tree of Imagery. This also meant that without any special way, no one who died in this dream will have its spirits die also. But there was no telling the power balance between Beast Lane, who had acquired third adaptation power, and Jaehuen, who did not even finish the first adaptation, was too much. If Beast Lane accidentally harmed Jaehuen's spirit, there was a chance where Jaehuen would be starting the real game with the damaged spirit. I can't let that happen though. That would surely enrage harvesters, or the lords of the Great Lands. There were so many who already eyeing Jaehuen. There were some who were making their offers already, wary of the bid getting too high. A walker who cleared the 99th floor alone. This was a sole achievement not found within the entire material world. They were fooled by those nightmares with this stupid tower. What kind of control is this? Their Tower of Nightmares Beast Lane was controlling was the first generation tower created by nightmares. I can't end the game without their product acceptance. What kind of system is this? If he had started the game with the new third generation tower, this would not have happened. It would have allowed him to start the real game without their product agreement. It was a shame that they had no money. This was something they came across when they were looking for the cheapest tower. This was bought because it was told that the tower was created by a master level nightmare. But after trying it out in the real world, it was really archaic, and although it was created by a master nightmare, but it was created before the nightmare earned the title. It did work as intended, but it had small problems in a lot of places. I will surely bring this problem up when this is done. Beast Lane gritted his teeth as he thought about the nightmares who sold the tower. Another month went by. Hey, aren't you tired of this? Beast Lane yawned as he deflected Jaehuen's attack. Jaehuen stabbed on various parts on Beast Lane, but he could not even touch the hair of Beastlane's mane. If you agree to start the game, it will be good for both of us and of course your world. Why aren't you starting? Jaehuen did not answer. I think you are misunderstanding because of your victory against the Frost Dragon. It's no use. That dragon was only a mere copy and I'm the real demon. If you really want to fight me, you need to finish the real game and spend at least tens of years at Great Lands to even have a chance. Jaehuen thrust wordlessly. Come on. Please, what do you want? Answer me. I can give you everything you want. Beastlane could not understand. All this fighting had no meaning. It meant something to Jaehuen. Jaehuen had not been idling around for the past 3 months. There were a few reasons he held on the tutorial game. First, Jaehuen's spirit was changing. Beastlane, who gained access to the tower by linking to the tree of imagery, could not feel it, but his spirit was undergoing a change. Chapter 6. Millions of Stabs, 5. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. User details. Name, Jaehuen. Level, 100, at maximum level. Title, X, Nightmare of 99th Floor. Class, Swordsman. Skill, X, Perseverance. Status detail. Strength, 100, at maximum. Dexterity, 100, at maximum. Stamina, 100, at maximum. Will, 100. At maximum. Mana, 100, at maximum. He pulled up the screen through the interface system. Jaehuen had tried hard to reach the limit at every end all this time. 30 years, and he had hit the maximum limit on all stats. That was when he began to think, can humans really be calculated with such numbers? After some time, he began seeing something weird. He thought it was just an illusion. But it wasn't. He realized what he saw was the nature of this world. It was sometimes a smooth particle and sometimes became rough rocks. It always seemed to be in various shapes and sizes. That's when his stabbing became unstable. He felt a weird sensation each time he used his stab skill. The skill that he had stuck in its form imperfection had become loosened. Jaehuen felt something he had been forgetting was coming back. It was the feeling of being alive. Jaehuen named it suspicion. For now, the power to look into the truth of the world. However, he had no idea how to use the power yet. The quick thrust of Jaehuen's dragon sword was easily deflected. Beastlane shouted in irritation. Hey, Jaehuen, talk to me. Jaehuen did not answer. Wow. This is crazy. Beastlane seemed frustrated. You are not going back. You're just starting the real game. The second reason Jaehuen wasn't ending the tutorial was the demon Beastlane. After some time, Jaehuen realized that for some reason, Beastlane could not kill Jaehuen. I don't know why, but he can't force me. Beastlane not forcing the game to end or not killing Jaehuen right here was the proof. If he had opened the tower, he must have the power to close it. But he didn't do so. There must be a reason why. For Jaehuen, Beastlane was just a good teacher right now. He challenged him countless times to adapt to the change happening with him. Beastlane was growing even more frustrated. Damn it, the due date is coming closer. However, there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could do was to ask Jaehuen, hey, please, answer me. Answer what? Jaehuen asked as he pulled away the sword grabbed by Beastlane. Wow. Thank you. I thought you had gone mad because you didn't speak. I was worried that the precious product had been damaged. Never mind that. Beastlane stuttered. Good. What do you want of me? I will do anything, other than killing myself, and moving to the next floor. Jaehuen then stopped the sword. The we go. After Jaehuen realized he had the upper hand, he had been waiting for this very moment. He had waited until the demon in front of him became frustrated. Jaehuen waited until Beastlane could not wait any longer and took the bait. I need to ask you something then. What is it? Anything. Beastlane brightened up and continued. Do we now have room to negotiate? Well, that depends on you. The answer made Beastlane frown. After pondering for some time, Beastlane sighed and explained. Don't be surprised. The universe isn't connected in just one dimension. I know. Huh? You know? Jaehuen scowled. Do you think I'm a fool? Jaehuen did not know much about the universe. Everything he knew about it was what he had learned from school and what he had heard from Sakamoto when he climbed the tower. But he did hear a lot of different theories about the universe. So, the universe is comprised of great lands and countless distant lands? You are right. According to Beastlane, the universe was comprised of one main dimension called Great Lands, and millions of other, distant lands. The Earth was a small planet within one of many, distant lands. Beastlane called Earth as World 294. Jehuen summarized the explanation. So this Tower of Nightmare is to prepare walkers to adapt to the Great Lands. Right. And only the walkers who successfully completed the tutorial and the real game gets to move to the Great Lands. You are absolutely right. You sure grasp the idea quick. Beastlane did not use the word cultivation or harvest. He knew what the product would become if he heard it. Jehuen then asked, so what does adaptation do? Does it just mean getting stronger? Beastlane shook his head. No, it's to get used to the interface system of the Great Lands. The one to use skills, get items, or invest status points. You can say that. Beastlane grinned. Most races going to their Great Lands without preparation die out because they can't adjust to the system. That's why we made this Tower of Nightmare, to help them adjust. Through the tutorial and the real game, you learn what it is like to have the system on their Great Lands, and increase your survival rate. Demons like me work as an aid to this game. Beastlane was careful with his explanation, but he was also astonished. He had seen no product this calm after hearing the truth about the world. All the products he had cultivated either refused to believe it or had gone mad. However, Jehuen calmly accepted what he was hearing. It seemed like he had been born for the game, and Beastlane was satisfied by it. Let me ask you one more thing. Go ahead. Why are you doing this? Beastlane smiled bitterly. He knew that Jehuen would ask this in the end. He had cultivated thousands of products for hundreds of years. Some had become powerful beings in their Great Lands, while some had perished to its spirit. But all of them had asked this. Why are you doing this? Beastlane asked back. I don't get your question. Do you want to know why I manage the Tower of Nightmare? Yes. Well, I don't think that's what you really want to know. Beastlane grinned and continued speaking. Isn't it that you want to know why I brought the Tower of Nightmares into your world, instead of countless other options? Chapter 7, Millions of Stabs. 6. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Jehuen did not answer, and it made Beastlane amused. The moment he looked forward to the most was going to happen now. There was no reason. It's only out of a whim that I picked out your world. A disaster that only happened because of a whim. Most products could not accept this. They were devastated to hear that their race was faced with doom for such reason. Most speculated that it somehow had a grand reason or a grand being behind it. But there was no such thing. It was all out of coincidence. On a whim. A whim? Yes, I just happened to came across your world and started the game. There's no reason for choosing your world. It just kind of happened. Just like how you were born in your world. Beastlane continued. You might be considering yourself unfortunate. You must be sad that a demon like me came to your world and killed your people. Jehuen did not answer. Think about it. Even if I didn't come here, do you think your race will live on for eternity? No way. You will all die in due time. All beings in the universe dies soon or later. Beastlane continued. He was now getting to the climax. He will now be given with the face of a despaired product who could not face reality. This was what Beastlane loved the most. In that case, you can consider yourself lucky. At least you have received a chance to move on to the new world. It had made all the death very worthwhile. You will get a chance to move on to the Great Lands, and challenge to become a. That's enough. Let's skip the boring stories. What? Beastlane could not believe what he was hearing. What I'm wondering about isn't that, but it seems like you've misunderstood. Let me ask you again, clearly. Please. Go on. The reins of the discussion had been passed on. What I want to know is that why are you managing this tower? What kind of reward do you get by doing this? That. Beastlane was shocked. This product didn't seem to budge at his explanation and asked about the vital point without getting swayed. It's just volunteering. Someone needs to do it. So here I am. Ha ha. The awkward smile made Jehuen narrow his eyes. Volunteer? Jehuen looked at the particles floating above Beastlane and thought, as his suspicion, skill got stronger, he was now able to distinguish various particles. Some stood in its place while some moved about actively. The particles that floated above Beastlane were very distinguishable. They touched Beastlane and moved in some kind of formation, and disappeared toward the outside of the tower quickly. To Jaehwan, the formation seemed like a word. It seemed Beastlane was talking with someone from afar. Lord sends message apostrophe, product cultivation harvest yet apostrophe. Don't kill the product apostrophe. The land not conversation apostrophe. You can't due date no time apostrophe. Jaehwan spoke again. Let's go back to the story then. Okay. Beastlane felt sweat running through his back. You spoke of a lord back then. Yes, I did. It finally came. Beastlane had never spoken with a product this long before finishing up the real game, so he was being extra careful that he did not make a peep about cultivation or harvesting and such. Who are they? Are they kings? It's similar. They are the rulers of the Great Lands. The one who enters their Great Lands will be offered to join the forces of the lords. Forces? Beastlane noticed Jaehwan's interest. No product had ever shown interest in the lords of the Great Lands. Choosing the right lord changed their future. You still are a product after all. Beastlane grinned and continued. Not all of them will be offered. Only the strongest will be offered, but I'm sure you will be offered by the strongest of the lords. To put confidence into the product. That was the first step. But Jaehwan seemed emotionless. Beastlane became wary of it, but continued anyway. If you follow my guidance, with the honor of the demon, I will swear that I help you on your future. It means I will do my best to have you sent to the best of the lords. Of course, that's only if you clear the real game. Jaehwan's mouth almost came to a scoff. He sounds like an insurance salesman. Jaehwan paused for a long moment, then asked, how can you prove that you are not lying? Beastlane seemed to think Jaehwan had fallen for it, that his mouth turned into a faint grin. You don't need to trust me if you don't want to. I explained everything I can. There's no more. Jaehwan nodded. Okay. I will do as you say. Did you finally make up your mind? Exactly 10 days. In 10 days, I will get out of this place. Chapter 8, Millions of Stabs. 7. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. 9 days later, Beastlane was lying on the ground, watching through hologram panel, cursing with all kinds of foul words. The panel displayed Jaehwan. Haha fuck. Jaehwan was still hammering on the sword. That evil shit. Next to Beastlane was a pile of information that consisted of the Great Lands that Jaehwan requested. It did not contain anything about cultivation, the process of it, their product, or the harvesters. I hope he doesn't recognize it. Demon Beastlane, ranked 8152nd among the demons, or a middle rank demon. His friends in the material world called him their gentleman of deception. It was a shame for a demon with such a name to have a hard time against a pitiful human. He would be teased for the next hundreds of years by his friends if they knew about it. Without the message he received from the harvester, it would have been easier. Do not kill the product and have him face the real game. It is an amazing achievement to clear the first generation tower's hellish difficulty alone. It is rare, even within the Great Lands. If the cultivation is successful, he will become an extra special grade product. If you damage his spirit due to your lack of attention, we will never make a deal with you in the future. I'm almost there. Almost apostrophe. Beastlane then called up another screen. Activating communication network. Little brother, let's see what video should I upload this time? Oh, yes. I should upload the moment he killed the frost dragon. The Tower of Nightmares installed in World 294 had been a huge gamble for Beastlane, but it seemed like it had paid off this time. If he managed to finish harvesting, he would be allowed to go through the fourth mort and rank up to a middle high rank demon. With that, Big Brother would notice him and he would be offered a job as a public cultivator and he'd be able to live lavishly afterward. He was almost certain of this. Even now, the communication network, Little Brother, which was under the control of Big Brother, was receiving countless messages. Siegfried the Lord of Destruction likes your video. Anix the Lord of Gold likes your video. Abruxas the Lord of Undying likes your video. Ilian is the Lord of Forest likes your video. Ha ha ha. Those lords are all over it. It wasn't the lords themselves that pressed on like button or sent the message. They were far more dignified beings to do that. It was probably their servants who did it under their names. But it still meant a lot. It was the same as receiving the message from the lords themselves. This meant that all the lords were observing his cultivation. This was one of the luckiest events that would happen in thousands of years. When he found Earth, World 294, he knew he was lucky. World 294 had no threats that could pose a threat to his cultivation. It was far from the angels, the other cultivator, and was a place where he can connect to Big Brother, making it easier for him to gain approval to quickly start on the work. He gained the approval from Big Brother, and he started seeking out creators right away. Apostrophe makes me sick to think of them. Damn nightmares. He would not have begged so hard under normal circumstances. He would have just rented the tower and returned it to them otherwise. Yet, this time it was different. He had been spending modestly because he was only a middle-rank demon. But he needed to prepare himself to reach the top ranks. He couldn't keep borrowing the tower even after he reached one of the top ranks, which would be considered humiliating. Owning a tower. That was the dream of all demons. Beastlane went out to do all sorts of biddings that those nightmares asked of him so he could get the best tower possible at the best price. He thought he got the best tower in the end. Second creation of the Master level creator, Mulak. It was a tower that was made when he wasn't even a really old master yet, but it did prove to be a good tower. If not counting the devices are archaic. Besides, the lords would be glad that their product had been cultivated within their Master's tower. But his luck ended there. The race of World 294 were even better products than he realized. They adapted quickly as if they had known such games for a long time. This adapting ability was the key to become strongest within the Great Lands. Beastlane had met various races of humans but had never seen them adapting to the game this fast. Lords will love it. But his luck ended on the 77th floor. Something he could not understand happened. Most of the products had failed by the trap at the 77th floor. Beastlane could not believe what he saw. How can this be? Most products, who he seemed to fetch a good price, had failed. Beastlane had despaired. Returning stone? Such a thing isn't even listed in the tower's manual. He spoke as if their returning stone was intended to Jaehwan, but he had not expected of such item. He was worried as the creator of this tower was famous for his madness but never thought such a strange trap would have existed. He wanted to remove the item at once, but if their harvester found out through Akashic records that cultivator had interfered in cultivating products to create better products illegally, his credit will be crushed. The race that threw away the present to have a chance to go back into the future. Lords of Great Lands did not like those kinds of losers. The great beings living in a bloodbath of the war did not care about the past or the future. They only existed for the presence. Beastlane thought his life was over as he watched humans trying to return to the past. He had no way to repay his debt he made to purchase the tower now. He thought about going into hiding for a long time. There were some products remaining, but the number was not enough to clear the tower. Beastlane then increased the tower's speed of the time to its maximum and left the tower to have a spirit beer. He had planned on going out for 1 or 2 days, but he drank so much that he slept through a few weeks straight. Damn it, it was only a few weeks at their Great Lands, but it meant tens of years at the tower. It was definite that no product was remaining within. But the unexpected happened. Cultivation was still in progress. Beastlane quickly examined the recorded video on a hologram. There was one human that still remained. Beastlane was in shock. Most products barely managed 10 years within the tower because their mental state couldn't handle the stress. But their product had managed to survive for 30 years and was at the brink of clearing the 99th floor. His spirit was unhinged. Beastlane was shocked and overjoyed. This is it. I tease him. Clearing the infamous difficulty of first-generation tower alone. It was unheard of in the entire material world. It was why Beastlane had to accept every nonsense that their product was doing until now. There was no telling how high of a price the product might fetch him. he could not dare to damage it. Ignis, the god of fire, wants to send you a message. Do you accept? Huh? Ignis, Beastlane was shocked. Gods too? Like the lords who wanted their product to increase their forces, gods needed products to become their avatars. But most gods were in contact with beings that were called angels. In the material world, lords talked with demons and gods talked with angels. That was the unmentioned rule. But it had been broken now. Agreed to receive a message from Ignis. Ignis, you bastard. Why do you accept it so slowly? You wanna die, Beastlane? Aren't you a bit rude for an avatar? Who are you? Beastlane became annoyed. Even if the avatar borrowed the name of the god, manner was important. Ignis, it's me, you fuck. Beastlane, I don't know who you are if you don't say. Ignis, you fucking blind? Don't you know when you see the ID? Beastlane, wait, are you God Ignis himself? Ignis, you fucking little demon. Do you want a piece of me for real? Beastlane, no, not at all. I am so sorry, oh great one. Ignis, I saw your video. Beastlane, did you see it? Ignis, tell me straight up. Don't even think about lying. Beastlane, yes, great one. Ignis, you fucked around with the mechanism, right? Or how can a fucking human clear the first gen tower alone? Huh? Beastlane, I didn't do anything. Ignis, don't fucking lie to me. Commande, I won't tell anyone. Beastlane, I'm telling you the truth. Ignis, fuck. Okay, how much are you going to sell for it then? Beastlane, I'm not selling it. Ignis, fuck. How much? Tell me. Fucking tell me now. Terminating the chat room. Ignis, the god of fire has sent you a message. Ignis, the god of fire has sent you a message. Ignis, the god of fire has sent you a message. Ignis, the god of fire has sent you a message. Aborting. Little brother. Beastlane was shocked. Damn it, even the gods are interested in him. Ignis apostrophe. Ignis was a top-ranking god. This meant their product surely was gathering a lot of attention. It made Beastlane become happy with the thoughts. It's tomorrow now. Next day, on the 100th floor of the tower, Jaehuen read through the information provided by Beastlane and memorized it carefully. Beastlane asked, are you done? Yeah, thank you. Beastlane almost shouted in joy. Damn it. Finally, Beastlane barely managed to hold back his grin. If you're done, shall we start? Sure. Beastlane punched something in midair and a familiar window popped up. Game Master is trying to terminate the tutorial game. You can return back to your world 294 and join the real game with your memory intact. Do you accept the offer? Yes. No. Jaehuen then pulled out his dragon sword. What are you doing? You know what it is. Offer rejected. I'm hunting you down now. Chapter 9. Millions of Stabs. 8. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Beastlane became dumbfounded and looked at Jaehuen. I was worried that you would do that. It's the first time I've met someone like you. I've heard similar things in the past. Jaehuen spoke as he felt rough energy focusing into both of his swords. His immense spirit power was gathering at their tips. But this is my answer. Beastlane then held up his both hands. Oh well. I give up. Do what you want. Jaehuen's sword thrust at Beastlane. At that moment, a weird magical rune began to shine and sprouted blackwood that bound Jaehuen in his place. It was the black ironwood that existed on the 91st floor. I should have done this from the beginning. What are you going to do? You would need my agreement or you can't end the game. Well, we'll find a way, won't we? You're going to torture me. Jaehuen continued. I have gone through all kinds of hell. Do you think I will lose to torture? Of course, haha. Beastlane grinned. I actually gave up on receiving any agreement from you a long time ago. What? Let me ask you this time. Why do you think this tutorial will continue forever? Wait. Haha, you should have guessed. It has never reached this point before. But the Tower of Nightmares terminates the tutorial 100 days after it has been cleared. But you postponed my due date, you bastard. Beastlane did not speak that out loud. I wanted 10 more days just because I wished to end this game in a more natural and safer way, and also to stop you from doing anything stupid. You can now wait there until the tutorial ends and enjoy the new game. It didn't seem he was lying. The tower had been slightly trembling since a while ago. It seemed that what Beastlane said was true. Beastlane felt some kind of victorious satisfaction as he looked at the face-down Jaehuen. His plan had been disturbed, but now, this human would accept his fate. However, it was then. Demon Beastlane. Yes, you are called the Gentleman of Deception in there, Great Lands? Right. How did you know that? You have lived 784 years and worked on 128 worlds to cultivate various races, spewing your filthy lies, such as promising their products that you will make sure they go to great lords. How do you know? Beastlane seemed in shock. What's so surprising? Is it shocking to hear this from your product? How? You're thinking of selling me to the harvester, called the Lord of Darkness. For that, you will receive a great reward that you need to go on your fourth mort. Jaehuen looked up to the ceiling as he spoke. His suspicion skill that he had trained for the past 100 days was working well. The particles within the tower were chattering and Jaehuen listened. Suspicion showed him a new world that told him a new story. Lord of Darkness. The first stage of cultivate will be ending soon. The deposits will be. This product is an extra special grade. I have never seen such a product in my 784 years of life. After this steal is done, I will be a high-ranking demon after my fourth mort. If you trust me through the cultivation. Who are you? A product. Their product that you raised here for over the past 30 years. Jaehuen felt the tree binding him becoming loose. This was another power of his. Suspicion. It allowed him to deny the presence of material and dismantle it, but not anymore. Two swords were thrust into the space. Beastlane barely managed to dodge the attack, but his left arm was left with a long gash. It should be impossible. The enemy was a puny walker who just cleared the tutorial, while Beastlane was a demon that finished the third mort. Only a being who passed at least the first adaptation would be able to hurt him. Wait. Over-adapter? Over-adapter. A product that had grown beyond the imagination. How did an over-adapter appear within my tower? There had been no records of an over-adapter appearing during the tutorial. This was a top-ranking talent even in their Great Lands. Beastlane could imagine the Lord of Darkness being overjoyed to hear this. But he's still at first adaptation level. If I hold out for a while, the game will end. Beastlane bit his lip. This is pointless. You will be joining the game no matter what. Doing this to me is a loss. We will see about that. Jaehuen's specialty was unleashed at the tip of the Frost Dragon sword. Stab. Or it was hard to even call it at that anymore. From the movement to its power, Jaehuen realized through his suspicion. After countless times of using suspicion, he realized, I have understood the stabbing. It was no more a mere thrust. It was like a flash of lightning. Beastlane's body began spraying in blood. His eyes opened in shock. Second adaptation, the speed, and the power. This wasn't possible for anyone before the second adaptation, and throughout all history, there were no second adaptations born from the tutorial. Beastlane was given no choice. If Jaehuen really did manage to gain the power of the second adaptation, Beastlane had to bring out his power from the material world to fight. He quickly brought his synchronization to 80% to borrow his original body's power. Strong spiritual power covered Beastlane's body as a dark aura began swirling around him. It was the power of a demon of the third mort. A demon's third mort did have similarities to the third adaptation, but there were differences. Most adapters could not defeat demons at the same stage. Even if the stage were the same, there was a huge difference in hands-on experience from age. A huge claw raised from Beastlane's hand swung at Jaehuen, damaging him instantly. Jaehuen's body began bleeding like a fountain and his health dropped by half. Surrender now. Jaehuen felt his legs trembling from the terrible energy coming from Beastlane. It was definitely a demon. There was no chance that he could win. The particles forming the tower seemed to be at their limit also. Is this the end? Jaehuen made his last attack. His perseverance was what brought him there. He kept stabbing and stabbing. How many times did he stab? 100 million times? 200 million? The only one who knew the answer was Jaehuen's body. 9,999,999,991. 9,999,999,992. 9,999,999,998. 9,999,999,998. 9,999,999,999. 10 billion. At that moment, Jae-Hwen saw some kind of weird line in front of him. He had a similar experience before when he fought against the frost dragon on the 99th floor. Also when he had to fight to the brink of death, he found the line. And when he did, he followed the line without thinking. It showed up when he forgot about everything else. Is that it? Jae-Hwen shook in excitement. He released himself upon the line. All of his knowledge, his power, his experience. It was all thrown away at the line. His body then began to crumble. All the data that made up his body had been destroyed. The various status that formed his body, the power, strength, dexterity, skills, all other information. Everything that formed his status was taken away from him. State of complete void. When all those particles disappeared, his body was left with his true spirit. It seemed like if he was reborn. He was not data. He wasn't here because of a percentage. He was a living human. This is it, Jae-Hwen thought. I wasn't a human until now. A light shone from Jae-Hwen's body and Beast Lane could not do anything. It was the first time he had seen such a thing in his 784 years of life. What is that? Beast Lane realized he had been mistaken. This wasn't adaptation. The world had something more terrifying than adaptation. The power that everyone avoided and hated to mention. A power so terrible that it could do more than shake up their great lands. It could actually destroy it. The beings of their great lands, called the power dash. Awakening, Chapter 10, Millions of Stabs. 9. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Awakening. Beast Lane could not believe it, but there was no other way to describe this phenomenon. If that was not the awakening, then what was? However, there was no time to be shocked. A countless number of sword attacks were thrown at him. The attack power was also increasing. Beast Lane frantically used his claws to deflect the attacks. After blocking or deflecting every attack, and just when he thought it was over, he knew he had lost. What? How can this be? He felt a searing pain that seemed to rip apart his very being. His body had no visible damage, but he could feel the pain. Don't worry, it won't kill you. But it might be more painful to be alive. What Jae-Hwen attacked wasn't the Beast Lane's spirit here. He attacked the line that connected him to outside of the tower. Jae-Hwen did not know, but this was the link that existed between Beast Lane's spirit to its body. The link was disconnected by Jae-Hwen's stab. Uag! Beast Lane screamed in terrible agony. Jae-Hwen took a deep breath and began to speak. Listen carefully for the last time. Humans are not something you can sell. We are not something you can put some stupid levels or status and put a price tag on. The Tower of Nightmares was trembling at a visible level. Jae-Hwen continued. I will not follow the damn scenario prepared by you all. I will destroy this place and move up to the next floor. I will keep going up, and see the end of your world. Beast Lane, for the first time, felt fearful of this product. Even high-ranking adapters over the fourth adaptation did not give off a feel like Jae-Hwen. Awakener at the level of Void, a being whose status can't be shown by the system. Even Beast Lane, who was the master of the tower, could not see Jae-Hwen's status. User detail, name, title, class, skills. Beast Lane shouted in pain. Please, stop. There's no next floor. No. There is. Jae-Hwen had been saying next floor not because he was guessing. I know there is. From the 1st to 99th floor. Jae-Hwen had found scribbles from the passage between the 77th and 78th floor as he searched for survivors. Tower within the tower. Nightmare within the nightmare. There were more clues like this. On the 66th floor of the tower, there was this scribble at the back of the succubus's chair. All Tower of Nightmares are copies of the first nightmare located at the top of the tree of imagery. I only think about one thing when I make my creations. If I borrow its powers, I will always end up with the same problem. All of my creations are just routes to maintain the first nightmare. Scribbles that seemed to be left by some artist. Jae-Hwen figured this could be a hidden clue, so he took note of it. Similar scribbles were also found on the 47th floor. I came to this conclusion. Shouldn't we climb up to the tree of imagery? Should we not see the secret of true creation? At the top of the tree of imagery, shouldn't we face the first nightmare? He couldn't realize what it meant back then. But after Jae-Hwen found out about the truth of the tower, these scribbles held new meaning. He realized it right away. These were scribbles left by the creator Mulak. He couldn't comprehend all the words, but it did give him new insights. Tower within the tower, nightmare within the nightmare, tree of imagery, roots. The first nightmare at the top. It pointed to one fact. The world is connected. It was only a theory, but enough to try out if it was true. Jaehwen glanced at the ceiling of the 100th floor and stabbed into it. The ceiling cracked and Beast Lane wailed, "No, my tower, no." Again, and again. Jaehwen saw it clearly through his suspicion. The great flow of energy that sent particles that allowed the tower to be maintained from the top to bottom. This area was at the far end of an enormous network of energy flow. Jaehwen knew if he followed the flow, he would arrive at the secret of the world. The 100th floor was not the end. If this is a route, I probably can reach up through it. The ceiling collapsed from Jaehwen's attack and a bright light began to shine through it. No, if you go through that way, you will never. Goodbye. He might have to play the real game in the future. But this was not the time. He was weak and lacking in knowledge. It was hard to fight off just one demon. He needed to know more and become stronger. Light embraced Jaehwen as he jumped up into it. He was not going to travel to the past, nor would he travel back to the world he left behind. He chose to be in the present. This was the world he chose to be in. Chapter 11, Witch of Massacre. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. If you wish to become strong, climb the tree of imagery, only if you are confident that you will not go mad. Who? Lord of Steel. Episode 2. Witch of Massacre. In the forest that seemed to be endless, the sun was high in the sky, with its heat drying up his entire body. He could not feel how long he had been wandering. Jaehwen wiped off his sweat as he glanced around. Finally, the footprint he found through the bushes were about the size of Jaehwen's. Even if it didn't belong to a human, surely it had been left by some form of bipedal being. It had been a month since he broke free of the Tower of Nightmares. He had traveled through an endless forest all that time. He wasn't sure where he was. He must be somewhere among their great lands, but he just couldn't figure out where it was. The heat of the forest made Jaehwen think it was Fiery Region, or one of the 12 regions from Beast Lane's information about their great lands. But it didn't look like it was true since it did not have the famous burning tree of the Fiery Region. Jaehwen then thought he would know once he met with someone. He did encounter monsters similar to what he had seen at the tower, but these monsters had some special features. They all had horns, varying from 1 to 5. Yet none of them were enough of a threat to Jaehwen. The strongest one he fought so far was a 5-horned wolf. It moaned in pain as Jaehwen stabbed it, but it did not die at once. After a few more stabs, it was dead. So the monsters are mostly weak here. He couldn't figure if he had become strong, or these monsters were weak. But it wasn't only monsters that he came across. He did encounter some mysterious intelligent beings. They were non-humans who wore white robes like ancient monks, but they had green skin and a pair of antennae on their heads. Worthless human hash, how dare hash, how hash, insolent hash. He couldn't understand what they were saying, but he tried hard to speak to them as it was a rare occurrence for him to meet an intelligent being. Even with his suspicion at full power, he still couldn't understand their language. Hash horn, hash. They pointed and shouted at the horns of wolf that Jaehwen killed and carried on his belt. This hash puny human exclamation mark hash horn of pentahorn. Yeah, I'm a puny human and this here is a horn. It seemed like he was able to speak. Hash horn, hash. A few of them approached Jaehwen and he felt a bit alarmed. Why are they coming all of a sudden? Hash. There was no way he could understand. They did mention something about a horn, so Jaehwen flashed it as he spoke. Good. I'll give you this if you tell me where this is. Then they attacked with their swords unsheathed. It wasn't just a threat. Jaehwen then turned to the sky. The sun-like thing was up there. It was hot. Hey. He dodged. Antennae. He dodged again. If you do that again, I'll kill you all. And he dodged yet again. Die. Soon, all of them lay dead. They bled blue blood before they died and perished to dust. Jaehwen grabbed the last surviving one by its antennae and asked, let me ask. Where is this place? How hash human hash? He pulled it harder. Where? Tree of imagery hash chaos hash. He pulled again. Tell me so I can understand. What are you, demons? Hash we are famous hash no hash. He pulled yet again. I told you to say it so I can understand. HHA hash EJJJ hash ARGG hash. It continuously spoke in a weird language while Jehuen pulled its antennae, and soon its eye turned back, showing the whites. Then Jehuen could understand what it said. Human, kill you, and those were its last words as it bit its tongue and killed itself, turning into white dust. I thought they were weaklings. It seemed as if it had a way to come back, since it committed suicide without any hesitation. Jehuen was astonished, and he buried the parts of antennae on a hill, which also turned into powder and disappeared. He couldn't get much information, but he acquired something. It was the items that the group had in their belongings. Most of the things weren't useful, but one was good. After checking it with suspicion, the small white bag he had on his back was as follows. Item details. Name, small dimensional backpack. Description. Use dimensional space to haul various objects. Provides 2 square meters of storage space. It's like an inventory. After he got out of Tower of Nightmares, he was not allowed to use most skills that were provided by the interface system, such as inventory. It was weird, as Beastlane had said that the interface system worked throughout all their great lands. It was maybe because of the weird experience he went through before he got out of the tower. The feeling of his body dismantling and reassembling into a new thing. He could not even use his item identifier skill, so he had to rely on suspicion to determine the details of an item. Anyway, the backpack was the most important thing. Jehuen gathered everything left by those he killed. What is this? A jewel? They had well-cut crystal-like jewels. Most were blue-colored and some were red. 2 of them were black, and one of them came from the last one that had committed suicide. It might be of value, so Jehuen put it into his bag. I should throw these away. The other equipment that they had on was too big to fit in the bag. As Jehuen was deciding on what to do, the frost dragon sword at his waist began vibrating. Again? Okay. After he got out of the Tower of Nightmares, his frost dragon sword had become weird. Weird black energy began radiating through its blade and kept on vibrating as if it now had a will. It vibrated harder when it became hungry. Jehuen took out the sword and thrust it into a pile of equipment. Then the blade opened up like a mouth and began devouring the equipment. Jehuen looked at it in awe. As the sword ate up the equipment, the color of the sword turned even darker. It also seemed to be increased its durability. Jehuen did have a speculation on what the sword had become, but it was only a guess at this stage, so he decided to leave it be. There was something more important at hand. The last good thing he earned from them. It was the map of this forest region. It was different and crude from the map of Earth, but he had no problem using it with the help of suspicion. He read the name of the map. How do I read this? Dream chaos. The top of the map read, Tree of Imagery, Chaos. Then he remembered Beastlane mentioning the Tree of Imagery once. Tree of Imagery is a huge tree located at the center of Great Lands. Its purpose, well, it's not important. You'll know later. The name also appeared with scribbles left by Mulak, the creator of the tower. My creation is a route to maintain the first nightmare at the top of Tree of Imagery. After combining of these clues, it seemed that the Tower of Nightmares was connected to the Tree of Imagery somehow, meaning the place he had arrived at after coming out of the tower was either very close to the tree or a place that was connected to the tree. What was certain was that this area wasn't in the information that Beastlane had given to him. Damn demon. It seemed like the racers he killed were moving toward the mark on the map. It was possible that it was a village of some kind. After a long examination of the map, Jehuen was able to make out where he was on the map. I need information first. He had been lucky to meet weaker foes, but there was no telling if it would continue to be the same. He needed to meet someone so he could gather more knowledge. He needed to consider himself as a newbie in this new world so he could survive. But it didn't mean he would learn how to cooperate with this world, learn about the world, but never cooperate with it. That was what he decided when he broke out of the Tower of Nightmares. It was also what made him break out of the tower in the first place. There might be someone who broke out of the tower like me. Jaehwen wished to see a living human if possible. He thought there might be humans living here who were freed from being a product. Beastlane spoke to him once. There are a lot of humans out in there. Distant worlds. World 294 is only one of them. If what he said was true, there was a possibility that humans lived in their great lands. He was curious. He was curious about how the humans in this lands lived, and what they thought about it. And what was it like to live after they left the tower? After a long walk, Jaehwen stopped, found it. In front of the direction of the footprints was the sound of weapons clashing. He was able to see the owner of the footsteps. Through the bushes, there were about 5 people hunting horned monsters. They were humans. Chapter 12, Witch of Massacre, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Kang Hun, an officer from the Red Fox clan, was happy. They had found a good prey. Keep the formation. Do as we practiced. Yes, sir. His teams quickly circled the monster. What they were fighting was a mid-sized unicorn. One for now. They were powerful monsters found among the entire chaos. Monsters named after the number of horns it had. They were called uni, bi, tri, quad, and pentahorns, according to the number of horns they had with the strength that only experienced adapters, in their great lands, could handle. First stage adapters could handle 1 unicorn, and the only first stage adapter in the team was Kang Hun. It's not necessary for me to step in for now. Parties of 5 were usually formed to fight a unicorn, but his party was special. 4 of the party members, including Kang Hun, were from the professional hunting clan, Red Fox. The others were non-adapters, but they were experienced unicorn hunters. They were waiting to become first-stage adapters. Leader, are you really going to continue? Yeah, but she seems to be fishy. Are you sure? Don't worry. Trust me. Kang Hun glanced at the woman shivering next to him. She was the only non-clan member of the party. She wore a dark silk robe to cover herself, but it didn't hide her beauty. She had bright red hair and pale white skin. She also had various trinkets and pieces of jewelry that sometimes peeked out through the robes. All of them seemed to hold great value. Wonderful. The professional hunting group, Red Fox. Most people knew of it, but they never outright mentioned what Red Fox hunted most. They hunted adapters. This woman seemed to have walked into the group of hunters without knowing. They did not know where she belonged and where she came from. But Kang Hun did not care. He had checked her spiritual level when he let her join their party. She's only non-adapter. A non-adapter was nothing to worry about, even with a good background. She probably had acquired all those items by luring men with her beauty. Kang Hun looked at the woman with lustful eyes on her body shape that could be seen through the robe. You might have been able to lure those men, but it will not end up like that this time. Then, when the woman made some kind of mistake and screamed, "No, I'm so sorry." Haha. It's okay, Kang Hun answered as took the dagger out that was stuck in his leather armor. Bitch. It seemed like it was her first time coming out to hunt. She had no knowledge regarding formations, and there were many incidents where she attacked the party instead. It was her who brought the unicorn they were fighting in the first place. I'll let it go because you're cute. But soon, she had brought another unicorn. I'm sorry. No problem. Let's get 'em all. 2 was okay. Kang Hun was nearing the end of the first stage, so he was able to fight at least 2 unicorns by himself. It was a good chance to kill the 2 of them and get the woman. Everything seemed to be fine, until another unicorn was brought upon them. The woman apologized. I'm sorry. Be careful, Kang Hun answered as he frowned. It was hard to handle 3 of them at once. What did she do? 3 unicorns appeared in such a short time. It seemed impossible to fight this. At least they were unicorns, so that was fortunate. If it was a bihorn, oops. I'm sorry. And there she was, running as she waved with the monster chasing her from beyond. The giant monster was 10 feet tall and had 2 horns on its head. Apostrophe that bitch. And there was one who was watching everything. It was Jaehwen. They will all die that way. They seemed to be fighting well against the one-horned monsters, but they started losing as soon as the 2-horned one appeared. Jaehwen was disappointed. He thought people in their great lands were really powerful, but he now became curious as to how they even cleared the Tower of Nightmares. And they also have that weird woman. He wasn't sure if she was trying to hunt or ruin the hunt. She seems to be the strongest though. Are they not friends? Jae-hwen pondered. He wanted to help, but he couldn't make a decision as he wasn't sure what was happening. Let's look into it further. Finally, they killed all 3 unicorns. It was a decisive battle. Now, there's one. If Kang-hun was not at the end of the first stage, and that Baihorn had fully matured, they would have been wiped out a long time ago. It also helped to have middle grade skill from a higher clan, Fire King Squad, especially with the help of his clan master. Middle grade skill, Breath of the Fire King. It allowed the user's sword to be imbued with a glowing fire that increased its power. It was a great skill for first stage adapters who could not yet put their spirit power into the sword. The low-level skill did not allow Kang-hun's sword to show the fire on the blade, but it did help him stay alive. He felt dazed by using the massive amount of spiritual energy, but it seemed like they would be able to win soon. A Baihorn was a great reward when they killed. Even without the woman's item, if they managed to bring the Baihorn's horns. Let me help. UGH. Kang-hun turned down to see the dagger stuck in his thigh. The woman looked up to him with remorseful eyes. I'm sorry. You bitch. Huh? Who are you calling bitch? I was only trying to help. And that time, the Baihorn attacked. With a crack, Kang-hun's sword was broken and the shadowy figure of Baihorn attacked. Damn it. And that moment, a bright light shot out from the forest toward the monster. The Baihorn then was struck and fell down with a loud sound. Blue blood spurted out from the monster and sprayed upon Kang-hun's face. He could not understand what just happened. When the monster disappeared, he first noticed the sword covered in a black aura. It was radiating with ghostly energy. But the sword seemed to extremely fine. Everyone fell silent. Who was the one with such a sword? And when its owner showed himself under the bright sun, Kang-hun sighed. It was a ragged man who looked like he just came out from hiding within the room for tens of years. Kang-hun then came back to his senses and asked, "Who are you?" To Jae-hwen, that sounded like this. #WH Jae-hwen thought there was no easy way. After a while, Jae-hwen successfully managed to speak with the party. It was the result of using suspicion to its limit. So you are Jae-hwen? Yeah. And you just happened to be walking by? Yeah. And you don't speak our language? Yeah. That's weird. The language barrier doesn't happen in this place that often. Yeah. But is it really okay if we take the body of the Baihorn? Yeah. Don't take back your words. Yeah. Haha. Great. Kang-hun laughed. He was so happy. He had hunted down the Baihorn and was handed over the body in its entirety. Ha ha ha. He laughed hard while Jae-hwen looked at him. You seem happy. Of course. It's a Baihorn. Don't you know them? No. Ha ha. You must be joking. Kang-hun's eye squirmed in irritation. What a fool. They had captured the Baihorn with a party formed to hunt unicorns. This wasn't something that could be achieved without a god watching over them. Non-adapters could not even make a scratch, and even the first stage adapter would need to do its best to at least strike against the monster. That was the Baihorn. His party was not enough to handle a Baihorn. Some might ask if it might change the result with some luck and perseverance. But that was because they do not know about their interface system. Under the system, the fight in this world was very honest. Strength was measured by status and skills. So the higher the status, the more powerful it will become to always bring victory to the highest status. But Kang-hun had achieved it. He had killed the Baihorn, so he would now walk up to the second stage adapter when he returned. Mino, who was watching everything from the back of the party, was uncomfortable. Damn it, that was so close. Mino, the assassin from Dark Forest clan, was one of the 10 clan. She was the one whom they called the Witch of Massacre. Chapter 13, Witch of Massacre. 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Witch of Massacre. In a unicorn hunting party, people who knew would have laughed. She was powerful enough to handle drones alone. If she had joined the unicorn party, that meant there was only one answer. What a stupid task it is. Red Fox Clan, a clan that was infamous for hunting adapters. Mino had received a request to hunt them down from a certain adapter. The problem was that it wasn't given to her as an official request from the Dark Forest clan. The Dark Forest clan forbade assassins from accepting personal requests. Therefore, She did not try to kill them by herself and lured the monsters instead. She could not reveal herself. Damn it, I was sure that Byhorn was going to finish them. Unique skill, lure. This was the skill that gave her the nickname of the Witch of Massacre. This allowed her to bring monsters around her. Everything went as planned until that strange man happened to walk by and killed the Byhorn. Just walking by? No way. Mina glanced at dead corpse of the Byhorn that Kang Hun and the other men had picked up. It was still fresh in her memory when the monster was killed. Mina saw it clearly right in front. There were a lot within there. Chaos. Who could kill Byhorns? But the problem was how it was killed. He just stabbed it to death, killing a Byhorn without using any skills. It didn't seem possible. It wasn't possible for Mino, or anyone else she knew. The leader of her clan, the Black Forest, might be able to do that, but such a powerful figure walking around didn't make sense either. Is he from a renowned family? There were some from renowned families from their great lands that would visit Chaos to train. No, they will not be ragged like him. The ones from renowned families moved in groups, wore peculiar clothing, and their walking style was easy to notice. He definitely wasn't one of them, but she couldn't make out who he was. Skill failed. Skill failed. She had only been using the assassin's skill, close examination, on the man named Jaehwen. However, as if it were broken, her skill wasn't working correctly. Damn it, it's doing it again. I should learn some good skills now. She was now left with using her secret items and her guess to find out about the man. She managed to acquire 2 pieces of good information. One was that man had no skills related to walking. He walks too plainly. If he's powerful enough to stab the Byhorn to death, he must have learned some kind of walking skill. The walking skill was an important passive skill to have within their great lands. To ensure one's survival, one would need to quickly run away from stronger foes. Yet, that man didn't seem to have anything. In addition, there was something else that was weird. The man's spiritual power rating was at the level of A, non-adapter. Mina was shocked when she checked the rating. The Dark Forest clan distributed accurate tools to check spiritual power for absolute accuracy, as their targets might be concealing their power. Their machines allowed them to see through the spiritual powers of even the powerful ones. The machine showed the lowest rating possible for the man. He had no skill, and he had no spiritual power. But he killed a Byhorn with 1 stab. Mina was shocked. Let's rest here. Kang Hun took 3 of his clan members and chose a spot in the distance. A hawk made out of spiritual power was then sent out. It was a message delivering skill. They were reporting the hunt. Mina was sitting down on a cut-down tree next to Jaehwen. Silent fell. Mina then asked a question, breaking the silence. What are you? I saw you kill the Byhorn with 1 stab. She spoke to let the man know that she knew about his secret, but he didn't answer. Mina then spoke again. There's almost no adapter in Chaos who can kill a Byhorn with a single stab. Who are you? Where did you come from? What is Chaos? What is Chaos? Are you kidding me? No. How can you not know about Chaos? Then, who are you? No answer. Do you know what I'm asking? She then realized he seemed to be having a hard time understanding the language. She then realized he might have not understood her. She tried to ask him again, but she couldn't think of a better way to word it. What should I do? It would have been easy if she showed her status window and used it as an example to show the name, clan, age, and such. But it was taboo to share personal information between adapters. Showing one's skills and status was the same as showing one's weaknesses. Besides, she was an assassin from the Dark Forest clan. Then she decided to show a separate status window that didn't include important information. That was when she accidentally pressed on the wrong window. This is me. Individual details. Name, Han, Mino. Height, 5 feet 6 inches. Weight, 103 pounds. 3 dimensions, 36, 24, 34. Breast size, 65D, etc. Spot near the bottom end of the left eye. There's also a small spot on the right breast. Also the hip. She quickly closed the window, which showed her physical attributes. Jaehwen nodded. I see. I know about you now, Mino screamed as she flushed red due to embarrassment. You knew what I was asking all along? I didn't say I didn't understand you. Then did you ignore me? No. Then tell me. Let's make it fair. About my 3 measurements? Not that. About you. She screamed and Jaehwen grinned. There was a reason why Jaehwen didn't answer her directly. As she asked who he was, he could not think of what he should describe himself as. When he was on Earth, he was the child of someone and a friend of someone. He attended college and also joined a club. He also tried to take up a job and worried about his country. But after he came to the tower, all of that was gone. He then made new friends and memories. Yoonhwan, Soyul, and Jae. But after the tutorial was over, all of that disappeared. The only one with that terrible 30-year memory was Jaehwen, because he was allowed to keep his memory for the reward of clearing the tower. His friends who he worked to climb up the tower might be alive somewhere on Earth, but they would no longer be his friends. None of them would remember Jaehwen anymore. Everything had left him. His past, future and his acquaintances. But he was here. Then who was he? I don't remember. That was the only answer he could give, and an honest one at that. Mino was unconvinced. You think I'm a fool? Do you think if you say you lost your memory with a grim face, I will just nod and agree? I didn't say I lost my memory. You just did. Mino shouted. Does he think he's a powerful one from the depth, or something? There were people who did lose their memories in chaos, but it was rare to find someone who had lost it all like this man. There was only one group of people who experienced memory loss like that. They were the powerful ones who came back from depth, above, chaos. Their individual status windows were destroyed, so they didn't show anything. But the man didn't seem like he had come back from there. Depth. That was when the sword Jaehwen was holding began vibrating as if it was crying. She knew it wasn't a normal sword, but a sword that cried. What was more surprising was what happened next. Okay, I got it. Stop crying. Jaehwen then began taking something out from his bag. Then the sword opened its blade up like a mouth and began munching the item that Jaehwen gave it. Mino's eyes shook. Spirit weapon. The weapon that grew by eating other items. Spirit weapons only existed within their great lands. If that item was a spirit weapon, it made sense why the man was so strong. Killing a byhorn with a single stab. It was possible with the powerful damage that a spirit weapon could inflict. So, it was not the man's power that allowed it to happen. It was the sword's power. Mino then glanced at Kang Hun and the Red Fox. Luckily, they didn't seem to realize what was going on here. Mino then scolded Jaehwen in her thoughts. You're so vulnerable. Whoever he was, showing a spirit weapon out in the open like this showed how foolish he was. The weapon was probably very powerful, but relying on the weapon's power had its limit. Even if he was not killed here, he would soon be killed by his naivety. Either way, it didn't matter. She just needed to complete her mission. The problem is, I'm about to fail my mission. The Red Fox was now coming back to them. It seemed like sending the report had gone well, as they were all seemed to be glad. That was when Mino thought of an idea. It was a bright idea to show some of her anger for taking a peek of her 3 dimensions and achieve her goal at the same time. Mino then held on Jaehwen, who was dusting his butt off as he got up. Oh, wait? Now that I think about it, Jaehwen felt something soft touching his arms. He flinched and tried to pull his arm away, but Mino did not let it go. You're Jaehwen, right? Jaehwen looked at Mino, speaking to him in a sweet voice. Is she mad? He wondered if this woman was the same woman who showed off her 3-dimension sizes just now. Don't you remember me? I'm Mino. Mino Han. You know, the one you hunted with before. Didn't we promise to hunt together again? Hunting? He searched his memory just in case, but he had no such memory. It only had been a month since he came to this place after he got out of the tower. I'm sorry, but before Jaehwen could finish speaking, Mino's elbow poked his side. Mino winked at him and Jaehwen spoke again. I don't know you. Kang Hun and other party members looked at him weirdly. One of them even laughed and Mino bit her bottom lip. Damn it, you. It seemed they were thinking Mino was trying to ask Jaehwen out and failed. She had expected this. Oh, so you don't remember me, right? Yeah, I thought so too. Jaehwen raised his eyebrows, but Mino smiled brightly and spoke. You lost your memory, right? Chapter 14, Witch of Massacre. 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Jaehwen, you lost your memory. Jaehwen looked at Mino's face more closely. She sure was a beauty. However, this beautiful face was forcing Jaehwen to agree that he had lost his memory. Didn't I say I didn't? Mino grinned and answered, I see. Then can I ask you something? You must know these if you did not. Go ahead. The region we are in. What is it called? Jaehwen couldn't answer. He had heard from various sources until now, but he did not know the correct words to describe it. As he became silent, the other party members eyed him weirdly. The attention was something he didn't like. Then Jaehwen suddenly heard Mino whisper the answer. The answer is chaos. Jaehwen decided to go with the answer for now. Chaos. Oh, you know. Mino smiled. It seemed she was more interesting than expected, considering that she was the type to walk around showing off her size measurements. But you really didn't know? Mino sent a message as she looked at Jaehwen with a grin. That's weird. I thought you really did lose your memory. That's weird. How come you don't know? The two voices came at once. As far as Jaehwen knew, the skill, whisper, did not work while speaking. It seemed the woman was using a different skill to send the message. Let me ask you one more thing then. Go on. Do you know where chaos is located? He had no idea. As he fell silent, Mino's voice came again. The answer is the tree of imagery. Chaos is the tree trunk portion of the tree of imagery. Jaehwen looked at Mino for a second and answered, chaos is the trunk of the tree of imagery. As he answered the second question correctly, the members seemed to lose interest. Kang Han stepped up to solve the situation. Haha, I guess Mino must have misunderstood. Isn't that right, Jaehwen? Jaehwen nodded and Mino spoke. I'm sorry, I guess I misunderstood. Sorry, Jaehwen. But the voice that came into Jaehwen's head was different. I don't know who you are and why you don't know this basic stuff. But I know two things. One is that you don't want attention and two is that you're pretty strong. Jaehwen listened without answering. I think we can make a good deal. What do you think? She had complete control now. Jaehwen was able to gain some pieces of information from Mino. First, these members were evil criminals. Second, Mino needed to kill these party members killed for a certain reason. Third, Mino could not reveal her identity for another reason. Fourth, if those party members are not killed, Mino and Jaehwen were the ones who would die tonight. After hearing all the information, Jaehwen was able to understand what she wanted. So she wants me to kill these guys. But he did not have the intention to do it yet. He knew these guys seemed like bad people, but it wasn't right to judge them through the first impression. In fact, Blacksmith Jay looked like a gangster at first, but he was a good man at heart. You'll see soon enough. They will try to kill you too. And the night came. The one who offered to camp out was the leader Kang Han. The village wasn't far, but Kang Han reasoned that it might be dangerous to move at night as more monsters might come out. Jaehwen feigned sleep and used suspicion to listen to the conversation between the parties with whisper. Leader, is that really? Yeah, it's a spirit weapon for sure. Spirit weapon? It's a weapon that eats up other items to continue growing. It's a valuable weapon used only by the lords of the Great Lands. Oh, weapons used by the lords. Yeah, I don't think his weapon would be that powerful, but it's still an opportunity. It was as the woman had thought. So, I think they are talking about my sword. It was unexpected. According to Beast Lane's information, items that dropped from the Tower of Nightmares was trash compared to items from their Great Lands. Jaehwen did not think his sword would draw attention because of that. I guess it was one of a kind. He was fascinated as the sword ate up all types of equipment, but he never thought it would hold any value. He just kept it because he didn't have anything else on him. The men continued discussing. But leader, isn't he strong? Yes. He killed a Bihorn with one strike. How can we defeat him? You fool. Kang Han scoffed and continued. Did you see how he killed the monster? As something kind of flashed and he killed it with a stab. Huh? Men seemed dumbfounded. How is that possible? It's not possible. I bet my life that there are very few people who can kill Bihorn with a stab throughout the entire chaos region. So he's that strong? Ugh, you fool. Hey, don't fool around and use the measuring device and check his spirit power. Yes, sir. After a while. Huh? Leader? His spirit power rating is the same as a non-adapter. It's slower than mine, isn't it? I knew it, Kang Hun cackled. Then how did he kill the Bihorn? Hey! Did you forget what we started talking about? As spirit weight. You're right. Is that spirit weapon that strong? As far as I know, all spirit weapons come from their depth. You know about that place, right? Yeah, the branches of the tree of imagery, right? Right. That's the place. Oh, so it's the weapon from the branch. Jaehwen could not help but laugh. I wonder what they would think if I brought this from the roots. The conversation allowed Jaehwen to acquire the much needed information. He was able to know the basic regions of the Tree of Imagery, Tower of Nightmares, the roots, chaos, the trunk, depth, the branches. So the tree was divided up into 3 big regions. So the Tower of Nightmares was only one of the countless roots. He broke free from the roots to the trunk. That was this place. Chaos. Men continued to speak to each other. But leader, how did he get the weapon? If he's from the depth, no way. Do you think depth is some kind of a children's playground? What if he's from a renowned family? There's a chance if he has such a weapon. No. All members of renowned families send a message before visiting chaos. The most recent family that sent a message to visit here was the Greens, but what part of him looks like them? I heard they have these antennae stuff on their head. Kang Hun nodded. And there's another piece of evidence that proves he's not from any of the renowned families. What is it? It's the smell. A smell? Doesn't he smell of something? Huh? Is this? Kang Hun grinned. Yes, it's the dream smell. Dream smell only comes from the roots or the branches. Then he's either of two. A strong from the depth or a rookie. Jaehwen groaned. He did not know he would bear such a scent. He can't be the strong of the depth. He's a non-adapter. Doesn't make sense. Then, is he a rookie? Nobody answered, but it seemed that they had come to a conclusion. They began to be filled with greed and lust. What about the woman? You guys take care of her. He's more important. Sure. We'll take good care of her then. The men began to make their move. So it did come to this. Mino was right. These guys were criminals. Jaehwen did expect it, but it was a shame that his expectation did not betray him. At that moment, something rolled and bumped into him. Oops. A soft feeling came from Jaehwen's right elbow. It was unmistakably a 65D-sized breast. I didn't know you were here. What are you doing? They're on the move. Oh, Jaehwen. They're holding swords. Come on, do it as we planned. Eek, Jaehwen, help. Whoa, are you not going to live up to the promise? The plan was to have Jaehwen speak the promised words and start fighting. This was what he was supposed to say. Ha. Red Fox, I was waiting for you. I am the strong of the depth who has come to punish you. But he did not want to do that. He did not know what the strong of the depth was. But doing such thing just because he was taught about the region's name didn't seem fair. Come on, they're running in. Mino shouted, but Jaehwen shrugged. Technically speaking, Jaehwen never even made a promise. It was Mino who just ordered him what to do. Swords flew in. Kill them. Mino hugged Jaehwen and rolled to the side. Swords struck down on where they were lying and Mino shouted, come on, use your sword. The black one, get 'em with it. I don't have it. What? I don't have it. Jaehwen pointed at Kang Hun and Mino's eye opened in shock. The spirit weapon was in Kang Hun's hand. I let him borrow it. What? Why? He wanted to have a look while he stood guard. You let him take the weapon for that stupid reason? Of course he did not lend his weapon because of such reason. Jaehwen actually had a different purpose. I'll see how strong she is now. Jaehwen grinned as he watched the swords flying in. Chapter 15, Witch of Massacre, 5. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Kang Hun grinned and the men with swords circled around Mino. Stay still, we'll have some fun soon. Mino closed her eyes and looked down. It seemed as if she had given up on everything, but the assassins of the Dark Forest knew what happened to enemies when she made such a face. Mino's hands moved as the 3 men jumped at her. The movements were so quick that they weren't even visible. The 3 men excluding Kang Hun shook violently as if they had been struck with lightning and fell down. There were daggers in each of their chests. Kang Hun's face turned grim. Oh, I'm sorry. I may have thrown them too hard because I'm pissed. Mino smiled, but her words became more vicious as she spoke. I failed on luring the monster. This partner won't cooperate and the spirit weapon is in some fool's hands. So everything is working out not so pleasantly. Kang Hun felt his heart dropping as he heard the woman's ominous words. Why don't you return that sword to the owner? What if I won't? It's bad to have such weapon that's not suited for your level. You will face trouble. This weapon fits me better than that fool. You think so? Then I guess I have no choice. Mina took off her black robes and revealed her dark stealth cloth. Within her cloth, 7 daggers came out to float by themselves in the air. You will now face trouble. Kang Hun looked at her for a second and answered bitterly. Right, you really were the witch of Massacre, huh? Did you know? How can I not know? You lured all those monsters so easily. Only a fool would not know, Kang Hun answered as he gritted his teeth. Mino slapped her forehead and mumbled, damn it, leader will lecture me again. Then, a vicious aura of energy began radiating from within her. Mino, who was posing as non-adapter, was now exploding with spirit power only a high-level adapter could use. So, it is true that assassins from the Dark Forest can control their spirit power. You know a lot for being a grunt. Who asked for the job? Who cares? You guys killed too many non-adapters that there are so many who want you guys to die. What? There's no way Dark Forest would work for such. Then Kang Hun seemed to have realized something and asked, wait. The job. Was it a personal request? Why would it matter? If that is the case, you can't fight us. Which? What? Mino then felt something changing in the surroundings. The forests around had been suspicious for a while because she felt a lot of spirit powers. But it was distant and wasn't far from the village, so she didn't think it was anything serious. There was the possibility that they were hunters going out on a night hunt, but they were all gathering in one place. Mino's face turned pale. She remembered Kang Hun sending the messenger bird. You think I didn't ask for reinforcements when I have the witch from the Dark Forest and a man who killed a Bihorn with one attack? Well, I would not have asked for this much if I knew I would get hands on this spirit weapon so easily. Shadowy figures began showing themselves above the forest. There were a lot of them. Most were at least first stage adapters while some were in the second stage. And among them was someone who Mino wasn't sure if she could with a one-on-one fight against. It was a man with black cape and a hood. Black Fox, you're here too? Witch of Massacre. You're that bored? Think of it as an honor that half of the Red Fox gathered just to kill you. Clant the Black Fox. He was famous around the region for being a powerful third-stage adapter and the clan master of the Red Fox clan. This is so freaking great. She spoke, but the situation was dire. Mino counted the numbers of the enemies and asked without looking back. Hey, memory loss. Oh, wait. The Strong of the Depth. Are you there? The voice came from behind. Yes, I know it's a bit late, but I'm sorry. I just wanted to make it look like the Red Fox had been killed by the Strong of the Depth. I know. You did? Mino answered in surprise, and Jaehwen repeated what he memorized in an emotionless voice. Haha. Red Fox, I was waiting for you. I am the Strong of the Depth who has come to punish you. So you memorized it all but didn't do it? I might have used it if it was better worded. Mina grinned. Haha, I see. Well, I'm sorry I forced it on you. Mino smiled, but her voice became serious. I'm really sorry. There were a lot of mixed emotions in it. Jaehwen looked at Mino's back wordlessly. He knew she did not mean any harm. But it wasn't something that could be done just by saying sorry. Mino bit her lips and spoke. You should run. Why? Because I can't save you. That was her last way to repent. She knew that Jaehwen could not run. Jaehwen did not have any walking skill that would enable him to run out of this mess. So Mino threw something over her back. What is this? It's a stone of escape. You can teleport to nearest fortress. I only have one. So you should use it. What about you? Mino did not answer, and Jaehwen looked down at the stone. It looked very familiar. It had the shape of the stone that Jaehwen despised the most. But this wasn't the stone that would send him back to the past. This stone was to save someone of the present. It was the stone to save someone to have them move on to the future. Yunhwen apostrophe. Jaehwen thought of his friend. The friend whom he could not save at the 98th floor of the tower. Yunhwen also held on the stone at the time. He spoke as if it was the returning stone. but Jaehuen knew that it wasn't anything like it. What if Jaehuen handed this stone to Yunhuen at the time? Jaehuen clenched the stone as if the stone was the answer he had learned. The feeling of the stone's rough edges came to him as if it were alive. Jaehuen spoke. Hey, let me ask you one thing. What is it? Mino did not look back and answered in tense voice. If you could go back to the past, would you go? Mino became dumbfounded. Do you have to ask such thing at this time? She couldn't understand, but she answered without hesitation as if the answer had been made long ago. I will never go back. Why? Because I have lived so hard. She didn't go into any details, but Jaehuen felt like he understood her. If I die today. I'm not going back. However, that answer made Jaehuen's heart pound. She would not know that her answer just changed her entire fate. Yes. That will do. Jaehuen placed his hand on Mino's shoulder and walked up. Mino looked at him wordlessly. That was the step she could not dare to take, but Jaehuen stepped forward fearlessly. You will not die today. Chapter 16, Witch of Massacre, 6. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wait, you don't even have a sword. I have one more. Jaehuen pulled out a sword from his dimensional backpack. It was the dragon sword that he got from the 88th floor of the Tower of Nightmares. Mino shouted, that's not going to be enough. The fight erupted before she could finish. Adapters quickly lunged at once altogether. There were attacks from various weapons in a continuous strike. Some even had special skills that Mino recognized. Fire King's 14 strike. It was the main attack skill of the Fire King clan of the 10 Clan of Chaos. If trained to the extreme, it allowed the weapon to wield fire and burn the area. So, the Fire King clan really was selling skills to lower clans. The forest was burning. The fire of the Fire King burned everything in its path and the Mad Fox ran rampant from within. Jaehuen readied himself. Mino knew what he was trying to do. She needed to stop Jaehuen. A mere stab was not enough to defeat the Fire King's 14 strike. But Mino could not believe what she saw. She could not believe her 5 senses. The law of time was being distorted in front of her eyes. Void. Mino, who was right next to Jaehuen, was able to see it for just a slight moment. The swords rushing to Jaehuen were slowing down, and Jaehuen moved through them effortlessly. Am I dreaming? None of the attacks could land on Jaehuen's seemingly frail body. It seemed as if Jaehuen did not exist. Suspicion. Among the weapons, there was a way that was only shown to Jaehuen, the one line that was only visible to the one who is suspicious of the world. Jaehuen's sword moved. It was a stab, a mere stab. It wasn't anything grand, but with accurate, rhythmic movement, the blade slashed the enemies' bodies. Lightning flashed and brightened the darkness. 6 of the Red Fox members disappeared to dust. Damn it, kill him. The rest of them became frantic and began pairing up to attack. Fire King's 14 strike attacked from all 4 sides. A prison cell made from the fire. It was an attack that none would stand a chance against. Yet, Jaehuen came out from it unharmed. How? There was much more to it than him remaining unharmed from the fire. Understanding. The fire was now gathering at the end of his blade, as if it actually originated from his blade. Something bad was going to happen. Plant, the Black Fox, shouted as he felt an attack incoming. Everyone, get to cover. Then Jaehuen thrusted, but it wasn't just a simple stab. The air was extracted and grew silent. In that short silence, Clant and the other adapters felt their breath stop and their lungs getting struck. Clant had felt this feeling a few times during his lifetime. It was when he stood upon a leader of the 10 clan, the strongest of the chaos. As the air exploded, the flame shot out. The forest and humans alike burned as they were swept away by the storm of fire. Screams were covered by the explosions and broken trees and were scattered away. What was left after the fire was burnt ash. Mino had watched everything from start to finish. That was when she knew. Jaehuen had given the Bihorn corpse not because he was a fool. He had lent his spirit weapon not because he was a fool. The reason he didn't run even when he was cornered by all these adapters wasn't because he was a fool. He was just plainly too strong. Plant, who barely managed to hide behind the trees, mumbled, "Where did such man appear from?" He did get a report that a fool came with a spirit weapon while he was on the way to the witch hunt. But it wasn't a fool, it was a monster. After blocking the Fire King's 14 strike, he dismantled the skill and returned it with a more powerful attack. One simple attack eradicated half his team. Defending the middle level skill was possible for third stage adapter, but dismantling it and sending it back was unheard of. Clint couldn't even guess how strong the man was. Kang Hun stuttered as he saw Clint looking at him. This can't be true. Retreat. Kang Hun gritted his teeth. I have the spirit weapon. I probably can defeat him with this weapon. Clint glanced at the black sword that Kang Hun claimed to be a spirit weapon and shook his head. He's too powerful. That's not true. Kang Hun then charged toward Jaehwen. Jaehwen was approaching through the fire and Kang Hun used his best skill to attack. The weapon was powerful enough to kill a byhorn with a stab. With this weapon, he would surely. His attack was dodged easily. There was only the sound of his weapon swishing through the empty space. Kang Hun felt his energy fading until Juan effortlessly grabbed the blade. How? Kang Hun could not understand. After all, he had done during the past, after graduating from the tower, walked through the Great Lands, and came to chaos. Trained on his skills and gained status, he had endured so much. Kang Hun remembered Jaehwen's spirit power. Spirit power, 154. Most first stage adapters had an average of 1000, so it was nothing. How did you manage with such stats? Jaehwen's eyes narrowed. It had been a while since he heard of it. There was a time when he worked hard to increase his stats and level up. Those were in his tower days. He had worked so hard to gain stats and gather better items. Jaehwen understood Kang Hun, and that's why he could speak to him. That's why you're weak. What? Jaehwen walked up to him. As he got closer, Kang Hun stepped back out of fear. He could not understand the depth within Jaehwen's eyes. It was not something to be understood by numbers or stats. When Kang Hun came back to his senses, he was kneeling down. Jaehwen reached out and took the sword from Kang Hun and pointed the sword at the fleeing members of Red Fox. Stab. But it was much more serious. It was if he were demonstrating what was it like to use the skill. Kang Hun shivered as he knew what was going to happen. What are you? As his eyes filled with despair, a light was fired out from the blade, a powerful and vicious energy that seemed to be aimed at the world itself. Clint, who was running away in distance, looked back in shock, but it was too late. I can't believe. Clint fell to the ground with a hole in his chest. Similar sounds came from throughout the forest. That was the last thing Kang Hun was able to see. During the dark night, a bonfire was started. Mino looked up to the dark skies and reminisced about the old days. Mino, you're not fit to be an assassin. That was what she heard from the leader after her first failure. No. It was what she always heard each time she failed. The leader always spoke to her that her soft spot would be her doom. She wanted to deny it. Thus, she took the personal request even when it was forbidden. She intentionally took the hard jobs such as wiping out bandits and criminals, hoping to learn about being cold-hearted from them. After half-year of hunting down various criminals, she even acquired the title, Witch of Massacre. However, she wanted to ask today, hey leader, do you know that I'm alive because I'm not acting like an assassin? She then turned to Jaehwen, who was feeding the equipment he picked up to his weapon. He was mysterious. Who is he? The fight was still lingering in her eyes. She had never seen such a fight before. It was shame that she offered to let him run. Hey. Mino hesitated but soon decided to call Jaehwen. What are you really? Jaehwen glanced at her and looked back down on his sword. Can you tell me, please, about me? Jaehwen then looked at Mino and grinned. He then began to speak. You know about me already. What? Did you forget? He looked as if he was disappointed and Mino became confused. She could not remember him talking about himself or anything. As she was thinking, Jaehwen shook his head. Sadly, you seem to have lost your memory also. Huh? At least I'm not the only one who lost the memory. Mino then realized something and answered in dumbfounded voice. Were you really? She didn't imagine he would return what she did today at this moment. Mino laughed. Shame on you. Jaehwen didn't answer. Give me back my stone. I don't have it. Huh? Why? Because I lost it. What? It's expensive. How did you lose it? Jaehwen did not answer as Mino began speaking to him. The sounds of his sword eating away the equipment and Mino talking from his side were somehow very peaceful. It seemed Jaehwen had traveled back to the time that he had lost. A cool breeze brushed his hair and Jaehwen looked up to the sky. It was interesting. There were skies and stars. Jaehwen thought what he had been looking for was maybe like the night sky. Something that might prove that he was human in this unrealistic world. Do you really want to know about me? Mino stopped speaking all of a sudden. Then listen carefully. Mino nodded eagerly and Jaehwen spoke. I'm human. Are you kidding me? Mino tried to shout but Jaehwen asked. Are you human? Of course, I'm human. I mean, Jaehwen grinned. Then that's enough. What? It's enough. What do you mean? Mina tried to ask more but forgot what she was going to ask as she looked at Jaehwen. She had never seen a man that looked this lonely. As she looked at him for a while, she understood. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was enough. Jaehwen reached to his pocket. There was a small stone at the end of his fingers. It was small, but well crafted. Cold, but dense realism. The stone that only takes you to the present. The stone that tells you that the place you should return to is only the present. Jaehwen then dreamed of the old days, before the Tower of Nightmares appeared, before nobody tried to return to the past. It was harsh and sometimes full of despair, but nobody returned to the past. 1 month after escaping from the tower, Jaehwen had met a human for the first time. Chapter 17, Silverbind. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What do you know about their great lands, when you didn't even go into chaos? Huh? Me? I've never been there either. Gainach, Lord of Sloth. The next morning, Mino was dumbfounded when she heard from Jaehwen on their way to the nearest fortress. What did you want me to talk about? About you. What about me? I want to know what was it like when you cleared the Tower of Nightmares. It was a boring trip. So chatting between them was natural. Mina would have considered it as such, but the problem was the topic. Don't you think it's a bit rude to ask that all of a sudden? Asking what happened in the tower was a taboo between adapters. That's why people did not even mention it by the name Tower of Nightmares, and instead called it Roots. Nobody wanted to remember the time of when they were a product. It had been 8 years since Mino cleared the tower. But she still had nightmares from when she managed to survive through the roots. I want to listen to your story in return for saving your life. Mino bit on her lip and spoke. Okay. She thought about it for a second and began her story. My home world was called Darkle. 10 years ago, a Tower of Nightmares appeared in Mino's world 7651. She did not remember how it looked now, but what she remembered was that just like how her world was nothing special, so was the tower. It was one of the mass-produced towers created to cultivate. But the people's lives and deaths that happened within the tower weren't mass-produced. After beating the tutorial and the real game, she reached the 100th floor. There, she, along with her friends, met the demon, or cultivator. She still could not forget what the demon said after looking at them disinterestedly. Bah. This is a failure. You're all non-adapters. The forest was still dense. Jaehwen pushed on. What happened next? Mino seemed reluctant to continue. It's a common story of a girl getting out of the roots and surviving through the Great Lands. Care to go into details? Mino let out a deep sigh. If you insist. She still remembered her excitement when she set foot upon their Great Lands. Demons spoke to her. No money or education matters within their Great Lands. The only valuable thing was the numbers. It was the promised land after a long nightmare. Mino thought everything would turn out great. She thought with her items and skills, she would enjoy life on their Great Lands. But she was mistaken. Their Great Lands was not the utopia that the demons spoke of. Mino had to gather skills instead of money and increased spirit power instead of education. More, better, and higher. And Mino was a non-adapter, not to be associated with such words. She was at the far bottom of the food chain, so there was only one thing she could do. She always had to run, and run. After that is, as you know, most people come to chaos for similar reasons. Mino frowned as she spoke. seemingly pained to have to reminisce about her past. "You're cruel to make me remember of all that. I'm sorry, but I wanted to hear it." Jaehwen did not need Mino's story. What he wanted was the common story of adapters who cleared the Tower of Nightmares. "It's okay. I'll just consider it as having paid my debt for you saving me yesterday. Besides, it wasn't all that bad to speak of it. I think time really did pass quicker." Mino seemed refreshed as she spoke. It was as if she just finished a long novel that she had been hesitating to read. One forest ended and another forest began. Now there were more shallow trees. Mino then spoke as if she was waiting. "Okay, it's your turn now." "My turn? Shouldn't we play fair? I talked about mine, so you should talk about yours." She was about to say that she would consider it as repayment but changed her mind. "You still want to know who I am?" Mina grinned. "No, I just want to know about your story." Knowing about a person meant one needed to know the story behind them. It was obvious that who he was would be shown from his story. Jaehwen thought she suited the name Fox more than those Red Fox members that he killed yesterday. "Did you forget that I lost my memory?" "You and your memory loss. Are you still upset about what I did yesterday?" Jaehwen shook his head and Mino eyed him strangely. Jaehwen did mention he did not know anything about chaos. However, that was strange. There was a possibility of someone not knowing about chaos, if he was outside, but anyone inside it should know. That was the kind of world chaos was. "So you don't have any memory of when you walked into chaos? I mean, any memory of the Great Lands?" "You can say that." He had never been to the Great Lands, so he was not lying. Then Mino looked at Jaehwen with an expression that he saw for the first time on her face. It seemed, "If that's true, I envy you." It was the expression of someone who was truly envious. "What?" "I envy that you don't have any memory of that place." Jaehwen became curious and asked, "What part about memory loss do you envy?" "Most people here will envy you also." "Why?" Mino did not answer. Then a tower that seemed to belong to the fortress appeared in the distance. They were nearing their destination. "That's Gorgon Fortress. It's the largest one around here." Jaehwen felt strange looking at the walls of the fortress. So, even within chaos, there were groups of people living in communities. It seemed the world still had basic human civilization. Most people come to chaos for similar reasons. Jaehwen became curious. Under what circumstances did Mino come here to have said that? Jaehwen asked about it casually. Then, he realized he had made a mistake. "You asked how I came here?" It was a cold voice. Mino's expression was frozen solid. "You will regret that you even asked once you find out the answer to that." She then walked ahead. The forest ended and there was now a medieval castle in front of them. He had never seen a fortress as large as this. The atopos that humans built to the 50th floor was probably a shack compared to this. The walls had various traces of reinforcements and repairs that showed that the fortress had been standing here for quite some time. But there was an interesting place by the entrance. It had a great magic rune. Jaehwen felt something familiar from it. He knew a similar place. It was similar to the summoning ground of the first floor of Tower of Nightmares. I don't want to die. Save me." On the magic rune, naked people were cowering. Some were grabbing their chests and wailing, while others were moaning in pain. Some had destroyed faces as if they had been attacked, while some seemed to be sleeping peacefully. But Jaehwen knew at once. They all had different expressions, but they were in fact, in one emotion. Jaehwen knew when people felt such an emotion. At that time, the rune shone and another group of people appeared on top of it. People naked, shivering in fear, screaming, moaning in despair. He felt a chill run down his spine. "So, they are." "Do you know what you asked me now?" Mino seemed pained from even watching. "You asked how I came to chaos. Don't you ever ask that to anybody here?" Mino then took a dagger out from her clothes and made a small cut on her pinky finger. The blood spilled out from her finger and into the air. Then it became white powder and disappeared. In this world, the spirit disappeared into white particles. It wasn't surprising as he had seen it hundreds of times and also saw when he killed Red Fox. But that's why he forgot. He had forgotten that the human body did not disappear. They bled and died in agony. They did not disappear into powder. Jaehwen finally understood the truth of this world. "I see, so people here already have." Jaehwen looked at the summoning ground with a sad expression and Mino nodded. "Welcome to the world of the dead, chaos. Chapter 18, Silverbind, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. There, Great Lands, the Promised Land. Adapters who had lived for some time within the land knew what the Promised Land stood for. The land did not promise any chances, but promised one thing. It was related to death. You can only come here when you die. Jaehwen realized why he wasn't able to move to the Great Lands, and had instead come to Chaos. If he had his body, he would have been able to move on to the Great Lands. But Jaehwen broke out of the tower after clearing the tutorial with only his spirit. That was why Tree of Imagery categorized him as a dead man and sent him here. It was the place where all spirits withered away from the Great Lands gathered. That was Chaos. Jaehwen looked at the naked people who were sent out in spirit form. They got out of the roots but were sent to the trunk. Most of them were men but some were women. However, they all had looks of despair. Some of them did not even realize that they were dead. So, this is the last chance given by the damn Great Lands. Mino spoke as she looked upon the summoning ground. If you die here, you're finished. The spirit will be sent as nutrients for the tree. There are no more chances. Jaehwen thought about the Red Fox members who had scattered away. So, the people here still have a chance? Yes. Is there a way to find a body? It's a really small chance, but if you survive here, it seemed brutal. Even after death, you still needed to find a way to survive. Mino looked bitter as she at the people. That's why she's envious of me. She, too, had come here upon her death. It was a memory that no one wanted to think. Jaehwen's question, how did you come to Chaos? Meant that he was asking, how did you die? The rune faded and soldiers came over the bridge from the fortress entrance. Damn, there's a lot this time also. Let's get to work. A bearded man in a uniform shouted and soldiers began working to hold up the wounded. Hey, get yourself together. You died because you're so helpless. The newcomers were escorted into the fortress by the soldiers. It seemed that it was their job to take care of the dead. Hey, put this on and go stand in the line. Tens of people lined up in front of the office. Upon a small stage in front of the office stood the bearded man. He looked around and then spoke. You all probably know where you are by now. You might be thinking that it's not true, but it is. You all are really dead. Most of you probably died in the first battle of the Great Lands. Your heads were probably crushed or your intestines were blown out like insects. Everyone's expressions became grim. What he said was true. Most of the people standing there had died as soon as they entered their Great Lands. Do any one of you know why you died? Nobody answered as the bearded man stayed silent. He took out a cigarette from his clothing and lit it. He was giving them time to find a reason. It allowed them to come to a conclusion. Some of the women were shaking with cold as the rags that covered them weren't enough. The bearded man threw his cigarette to the ground and stepped on it. Then one of the men asked with a shaky voice, was it because we were weak? It seemed like he was being crushed from within just by saying it. The bearded man scoffed. Yes, but to be more precise. He drew in everyone's attention. You all died like insects because you did not put in enough work. The people began to mumble to each other. They disagreed. Every one of them here had put in enough work. The Tower of Nightmares wasn't easy to clear if they did not try. Some even glared at the bearded man. You look like you don't agree. Think about it. Did you try really hard? To your last breath? He intentionally emphasized the word last. You have died once, so now you will know. You, after getting killed with your intestines gutted open, head chopped off, being raped and left for dead, will know. You will know what I mean by dying breath. The people moaned and cried. The memories of their deaths were still fresh. They could not look at the bearded man. He was right after all. After they died, they now realized that they had never tried so hard to the point where it might kill them. But you all are lucky. You will be given another chance. A chance to try harder. Some looked up at him. You need to know only one thing. If you die here, you will really die. Those were terrifying words for the people who had died once. So what you need to do here is only one thing. Survive. Keep surviving. Survive. Live. And work on your skills. Empower yourself. Wait for a chance. Wait and grow in power. That's when the miracle will come. I assure you, the ones who try hard will get a chance to leave the Tree of Imagery. Try hard to avenge your enemy. Do what it takes to return what you have suffered. That is all I can say. The people who listened were speechless. Some even shivered. The speech was over. The soldiers around them clapped emotionlessly. Then, They began guiding the newcomers into the office. Men, this way. Women, that way. Come. The soldiers approached the bearded man as he came down from the stage. It was a great speech. What a great speech it was, Lieutenant. The bearded man took the water from the soldier and mumbled, "Nah." He was uninterested. He had probably repeated the same speech over hundreds of times. The words all sounded great, but he knew they were all lies. No one among them would be able to leave this tree of imagery, like everyone did when they were in their great lands. Most would die on their first hunt, and those who survived would continue to barely live, like himself. Then someone said, "James, that was some speech. I thought you only did that when you ask girls out." James narrowed his eyes. There was a man and a woman approaching the gate. The woman was a beauty. She wore a black robe and had bright red hair. There was no way he would not remember such a beautiful girl. "Did you forget me already?" "Come on, James." Something flashed in his head and the woman's features changed. Long black hair and glistening eyes. Pale skin that was almost white. James brightened up. "Wow, who do we have here? Isn't it Mino from the Dark Forest?" Mino frowned as she quickly changed her features again. "Don't say that out loud." Jaehwen glanced at James and Mino. It seemed the two of them knew each other. "So, you're now a lieutenant captain?" "Yeah. That's why I did that speech." James scanned Mino's body up and down as if he was starting a check at the gate. "I waited too long for your speech to end. It would be great if you let us pass quickly." James grinned. "What brings you all the way to the north entrance? Don't you normally use the other side?" "Yeah, I just happened to come this way today." Mino didn't seem to want to go into detail and quickly answered, "I don't need to identify myself, right? You know my face." Jaehwen then looked at Mino. She then sighed and smiled. "You don't know about identify also?" Jaehwen nodded, and Mino sent another whisper. "Everyone entering the fortress must identify themselves. You usually pop up the user details to prove it. You know how to do that, right?" Jaehwen had not done it, so he did not know. But he had a bigger problem. He could not use the interface system at all. Ever since he had broken out from the Tower of Nightmares, he could not use any of the abilities related to the interface system. That was when Lieutenant James spoke. "Mino, huh? I'm sorry, but things have changed." "What? What do you mean?" "Our policies have changed. We need certification from everyone who enters the fortress now." "Certification?" Mino looked confused. "You mean the old certification that Big Brother used to distribute?" "Yeah." "Why? Wasn't it gone after we were allowed to use the interface system within the tree of imagery?" "I heard that the system has some problems right now and doesn't work properly." Mino then remembered her skill to identify failed. She thought her skill was broken, but it seemed like it was related to this. "Anyway, there are a lot of cases where the user status window is corrupted. That's why all the fortresses in Chaos now requires certification to identify themselves." "Why now?" It was annoying. Mino ranted and looked at Jaehwen. "Hey, do you have certification?" Jaehwen did not answer. "I guess you don't." Then something came up in her mind. There were a lot of instances where the man made some rude mistakes, such as asking about her past and asking taboo questions. Mino grinned teasingly. "James, huh? I forgot my certification. But won't this do? We're not strangers after all." Mino smiled and handed James something. It was an envelope with white powder. James looked at it and answered, "Good medicine." "How many horns was this?" "By horn, you must be having good hunts these days." James smiled as he accepted the envelope, stuffed it into his pocket, satisfied. He then turned to Jaehwen and asked, "Is he your friend?" "I don't know him." Mino walked past James and grinned teasingly. He said he lost his memory, or something." Jaehwen stood without a word and James spoke. "Then I need your certification." "I don't have it." "Huh? Then you can't come in." "Do you need it?" James and the other soldiers became dumbfounded. "Of course, because I can't prove myself." "Right. But I can prove to myself that I am me." "Why do you need anything else?" "Haha, are you trying to fool around with me?" The soldiers began closing in as they gripped their weapons. Mino grinned as she watched from the entrance of the wall. "Why don't you ask me for help now?" "If you want, I can help you." Even if Jaehwen was powerful, He was only an individual who needed to follow the rules of this world. This world had rules. Maybe I overdid it. Even without a certification, it was easy for her to persuade 1 or 2 soldiers. But something weird happened. The energy changed within Jaehwen. His left foot stepped back and he lowered his shoulders. It was a slight change that only Mino noticed. And if he were to lay his hands on the swords. Wait. Mino quickly used whisper. Wait. Don't do that. She sounded desperate. I know you're strong, but you will become a criminal if you kill them. Jaehwen didn't seem to want to budge and Mino bit her lip. You can't fight the whole fortress. Do you know what that means? However, that did not change Jaehwen's stance. The foolish soldiers did not know. But Mino shook at the powerful presence gathering within Jaehwen. It even gave her an illusion of Jaehwen killing everyone here and strolling in. The devastation from yesterday came back to her. The terrifying stab that burned the entire forest. Mino realized she had made a mistake. This man wasn't just strong. He was also not bound by any laws. She knew then that he would draw his sword. He would kill all the soldiers and if needed, fight the entire fortress. The matter of if he could win or not didn't seem to bother him. Mino became pale. Chapter 19, Silverbind, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Killing soldiers was easy for high-ranked adapters in Chaos. The problem was what came after. Fighting the fortress. This was very different from fighting against an individual or a clan. The fortress worked as an administrator who controlled the interface system and information about adapters. A fortress meant it was a world. The leaders of the 10 clan could kill high-ranking adapters single-handedly, but they would not attempt such a foolish action. There was no benefit to it. Mino realized that this man would not care about any of that. Wait, James. He's my friend. Didn't you say you don't know him? I was just fooling around. Mino answered quickly, smiling awkwardly. Please, can you let him pass? James looked at the man again. It seemed like he was only a rookie in Chaos. James, with his job to teach newcomers, did not want to let the man go after he did something that he was not allowed to do. What if I say no? It will mean death for all of you, you fool. But she couldn't say that. Her joke was now endangering a man's life. I'll treat you once if you let it go this time. No. Mino bit her lip. What's with you? I'll pay more if you need it. Do you want a horn? James narrowed his eyes at Mino's overeagerness. You doing that makes him more suspicious. I'll take him to the captain. Mino frowned. All gates of the fortress had a captain. Most of them were powerful enough to easily handle first or second stage adapters. The one at this northern gate was the most famous among the gates. People called him Carlton the Stubborn. Mino had to go through a series of annoyances because of him in the past. Carlton was infamous. But it wasn't because he was violent, rude, or corrupted. It was the opposite. No gate captain was innocent and Carlton was no exception. Born within the subfamily of the Sky People, the ones who inherited the blood of angels, Carlton was a person who went by the book. That was the problem. The gate captains needed to be corrupt. They needed to be bribed to let criminals pass. That would allow the fortress underground markets to thrive, allowing the officials in the fortress to gain more profit. However, Carlton never allowed any unjust habits. That was why people avoided coming through the northern gate. Even innocent people had been taken in for simple mistakes. Mino looked at Jaehwen. If he meets Carlton, it will be the end for him. One was an outlaw who did not abide by the rules, and the other was a sky person who did not let such things happen. She felt sweat rolling down her back. James, he's not a bad person. You're mistaken. Come on. Mino began to explain frantically. This person saved me. You know the Red Fox clan, right? He killed them all single-handedly. Killed the Red Fox clan alone? Yeah? He's not suspicious. James looked at Jaehwen again. He seemed to have a good sword, but other than that, he looked like a beggar. It makes him more suspicious, you know. No, I mean, hey, you should say something. Jaehwen narrowed his eyes at that. It seemed that he was also enjoying the moment. Mino-sensei, whisper. Come on. I was just joking around. Mino begged and Jaehwen answered, she speaks the truth. Mino frowned. Please, explain in detail. Tell him how you killed them and where. Jaehwen did not answer and James scoffed. Another whisper was sent to Jaehwen. Come on. Please. I'm sorry. Okay. Mino then saw Jaehwen focus on someone approaching. A powerful spirit energy was approaching. It was the person that made her efforts useless. It was a tall, fair-skinned, handsome man, other than a silvery wing on his back. He looked just like a human. The most stubborn one within the Gorgon fortress. Mino became grim as James brightened up. What is going on here? It was Captain Carlton the Stubborn. After hearing what happened, Carlton scratched his clean chin. It was his habit when he was thinking. He was famous not only for being stubborn but also for his handsomeness. It was beautiful to see how he gently touched his chin with his blonde hair tied behind him. Some sculptors even sculpted Carlton touching his chin and sold them to the women in the fortress. The most famous of all was Carlton in deep thought. But to Mino, he was just a stubborn, annoying gate captain. So, Captain, he killed the Red Fox clan. Everything's fine about the Red Fox clan now. Thank you. Mino closed her mouth. The situation had gotten worse. Carlton asked Jaehwen, so, you want to enter our fortress? Yeah, but you don't have a certificate. Right. Then you can't enter. Why? Carlton closed his mouth. Why was he asking the obvious? He couldn't understand it. He had been doing this for over 55 years. And no one asked such an obvious question. It was just not possible. There was no reason for it. However, Carlton seemed happy to hear that question. Mino slapped her forehead. It was time for that. Carlton opened his mouth. If you cannot prove yourself with a certificate, a captain has the right to turn a visitor away. It is written in Chapter 27. The fourth line of Gorgon Entrance Code of Law, and according to Chapter 34, the soldiers became excited. It's here, Captain's Stubborn Encyclopedia of Law. It's been a while since I've heard it. How does he memorize all that? I sometimes think it might be a lie. Doesn't it sound different every time? The soldiers seemed excited because they trusted their captain. The one that adapters agreed to be the strongest of the gate captains was obviously Carlton. For the past 55 years, not once was his gate breached. Nobody knew how strong Carlton was. And according to the law in Chapter 2, line 7, we can take custody of the traveler. Jaehwen interrupted him. Stop, I get it. The guards immediately turned to Jaehwen. So you want to arrest me? Everyone moaned. No one had spoken like that to Carlton in the last 10 years. Carlton did not change his expression, but every soldier knew. Carlton was really angry now. If you do not have the certification, I might have to do that. Why do I need that to prove myself? Because you need it. Everyone here uses it to prove themselves. What does it contain? Your true name, organization, class, skills and status, criminal record, corruption rate of the spirit, and then I really don't need that certification. Carlton raised his eyebrows. Everyone in Chaos had a certification and used it to identify themselves. It was one of the few ways to prove themselves in Chaos. But this man was denying its importance. I don't understand you. How are you going to prove yourself? I won't prove myself. Carlton was shocked. It was a rare case for an adapter to be this defiant throughout his 55 years of duty. Most adapters could not resist the bind that his law readings gave them. He didn't just read the laws for no reason. Skill. Order of law. It was a skill only a few people in the fortress could acquire. Carlton was the only one who was allowed to learn, even though he was only a gate captain. Even third-stage adapters could not resist his order of law. However, this man easily ignored it. What was weirder was that it was Carlton who had received damage by using the skill, a spirit that not even order of law could break through. Carlton was astonished. He seems to be proving himself by not proving himself. How was that possible? Then, I, Gate Captain Carlton, will arrest you under the Gorgon Gate Code of Law, Chapter 2, Line 7. Carlton's hands began to be covered in a silver aura. The silvery net shot out from his hands and wrapped Jaehwen's entire body. The guards shouted in excitement. It was a rare sight. Wow! If Carlton in deep thought was the favorite for women collectors, then there also was the wealthy collector's favorite, a sculpture of Carlton covered with a silver aura. Carlton of the Silver Bind. The motive for the sculpture was standing in front of them. Silverbind was another one of Carlton's nicknames, the unique skill of the Sky People, Silverbind. This was the best skill Carlton had. It bound the target no matter how powerful the target was. However, Carlton was shocked yet again. The net aura that was shot out at Jaehwen dissipated into smoke and disappeared as it touched him. But how? There were some who had resisted, order of law, as some adapters had powerful spirit power. But even they were powerless against Silverbind. Everyone who disobeyed the Gorgon code of law was evil who could not be freed with the Silverbind's power. But Silverbind was now saying that this man was not evil. Mina took the chance to interrupt them. Captain, he has the certificate but he just forgot about it. I'll make sure he carries it around if you let him go this once. Please. Mino's small shoulders were shaking and her hands were pale. Jaehwen looked at Mino. If she was doing to this extent, the fortress seemed to hold great power. Code of law apostrophe. Jaehwen then changed and let go of his powers. Mino brightened up. Finally. He's listening. It wasn't anything troubling actually. All he needed to do was to follow the captain and provide information through the interface and receive a new certificate. Good. I will follow your code of law. Mino became worried that he was too willing, but Carlton nodded. Good. So, I will now arrest. Jaehwen shook his head. No. I don't need to be arrested. What? Don't I just need to do what this woman did? Mino flinched. What did she do? She immediately turned pale. Wait. However, Jaehwen already took something out from his backpack and threw it to Carlton. Carlton caught it easily. Take that and let me go. That will do. Right? I saw that you all seemed to be doing that. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was even more interesting to see James, whose eyes met Jaehwen's. Damn bastard. Carlton was looking down at the thing that Jaehwen threw to him. What's wrong? Isn't everyone doing this? That's what I saw a while ago. Code of law. Everyone knew, but not all followed. Jaehwen spoke again. Isn't it enough? Then take this also. Another thing was thrown at Carlton, as Mino shouted in a whisper, what's wrong with you? The air became cold as James and the other soldiers who knew about the bribery became pale. We have to kill him now. If Carlton knew what they had been doing, they knew that this would not end lightly. James took up his weapon. How dare you try to bribe the captain? You fool. Captain, we should kill him now. This was one thing that could never be done to Carlton the Stubborn. A total of 154 adapters tried to bribe Carlton and had lost their lives. And this was the 155th one. However, Carlton did not budge. Did you say you're Jaehwen? Carlton stared at the teal gem in his hand for a long time. Then, something unexpected happened. He suddenly became polite. You sure know how to crack a joke. I was waiting for you. The Messenger of the Greens, Chapter 20, Silverbind, 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What happened? Captain allowed someone without a certificate to enter. Did he get bribed? Be quiet. The soldiers seemed to be in shock as James glared at Jaehwen, apostrophe who the hell is he? And after a while, Mino and Carlton walked out of the office. Mino seemed she had been shaken as she definitely had a hard time going through there. Order of law. Mino, you should always carry the certificate and never bribe again. I would have to punish you, but I'm letting you go because Jaehwen asked me to. Mino looked lifelessly at Jaehwen as Carlton continued. Jaehwen has proved his identity. It was the object Jaehwen threw at Carlton. It was the Stone of Forgotten Spirit, created by one of 5 renowned families of Great Lands, the Greens. It was mostly used by members of the Greens to prove their identity, but there was a reason why it was famous. The stone would boost an adapter's spirit power when carried around with them. The one he threw at Carlton was powerful enough to change a non-adapter into a first-stage adapter. That was enough to prove Jaehwen's identity. These stones have been examined, so I will return it to you. You don't need it. You should not give it away to anyone. You should value what you have. Messenger of the Greens. Carlton handed over the 2 stones to him. After guiding Jaehwen and Mino inside, he took out something that looked like a temperature measurement device. This checks the corruption level of the spirit. Everyone must be tested with this, just in case. Jaehwen looked at Mino as she would usually explain in this case. But Mino still looked lifeless. She will be like that for a while since she was punished with their order of law. Jaehwen nodded. I will start with Mino. The machine beeped for a while and then a floating small screen displayed in the air. Result. Caution. Corruption has exceeded 15%. Recommend taking medication. Carlton became grim. Mino, according to Chapter 8. Mino then took out some medicine and swallowed the pills with a deadpan face. It was then Jaehwen's turn. He felt something quickly surging through him while the device beeped. It seemed Carlton had never seen such a device before. Is he a corrupted spirit? The result popped up. Result: cannot measure corruption level. Carlton became dumbfounded and apologized to Jaehwen. I'm sorry. Let me try again. Result: cannot measure corruption level. Carlton fell silent. This machine never made any errors. Not once since the device was created had he heard that it make an error. The only occasion where the device could not measure was when the spirit's corruption level was at 0%. 0% wasn't something that could be achieved just by eating good medicine. No one in this fortress had such a pure spirit. Carlton seemed to understand. I see, that's why my silver bind did not work on you. I have never seen such a pure spirit like you. Carlton remembered that all of his skills were useless against Jaehwen. Everything is done. You can go now. Jaehwen did not leave. He opened his mouth. Captain, can we really just let them go? James asked as he saw the two of them disappear. He could not understand. James, didn't you know that ones from Green are coming to Chaos? Yes. But there's no way they would not know. All 5 renowned families sent a message to the fortress before they visited Chaos. They were the only ones, along with their nightmares, who could visit Chaos without paying the price of death. James knew that they were coming. But he doesn't look like he's from the Greens. Green skin and 2 antennae. The people of Greens looked very distinct. Carlton nodded. Right. He doesn't look like them at all. Then how do you know if he is from the Greens? Carlton smiled bitterly and asked, James, do you know what their Stone of Forgotten Spirit does? Doesn't it increase an adapter's power? Right. Everyone knew about the stone. All adapters wished to put their hands on it. Then do you know about its traits? James became dumbfounded, but Carlton took off his white gloves and showed his hands. It was as if his palms had been burned. It wasn't a burn, but James knew what it was. Corruption. James could not believe it. Corruption was like a plague that existed within Chaos. Everyone in Chaos would rack up corruption little by little, just by living here, and when it reached 100%, they would meet with a fate more horrific than death. But there were ways to defend against it. It was to eat the horns. Those who took those medicine created using the horns were allowed to live longer, and Carlton was the one with the cleanest of spirits within this fortress. However, his spirit was corrupt, only at the palm. James took out medicine from his pocket frantically and powdered Carlton's hand. It was the medicine he got from Mino. Is this from the stone? Carlton nodded. James, have you seen anyone other than the Greens holding the stone? James thought about it. He had never seen anyone else. Isn't it weird? Why won't others try to take it as their own? That definitely was weird. There were Greens who traveled alone, and if they all had those stones, some might have attacked them in order to take the stones for themselves. It's because of the corruption. Carlton nodded again. Yes, no one other than the Greens can handle those stones. They are the only ones who are allowed to carry the stones without corrupting their spirits. If that was true, then it wasn't weird for Carlton to consider him to be from the Greens. But I have never seen Greens without antennae. Carlton smiled bitterly and hid the silver wing behind his back. James, who do I look like now, huh? James then understood. Carlton JV, a crossbreed of the Sky People and humans. Since he was half human, he was not born with the Sky People's unique traits of long pointy ears and a gem on the forehead. All he had inherited was the silver wing. Without it, there was no telling that he wasn't human. Right, if that man is like him apostrophe. That was when James stopped. But, the stubborn, let go of him for that petty reason? James looked at Carlton. You seemed unconvinced. I'm sorry. No, your suspicion is well placed. What? I would not have let him pass under normal circumstances. James then realized something. Was there an order from the inner castle? Yes, they were in a hurry. They will go look for those two, as I already sent a message. Whether he's from the Greens or not, He carries the stone and he can use it, so it won't matter. The stone of forgotten spirit. The stone that empowers an adapter's spirit power. The stone that corrupts anyone other than the greens. Finding one who could use such a stone was important. James suddenly thought of something. Is it related to the master's sickness? I don't know the details, but he was certain that something was going to happen in Gorgon. Carlton recalled the conversation with Jaehwen. I don't know what you are up to. I'm not that greens person. You must know that. Of course I do. Is it okay to let me go then? Isn't it against your justice? Carlton smiled. Soon, our justice will meet again. Carlton then remembered Jaehwen's terrifying energy. It was that energy that made Carlton exit the office quickly. He didn't know why, but the man seemed to want to fight him. No, maybe what he wanted to fight was apostrophe. Carlton then looked at the wall of the fortress. If Jaehwen did not give him the stones, or if he had drawn his sword, what would have happened? Carlton wasn't sure. Oh, and James. Yes, sir. Jaehwen told me that you are the one who took the bribe. That is, according to the Code of Law, Chapter 34. James frowned. Chapter 21, World of 1%. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. There's a world that you can never reach just by trying. Massacre ad. In Chaos, there were outposts that allowed adapters to rest while hunting. The most famous among them was the Three Palaces Fortress. The four fortresses had considerably easier entry and allowed settlements that a lot of adapters loved to visit. Gorgon Fortress was one of those four. I should have just fought him. Jaehwen thought about Carlton reading the law to him. Jaehwen did not trust anyone who spoke of laws, even back in his tower. There were a lot who worked in law-related fields. All humans within the tower are equal. They first began creating laws to protect the weak. It seemed reasonable to create laws as the tower was completely divided from the outside world. They made many laws and some even seemed to protect the weak. But it was a lie. The laws became things that only those who made them could understand, and people fell prey to the laws that they did not even know about. They had to pay heavy taxes and had to hunt in controlled areas under the guise of protection. They were also only allowed to acquire weak skills and weapons. The laws that worked considering all humans as equal had succumbed to skills, status, items, and levels. The laws were weak against the strong, vicious against the weak, and became complicated to keep in place. When the tower was at its limit because of the society that the laws had created, the ones who created those laws disappeared into the past. They were abandoned. Jaehwen made one law after the 85th law. All humans live today. That was the law he had been following all this time. Anyway, this place is too complicated. Jaehwen frowned. He also had a burden. Mino still seemed to be dazed. She, however, did follow Jaehwen as he walked. It was annoying to take her with him, but he didn't feel good to leave her be when she was the first human that he had met. Jaehwen decided to walk around until Mino came back to her senses. He walked through merchants selling various herbs, equipment, and various foods. I haven't seen the castle master recently. I heard he's sick. After a long walk through many merchants, Jaehwen realized he had lost his way. He was now in a back alley of the bazaar. Deep in the alley, people that looked like gangsters were inhaling the medicine that Mino took. Where the hell am I? Jaehwen activated suspicion and understanding. It was so he could gather any information he heard from his surroundings. However, he ran into a problem. It was his first time visiting such a crowded place. He was bombarded with information and received a headache. That was when he obtained an important piece of information. Hey, it's about time you woke up. Mino slowly came back to her senses. Why am I here? Don't ask and lead the way. I'm having a headache. Mino looked around and then guided Jaehwen. Let's go that way first. As they walked out to the alleyway, they arrived at a big road with fewer people. Jaehwen felt his headache disappearing. Good. You can go now. Don't you think that's rude? She now remembered everything that had happened. Mino's face blushed. You're a hindrance. Mino shouted, I was just trying to tease you. Mino then felt every strand of her hair rise as Jaehwen glared at her. I'm sorry. It was too much for a simple tease. After all, Jaehwen did save her life. The incident that they had just gone through might not have happened if Mino hadn't tried to tease him. I'm really sorry. Mino looked at Jaehwen, but he did not answer. She waited for an answer, but she realized that Jaehwen always did not answer. She didn't even know who he was. The one thing that she knew was that he was a human. He was the kind to ask, not to answer. He asked if she would go back to the past, and he also asked why would he need the certificate to prove himself. He asked questions that she had never even thought about. That was all that Mino knew about Jaehwen. Where are you going now? It doesn't concern you. Tell me anyway. Mino looked hurt from such a cold refusal. I need to find something. What is it? Maybe I can be of help. Jaehwen paused for a second and answered. Nightmare. It was a name Mino had not heard for a long time. The beings that were called creators, in their great lands. The beginning of every nightmare. What are you going to do when you find them? Jaehwen did not answer. Avenge them. Mino thought Jaehwen might actually do that. You won't understand even if I explained. Mino opened her mouth to speak, but closed it. She figured asking more questions might anger Jaehwen, and she probably wouldn't understand anyway if she heard the reason. It's hard to come across even in their great lands. They never stay in one place either. So, they're not here? There might be one if you look through chaos. They are one of the few who can enter the tree of imagery without dying. It was interesting information, but it made sense. The Tower of Nightmares was a part of the tree, but there was a demon on the 100th floor. He was sure that these cultivators, or creators, knew how to access the tree without dying. I can't guarantee anything. Mino spoke after hesitating for a long time. I know a place where a nightmare might be at. Where is that? There's a blacksmith. The one made by Nightmare. Jaehwen looked at his frost dragon sword. He needed to stop by a blacksmith anyway. Oh, Mino nodded. Carrying around that kind of valuable sword without a scabbard would draw too much attention. Shall I lead the way then? Jaehwen nodded as he gripped his sword. Yeah. But after I beat those that have been following us for a while. Jaehwen turned. At the corner, there were the ruffians that were sniffing medicine back in the alleyways. The man who seemed like their leader walked up. Leader, it's him. Ha ha, we got you now. Bring that sword too. As they took out their swords, Jaehwen stabbed with his sword. The head of their leader turned into white powder and dissolved away. After a moment, 10 ruffians all disappeared into white powder and dispersed. I think there was one hiding that was not a ruffian apostrophe. One was watching him from the top of the structure. He was noticed when Jaehwen used suspicion. Jaehwen also knocked him unconscious while he was dealing with the ruffians. He didn't kill him because he wasn't a threat. Mino spoke in astonishment. It's really amazing every time I see it. How do you manage to do everything by just stabbing? That's the only skill I have. You're kidding. No, aren't there various types of stabs? Yeah, slight stab, regular stab, strong stab. What did you just use? A slight stab. The ruffians were strong, considering that they were just fools lingering on the streets. Most were non-adapters, but a few seemed to be at the first stage. However, they were killed by a slight stab. Mino remembered when Jaehwen wiped out the Red Fox clan and asked, have you only used slight stab until now? No, I used regular stab once. Mino thought it was when he wiped out the Red Fox clan. But it wasn't. I killed that 5-horned wolf with regular stab. Jaehwen also remembered that he had the horn of that 5-horned wolf. It was the strongest enemy he had ever faced after he came to chaos. The wolf did not die even after being struck by multiple slight stabs, but it was killed in one hit with a regular stab anyway. Well, I have seen someone who uses only one skill. Like you. Like me? Yeah, but he uses slash. An adapter that only used slash. Jaehwen became interested and was about to ask, but was cut off by the faint sound of metal being hammered from a distance. It had been a long time since he had heard such a sound. Jaehwen remembered his friend Jay and his blacksmith. Jaehwen loved hearing the hammering sound from Jay's blacksmith as he dived into the temple's holy water. It wasn't music, but it was a calming sound that gave him peace. Even after Jay disappeared, the memory of that sound stayed in Jaehwen's mind. Maybe it was because of the sound that allowed Jaehwen to press on and eventually break through the 100th floor. That's the biggest blacksmith in Gorgon. Twilight's Fall. That was the name of the place. The people of the Great Lands had once discussed this topic. Who are the best artisans in the Great Lands? The best artisans, after a long discussion, were unanimously decided as their nightmares. If lords were the most powerful beings in their great lands, nightmares were the best artisans within their great lands. 500 nightmares that were called high artisans, and the 13 nightmares that were called master artisans were considered the best creators in their great lands. Twilight's Fall was a blacksmith shop made by the top-ranking high artisan, Egnell of the Deep Fall. Jaehuen looked around and nodded in satisfaction. This was a much better quality blacksmith than the one in Atopos. The inside was large and all the tools were top quality. Tens of artisans were working on various projects and the furnace at the center radiated an intense heat. So, a nightmare made this place? Yeah? Then, it might be here. Maybe. One of the apprentices, who was in charge of talking to customers, came and greeted them. It was a young, healthy-looking man. Welcome. Are you a nightmare? The apprentice frowned at the question. Nightmare only meant one person. Mino quickly stepped up to interrupt. I'm sorry, he's not really bright on such things. Oh, I see. Mino smiled brightly and the apprentice accepted her apology. He's a human no matter how you look. Jaehuen did not answer. What brings you here? I came to meet their nightmare. You mean Chief Blacksmith? The apprentice seemed troubled. He's not in his seat right now. Where did he go? Well, he likes visiting various places. Are you here with a request for him? Jaehuen thought about it. That might be a good idea. If I may ask, what are you trying to ask him to? Scabbard. The apprentice looked at Jaehuen's scabbardless sword and shook his head. Even if he were here, he wouldn't accept your request. Why is that? The apprentice looked at Jaehuen and scoffed. So, he really isn't bright. He continued, his specialty is not making weapons. Maybe you're not aware, but nightmares specializes in making other things. Jaehuen wanted to ask what they were, but he realized he knew the answer. It was because he had spent 30 years with those other things that they usually made. Chapter 22, World of 1%. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Jaehuen shook his memories away. He was disappointed as he wanted to ask their nightmare something. Who's the top artisan here then? It's Vice Chief Maekl. But the apprentice looked at Jaehuen from top to bottom. Jaehuen also looked down at himself. He forgot that he looked like a beggar. The cost of a request from Maekl is expensive. You need the materials too. I have the materials. The materials meant horns from the horned monsters. They used steel and iron, but there was no material more valuable than horns within the tree of imagery. None of the metals were as light and durable as horns. You have a horn? He asked, his voice filled with suspicion. The horns that their Twilight's Fall used were the horns of a bihorn or higher. They had mass-produced weapons that could be used by non-adapters or first-stage adapters, so it was unnecessary for special requests with unihorns. We only take in horns from bihorns or higher. Why don't you just choose one from the mass-produced scabbards? They are still well made. Jaehuen shook his head. As the apprentice became red with anger, Jaehuen spoke. By bihorn, you mean the monster with two horns? Yes. Jaehuen reached into his backpack and took out the horn. It was the horn he got from killing the monster wolf. After he handed it to the apprentice looked at it for a long time and then began to shiver. How many horns did this one have? He had trained in Twilight's Fall for a long time, but he had not seen such a horn. The shine of the black horn and its durability, even its thickness alone, was mesmerizing. This is so beautiful. He realized this wasn't for him to decide. He needed to fetch the vice chief at once. After glancing around for a while, he stopped. There were tens of artisans that had gathered next to the central furnace. Oh, there he is. Before he could finish, Jaehuen had already begun walking. He was followed by a sighing Mino and the apprentice with the horn. Maekl, the vice chief smith of Twilight's Fall. Everyone in Gorgon Fortress knew his name. He was the only blacksmith with the title, apprentice, amongst the humans. The title was usually only given to the nightmares. So even if the title represented the lowest rank, it was a great feat for a human to have such a title. I'm an old man now. Maekl remembered the day he first earned the title, tens of years ago. A nightmare had come and spoken to him. Blame your heritage. You will never achieve a higher rank than apprentice. He did not heed those words back then. Young Maekl back then thought he had time and passion. He thought he could get into a higher world if he tried. He practiced while nightmares, slept, and studied metallurgy while nightmares played. But as he was faced with the twilight of his age, he knew it was something that could not be achieved no matter how hard he tried. "I guess I've been doing this for too long now," Makel mumbled as he looked at the horn in front of him. It was the horn from one of the 10 clan vice leaders from Chaos. It was to make a sword and the work was almost complete. The only thing left now was to put in the final touch. "I need a place to fit a gem in the center of the sword hilt." Shaping the quad horn wasn't easy as it was too durable. It was hard to tear it apart. He barely managed to craft the blade and shape it, but that level of finesse wasn't easy. Nightmare's unique skill, craft. When he became an apprentice, he received the skill from there. Nightmare. Even with this skill, carving the horn out still wasn't easy. Makel put it down for now. He needed to rest before continuing the job. After he stopped working, artisans around quickly began reaching out to him. "Master, can I try?" "Let me try." Makel grinned. It was good to be young. "You should train more if you want to work on this one." Makel knew none of them would surpass him, but their passion motivated him. All he could do now was to make sure that the young bloods and their efforts were put in the right place. "Good. If any of you can make a hole in this horn, whoever it is, I'll make you vice chief for the day." He was giving them hope in achieving something even though it wasn't possible. Makel thought it was his job to provide such hope. "Wow, is that for real?" Young artisans lunged at the horns and obviously, no one succeeded. Even the ones who had a bit of spirit power couldn't even make a scratch. That was when someone spoke up. "Let me try." It was an unfamiliar face. Makel looked at him weirdly as he fanned himself against the central furnace's intense heat. "No, you can't do that." Then Makel noticed young apprentice running after him, holding on to something. He was a young apprentice who was in charge of the entrance. Makel asked, "Navon, who is he?" "What is it that you're holding?" This." Navon wasn't sure how to reply. He glanced between Jehuen and the horn, and Jehuen answered instead. "You need a socket in this hilt." Makel narrowed his eyes. The man looked like a beggar but he sounded like an experienced artisan. "I guess he's a traveling young artisan." Makel waved his hands to let other artisans stand back. Let him be. It was astonishing to see a man with such confidence in Twilight's Fall, while being cornered by many experienced artisans. However, he was still foolish. The reason why Twilight's Fall was famous because of its classes. Makel thought it was a good chance to show this young man the difference of classes. Then, he was shocked. What? It looked like the man was trying to poke a hole using his finger. He was definitely crazy. Makel had heard that high-ranked nightmares could work on horns without any tools, but he had never heard of any human capable of doing that. "If that can be done, I would not have done all the apostrophe." With a loud boom, dust exploded everywhere. The sound itself was as if the whole building itself had collapsed. Makel didn't know. He did not know that it was the sound of his lifelong work that was about to become worthless. As the dust settled, they were able to see the small hole in the hilt. What? They all couldn't speak or believe what they were seeing. "This should do, right?" The man stood there with his finger in the hilt, spinning it around. Makel felt like his whole world was spinning with it and asked, "Who are you?" Jehuen thought it was tiring to hear that question now and answered, "Vice Chief." Makel then brightened up a bit. If he was the Vice Chief of some blacksmith, he might be a skilled artisan. "Vice Chief of where?" Jehuen answered, "Twilight's Fall." At that answer, some of the artisans frowned and shouted angrily, "Don't mess around." However, Jehuen spoke calmly, "Didn't you promise earlier?" "Promise?" Everyone became dumbfounded. Then, everyone thought of what Makel said earlier. Makel's face was grim. Jehuen spoke again, "For today, I'm the Vice Chief of Twilight's Fall." And at that moment, the quad horn on Jehuen's finger began to crack. Makel grew pale. "No!" The bone shattered into pieces and turned into powder. Jehuen frowned and mumbled, "Damn it, I thought I was careful." Chapter 23, World of 1%, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Makel could not think straight. He didn't know what the man did, but it was a quad horn that had been broken. The bone that was so valuable that it was priceless. What should he tell the owner? "I'm sorry. I didn't intend to do that." "Sorry? Are you saying you're sorry?" Makel roared as he trembled in rage. He was now thinking if he should hammer the man to death or put him into the furnace alive. But Jehuen spoke. "I'll repay you with something better." "Repay?" Everyone scoffed. It was the horn of a quad horn they were talking about. A quad horn was not only rare, it was so powerful that only the elders of the Ten Clan could barely manage to fight one. "You should keep your promise if I do." "Promise?" Makel then remembered what he said about making space for a gem in the bone hilt. It was infuriating. He was talking about the promise even in this situation. "If you can replace the horn, I will let you do whatever you want, whether it's the vice chief role or anything else. However, if you try to repay us with something stupid, you will not walk out of this place alive." Jehuen nodded and turned to Navon. "Put it down here." Navon brought over the horn and placed it down next to the furnace. It was the black, large horn of a monster. Everyone stopped, wondering what it was. Then they all gasped. After a while, someone mumbled with a moan. "It's the horn of a Garnak." Pentahorns were categorized by their species because they were that dangerous and powerful. A Garnak was a wolf-like monster that required many elders and even the vice leader of the Ten Clan to fight it. Everyone fell silent and Makel ordered them in a heavy voice, "Close the door." "We are closed for the day." Apprentices ran to close the doors to the blacksmith and the iron doors were shut. It was the third time that Makel had seen an unprocessed Garnak's horn. The first time was when he had just come to Chaos, while he was at another famous blacksmith, and the second was when the former vice chief of Twilight's Fall worked on one. "It's amazing." It looked like it was cut from a young Garnak as the horn had taken no damage. Everyone was focused on the horn. "Is that enough?" "Yes, it's more than enough." The value of a pentahorn was more than 10 times that of a quad horn. He could have just cut a part of it and it would have been enough, but this man gave it away whole. This was much more than enough. Makel pondered and answered, "For today, Twilight's Fall is yours." Everyone began mumbling but Makel shouted angrily, "Quiet." Silence fell again and Makel asked, "Where did you get this?" "I killed it." A man hunted a pentahorn down, but Jehuen said, "We'll start working, so get ready." "What are we working on?" "I'm making what I need." Navon then ran to Makel and whispered. Makel nodded. "I see. So you need a scabbard." "Yeah." "What about the material?" "This." Jehuen took out another horn. The pentahorn had 5 horns, so he obviously had more. But it didn't make sense to Makel. "Are you going to make a scabbard using a Garnak's horn?" It was a pentahorn they were talking about. The material seemed like overkill just for a scabbard, so Makel asked, "Can I take a look at the sword that you're trying to make a scabbard for?" Jehuen lent him the sword. After Makel looked at its status, he moaned, "The Frost Dragon Sword. Do you know about it?" "It's a sword made out of the Frost Dragon King's horn. Or at least that's what it says. The Frost Dragon King was an evil dragon that lived in the Forgotten Region, or the most dangerous region among the 12 regions of the Great Lands. The sword was made from monster's horn. It was bound to be a powerful weapon. However, it was a shame that this sword was only a replica." It was obvious. Makel had listened to the news of the Great Lands, and had never heard of the evil dragon being hunted down. It seemed like a certain nightmare had witnessed the Frost Dragon King and made a replica afterward. It's valuable since a nightmare created it, but it's a bit of an overkill to make a scabbard for a weapon at such a level. It might be better for you to make a new sword out of the horn. However, the sword began to cry. Makel dropped it in shock and it landed on top of the Garnak's horn. The sword then vibrated even harder as it opened its mouth and began devouring the horn. It's a spirit weapon. The Frost Dragon sword began glowing as it finished eating the Garnak horn. "I'm witnessing a lot of fascinating things today. Your sword is evolving." The blade became sharper and the durability became tougher. It was now tough enough to compare to the Garnak horn. The black aura that the blade was radiating was now so dense that the only way to hide it was to cover it up with a cloth. It was in dire need of a scabbard. This kind of spirit energy needed to be covered up to keep unneeded attention at bay. It seems like the spirit of a higher race is absorbed within. Why? The blade kept on crying. Makel checked the sword and spoke. It's a great revolution. It will take some time to finish, but you will need a new name for it once it's finished. Name: spirit weapons lose their original name when it goes through a great revolution. The sword was wailing now. Makel then turned to Jaehwen. But now we don't have the material anymore. The material had been devoured by the sword. It's okay, I have more. Jaehwen took another one out from his backpack. Makel stood in front of the Garnak's horn. It was the first time he was given a chance to process a Garnak's horn. He had seen a horn that was processed a long time ago, but can I really do it? He was a vice chief and he had received the title of apprentice, but he barely managed to process a quad horn. I'm not a true apprentice. I didn't even create a tower. Although it was the same rank, the difference was too great. While humans were having a hard time creating a sword, nightmares created towers that turned into worlds. Makel looked down at the Garnak horn. There were some materials that could be overwhelming just by looking at it. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can. Jaehwen was wearing something. What are you? No, Vice Chief. What are you doing? Jaehwen pulled up his sleeves after changing into a smith's protective gear and spoke. I don't know what you're talking about. Makel became confused. I'm making the scabbard. What? You should help me. He couldn't understand. Jaehwen had tremendous power, that was for sure. He had the power to destroy the horn. However, destroying it wasn't the same as processing it. But you can't. Right. I can't do it alone. Jaehwen nodded. He had the power, but he didn't have the necessary skills. That's why I need you, Jaehwen said as he glanced at the trace of the nightmare's skill, craft, still lingering at the end of Makel's hammer. At the same time, within Gorgon Castle, a middle-aged man in clean, formal clothing coughed as he drank his tea. What? You lost him? I'm sorry, sir. The man in dark clothes bowed his head as he kneeled in front of the middle-aged man. What happened? I don't know, sir. I just got knocked out and I woke up lying on a roof. The middle-aged man frowned. He had been knocked out but did not know how he was knocked out. What stage are you at? Third stage, sir. What's your stealth rank and level? It's at the high-ranked and master level. And you were found out? I don't know what happened, sir. This is crazy. If a third stage adapter with a master level, high-ranked stealth skill was in hiding, it was hard for even higher-ranking adapters to find out. But the target had found him and easily knocked him out without him knowing. Carlton said he probably wasn't. The fifth stage apostrophe. Maybe he was at the fifth stage. If he was at that stage, the man needed to be prepared. We'll gather more men. Find him, no matter the cost. At that moment, a deep thud came from the underground cell below the castle. It was a slight tremor, but the middle-aged man, who was a high-ranked adapter, was able to feel it. Then he heard a faint, long scream coming from below. He frowned. Master, please hang on a while longer. Chapter 24, World of 1%. 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A day passed after coming to Twilight's Fall. The promised time for the vice chief position had passed, but the artisans didn't seem to mind. Maybe it was because it was a rare opportunity to work on the horn of the Garnak. Even just having a glimpse of the horn getting worked on was a thing of legend. Mino quietly left Twilight's Fall. Middle-aged men were heard talking loudly from within the saloon. At the center was an old hologram machine that was showing a broadcast. The person on the broadcast was a pink-haired nightmare, with a small horn. The top 10 videos, together with Cyrone. It's about time to end. The last video is one you all might know. There isn't anything more famous than this video in Little Brother. Recently, it is there. Solo clearing of the 99th floor video. The video then showed a man solo fighting a giant frost dragon. The man kept stabbing it over and over, endlessly. His face was censored so that the product information would not be leaked. The men at the bar rumbled while watching. I wonder what happened to him. The lords want him badly. Huh? You didn't know? That tower is on hold for cultivation. On hold? Why? I don't know. Maybe some dumb demon tried to cheat in it. There's a rumor that he ran during the cultivation because of it. So that's a fake? Of course. Do you think it's possible to beat a first-gen tower alone? The men discussed it for a while but soon changed the subject. Besides, the subject of the matter was irrelevant to them now. This was chaos. The world of the dead. I hope I get a fruit Someday I want to be revived. Haha, you won't even get a seed with that kind of thought. Hey, give me a unicorn beer. At that moment, the door to the saloon slammed open and a woman walked in. It was Mino. She walked briskly to the bar and sat down. Her thin waistline and fair-skinned face immediately attracted all the attention of the men in the saloon. Hey, lady, are you here alone? Get lost. Yes, ma'am. The men were shocked and scared by the vicious energy pressure that Mino was releasing and ran out. Mino laughed bitterly. I'm strong compared to those buffoons. She thought about Jaehwen and felt bitter. Then, the owner of the saloon appeared. You, girl, are bad for my sales, Aunt Claire. So, auntie, listen. Mino was too drunk to talk straight, but she kept on mumbling. I've heard enough, girl. Claire, the middle-aged woman, frowned. She was a survivor from the world Arkle where Mino had come from. She was the only one left alive from Arklin, Chaos. So, what you're saying is this: you tried to cheat on a man and almost got killed, but he saved you. Then, you tried to prank him again and got what you deserved. And yet you still tag along with the man like a fool? Claire narrowed her eyes. She knew Mino well. Mino was like this since they met at the Tower of Nightmares. She was weak, but she had a temper. In addition, she also liked to prank people and cause trouble. She wasn't bad, but she always got the people around her into trouble. You even got me killed once, remember? Mino drank her beer. Am I that much of a nuisance? I think the man is dangerous. Let him go. You can get any man you want. Hey, why are you still on his tail? Mino's eyes shook. She thought for a while and then spoke. It's just when I look at him. Claire had heard many stories that followed starting with those words. She braced herself for a long love story or something similar. However, he makes me so mad. It was unexpected. He's so arrogant, he's ill-mannered, and talks crap, but no one can stop him. He does whatever he wants but no one can stop him. Red Fox Clan. The stubborn. Twilight's Fall. None of them. Claire, do you know what that makes me think of? Mino glanced around the saloon and continued. It feels like my entire life is a joke. I didn't die because I didn't want to. Me and you, we did the best we could. Mino smiled bitterly. And him, he just comes out of nowhere as if he wants to prove that all we did and all we fought for is wrong. He just destroys, kills, and break things apart. Her mug was emptied and then she refilled it again. Maybe I just want to see someone stop him. I can't do it, but someone might come along and put an end to him. So, Claire then understood what she meant. She also felt something similar, a long time ago in the past. She ignored it and ran, and got old. She knew what Mino was going through. Mino, let me give you advice. Huh? Don't talk to him or even go near him anymore. Why? If you stay with him, you will really die. Mino flinched. She had never seen Claire's face this solemn since she got Claire involved in an incident where it killed the both of them. Before Mino could reply, a message energy made from spiritual power shot through the window of the saloon and reached Mino. She checked the sender. Carlton, Northern Gate Captain. Huh? Why me? At that moment, Mino felt a terrifying pressure from all sides. It didn't feel like it was there to fight her, but the energy was overwhelming, and there were a lot of them. There were many that Mino could not guarantee victory against in a one-on-one fight that were closing in. Then, the doors to the saloon opened and men walked in. Mino pulled out a dagger from her clothes despite her drunken stupor. One of the men walked up to her and asked, "Are you the Witch of Massacre?" "What if I am?" The gate closed upon her answer as the man smiled ominously and said, "I need you to do something for us." The blacksmithing started by supplying spiritual power to the central furnace. With the horn of Garnak as the material, they needed more spiritual power than usual to create a more powerful fire from within. As the flame erupted, Jaehwen looked at the now clean Garnak horn. "Show me how you work on it first." The first thing, Twilight's Fall, did when processing a horn was to create a basic ground. Michael was actually designing how to work on the horn with a quill pen and white ink. The basic sketch needed to be detailed because once the horn was processed, it could not be undone. The central furnace was now glowing with bright white flame and Michael put the horn in a prepared setting and waited for the horn's bonds to loosen. After some time, the surface of the horn started emitting some kind of vapor and Michael took out the horn and began cutting. The cutter moved through the white inked mark on the horn. Even after it was loosened, The horn's durability was so tough that a total of 14 cutters were broken in the process. After it was done, Makel said, "It's now up to skill from here on." Craft, the unique skill only given to creators at their apprentice level. The skill was at its max. The hammer shone with a white light that made it hard to believe that a mere blacksmith was wielding it. But Jaehwen's expression did not change as he had seen a similar thing in the past. "Jaehwen, what I'm doing is not blacksmithing. It's just a game of chance." Jay, the top blacksmith of Atopos, told him once, "I've done what I can. I have mastered almost every skill related to blacksmithing, and I can assure you that I can repair all the weapons from this Tower of Nightmares with a 99% success rate." The weapons in the Tower of Nightmares were just common weapons in their Great Lands. All the items within the Tower of Nightmares were replicas from their Great Lands. However, a repair rate of 99% was one of a kind. The only one who had such a high success rate was Jay. In fact, Jaehwen had never seen Jay fail to repair something. But when I got to that percentage, I felt like I was missing something really important. Jaehwen didn't get what he meant, so he asked, "I spent my time and effort to reach 99%. You know? Sometimes I think I'm just trying hard to run away from that 1% instead of running toward the 99% chance." It was not long after that discussion that Jaehwen acquired suspicion. It was a power that was different from normal skills. It was imperfect but free. "I got it. We'll take a break here." Jaehwen stopped Makel, who was drenched in sweat. A long time had passed, but there were no scratches on the horn. Only the chisel and hammer were broken. Crafting takes a long time. And if the material is the horn of Garnak, it might even take a month. "I know, you know." "Ha ha," Makel laughed. "Don't tease an old man. You know I'm lying, don't you?" Jaehwen did not answer. He just touched the surface of the horn, a material that no hammering could damage. Jaehwen could not use their interface system anymore, but he knew what Makel heard for an hour as he worked on crafting the horn. "Skill has failed. I'm too old to handle a Garnak horn. You should have visited me earlier." Makel slumped down on the chair next to the furnace and lit up a cigarette. "You want one?" Makel offered a cigarette and Jaehwen shook his head. The other artisans' faces became heavy. Makel wasn't the type to do something else while working, but now he had stopped and was smoking a cigarette. "There are some things that you just can't do, even if you try thousands of times." Young ones like that Naven over them might not think of it, but I know. Naven blushed. It was the apprentice that showed Jaehwen and Mino around the day before. "No, Vice Chief." "Ha ha. Have you forgotten that you talked back to me last time?" Makel then turned back to Jaehwen. "He really tries hard. He was pushed out to the entrance because he talked back, but his future is bright. The future mastercraft of Twilight will be him. He might even get their apprentice title if he's lucky." But Makel put out the cigarette against the anvil. "We can't go beyond our birth, not even him. Man cannot become the finest blacksmith, just like I can't handle this Garnak horn." Jaehwen knew this old man's thoughts weren't just because of the Garnak horn. It was something deep within him that crushed him. Jaehwen said, "You never know without trying." "I've tried hundreds, thousands." "Then you should do millions." "What if millions don't work?" "Then billions." "Billions?" "Ha ha, you're young." Makel laughed. "You probably think that I didn't try hard enough. But I did. Believe it or not, I did. I'm not sure if I tried a billion times, but I something close to that. I tried and tried. That's how I got here." Makel thought about his past. It had been a long time since he had arrived at this blacksmith workshop. "How long have you lived?" Jaehwen counted his age. He was 20 years old when he was summoned to the tower, and he had lived 30 years within the tower. 50 years. "Really? So you must have died early." Jaehwen looked like he was in his 20s. It didn't make sense if he died at the age of 20 and lived 30 years here. Makel spoke. "I have lived for 150 years. Makel's tone became a bit arrogant. He felt relieved after knowing Jaehwen's age. He thought that no matter how great this man was, he was too young to understand. "You will not understand no matter how hard I try to explain. You have not lived as long as me." No one could fully grasp another's time. It was true. Jaehwen answered, "No, I know. Michael chuckled. It must be the young blood in Jaehwen that make him insist. Michael thought he should give this young man some gentle advice, but Jaehwen spoke first. You have tried harder than anyone else. You got here by trying and trying. Michael couldn't reply. It was just a simple sentence with basic facts. But Michael was surprised, shocked. There was none who accepted what he was. He was praised when young and admired when old. However, not once did he feel like he was accepted for what he was. I may have grown old. Michael became bitter. Thank you for that. Jaehwen did not answer, and Michael became curious about what the young man thought of Michael's life. I want to ask you something. Michael took out another cigarette. What do you think I lack? Talent? Birthright? Luck? Jaehwen looked at him. It was deep. No, it was more than just deep. His stare made Michael feel uncomfortable. You do not lack anything. What number? It's more like, you have too much. Too much? What do you mean? Michael asked back in confusion, and Jaehwen answered, you have lived for too long. Chapter 25, World of 1%. 5. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Lived too long? It was the artisans around them that became enraged at Jaehwen's words. How dare you? But Michael was calm. He was deep in thought at those words. What do you mean? Jaehwen did not answer him outright. Use your skill again. Michael stood up and followed what Jaehwen told him to do. He held the chisel and the hammer and tapped on the horn. Once, twice, and a third time. Jaehwen stopped Michael and asked, what did you see? What? When you used the skill, what did you see? Michael became confused, but Jaehwen shook his head. Look closely and do it again. Michael used the skill again. His ears were filled with the message saying skill failed. He ignored the message and glared at the point where he had used the skill, but he couldn't see anything. All he saw was the hammer and the chisel. Yes. You will see that kind of thing. Are you joking with me? Michael almost threw the hammer at Jaehwen out of rage. Jaehwen asked, do you know how the chisel and the hammer managed to work on the horn? Michael pondered and answered, their craft, skill works. Jaehwen shook his head. I asked you the wrong question. Let me ask you again. Jaehwen looked straight at Michael, found the right words, and asked, do you know how your craft, skill works? Michael's face turned grim. Young man, do you know what you're talking about? Michael seemed angered. Do you want to know how the skill works? There were countless skills, but all skills were based on another. The skills of the origin. Their craft, of nightmare, was one of those kinds of skills. They existed way before any other skill. They existed before the world even came into existence. At least that was what everyone living in their great lands thought. How can a human explain the origins of such an existence? And what was the point of doing that? Jaehwen nodded. Right. So you do not know what exactly you are doing and just kept on using your skill. Michael gritted his teeth. Jaehwen's words had injured his pride. The spiritual power empowers the hammer and the chisel and wields the power to work on the horn. That's probably how the skill works. Really? If it's that simple, then why can't anyone else use it? It was simply because they did not learn the skill. Michael tried to answer, but held back. It didn't make sense. If how the skill worked was that simple, then it did not make sense that one needed to learn the skill to use it. You don't know your skill, but you're using it. Michael started to hate the man. No one knew about how their craft, skill worked, and this man was insulting him just because of it. You sound like you know how it works. Yes, I found out just now. What? Jaehwen then touched the horn with his hand. The surface swirled as if it was reacting to his touch. In the next moment, something unbelievable happened in front of Michael. How did you use craft? Jaehwen cut the horn with his finger as he ran it along the white marking. Michael became dazed. He felt his legs losing strength and slumped to the floor. He was filled with jealousy and despair. Wow, what are you? How did you earn such blessings and talent? It's not a talent, Jaehwen answered firmly. Look again closely and tell me what you see. Michael looked at Jaehwen's fingertip again. The particles that his finger touched were dug up as if something had eaten them. The particles are being destroyed? Jaehwen shook his head. Michael focused closer. It won't be easy. Your hard work has made your world more durable. Jaehwen was correct. Even when Michael was watching with his own eyes, He didn't fully trust Jaehwen. He was blinded by the suspicion that he was being cheated on. There was his distrust toward the young, and his stubbornness for his work. The product that he strengthened over the years weren't his skills, but his pride. Your work itself wasn't wrong. Then, if you tried that much, you must have realized it by now. The parts of the horn where Jaehwen's finger touched were destroyed. If trying that hard did not work, it's this world that is wrong, not you. But Michael couldn't understand. How was that possible? Michael thought about the days when he first learned their craft, skill. His young days were full of uncertainty. He believed that he could become like a nightmare one day, but he was full of doubt. He wasn't sure that doing the same thing that a nightmare did could advance him beyond those nightmares. Michael eventually decided to just try harder. He used the skill over and over again. He tried so hard that he couldn't even think. After pushing himself and being rewarded with a sense of achievement, he forgot about his doubt. However, it was natural as his success rate increased as his skill improved. It was the world that rewarded him for his effort. That was how he got here. There was no other way, and his only way was now blocked. This world is wrong. Michael's voice became heavy. And what do you propose that I do? It was the voice of his 150 years of hard work. You want me to fight the world? Jaehwen looked at Michael. It was the old man's eyes who were betrayed by the world he believed in, but he still could not abandon it. You may be old, but you can still fight it. Michael's eyes shook. Look again closely. Don't rely on anything else. Just use your eyes. Michael understood what he said. Jaehwen was telling him to throw away all the knowledge he had learned, and all the skills that he knew. Reject everything that he had built up over all these years. However, Michael became curious about what he would see. Maybe it was only the part of his youth that was left in him. Michael forgot about the skill. It was hard to break from the binding that restricted him, but he did not stop. He focused on Jaehwen's fingertip. He tried hard to see what he had missed. Jaehwen picked up the hammer and chisel, and their craft skill shone at the end of it. After multiple taps, Michael felt his spirit disintegrating. All his logic and senses were broken apart. Then he felt something being destroyed, and a new truth came into him. Then he felt that he saw something that he had never seen before. He closed his eyes to shut it out. But he knew the world he had lived in was now gone. Now, he was stepping into a new world. There was a horn in front of him. Yet it was not a horn. It was a giant monster as tall as a fortress wall, with many sharp teeth and spikes protruding from its body. Michael shuddered and watched on. He had been facing such a thing until now. He was using his puny skill against such a monster. He looked around, and there were dead bodies near the area where the artisans were standing. Their skin was rotten and their eyes were full of maggots. Michael felt like he was going to lose his mind. Then there was Jaehwen, with his hammer and chisel. He was facing the monsters without any skills. The monster attacked Jaehwen, and he attacked back. The monster screamed and spat blood out from its body, but it didn't seem to be bothered. It was enjoying it. The dead bodies around them cheered, uncertain if they were cheering for Jaehwen or the monster. Among such chaos, Michael was dazed and afraid. This man, was he always looking at such a world? The world beyond skills, status, or levels. Nothing was hidden, so it was vulgar, but it was an honest world. Michael was afraid, yet thrilled. This was the world after the apocalypse. How could this world exist? And how did that man not go mad? Michael then locked eyes with Jaehwen. Jaehwen looked like an ordinary man in this world. He was no hero or savior of the world. He was just a common man. The only thing he had was the courage to not give up on this world. Michael then understood Jaehwen's madness, his loneliness, his sadness. He understood and knew that no one could fully understand Jaehwen. The horn looked at Michael. You cannot come here. The fear of the world's rejection. Michael stepped backward in fear. There was nowhere to go. The monster approached with his large mouth wide open. The inside was filled with dead bodies, and Michael saw his reflection in the monster's giant eyes. How can I in this world apostrophe? That was what Michael thought before the monster ate him. Almost. Jaehwen frowned and pulled Michael out. Jaehwen wiped off his sweat and spoke. Get yourself together, Uck. Did you forget that we're in process of working? Help me out. Michael faced the monster again. With Jaehwen's hand on his shoulder, Michael gained courage. Courage to face the world without any skills. Courage to walk along a path he had never taken before. Courage to take the step that he could have taken a long time ago. Then his hand became covered in flesh. The veins appeared within, and new blood flowed. His heart pounded, and his sight cleared. He felt his body was filled with energy, just like in the days of his youth. He charged at the monster, toward the Garnak's horn. 2 days later, the scabbard was complete. Chapter 26, Deadman. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. There's something worse than dying. If you have visited Chaos at least once, you would know. Usaha, the 2nd Squadron Captain of Rupture. Episode 5. Deadman. 3 days later, Jaehwen was standing at the entrance of Twilight's Fall, with his scabbard. The work that he thought would take 1 day actually took 3, but it was still much shorter than the average of 3 weeks for processing a horn. Michael and a few artisans came out to say goodbye. Are you really going on your way? Yeah, I got what I needed. He also had some unexpected information. When Jaehwen understood their craft, he acquired some interesting information. Those monsters were not naturally occurring. The Garnak horn had already been crafted before they worked on it. That meant monsters are the creation of someone else. There was no telling who did it and for what purpose, but they were carefully crafted masterpieces for sure. Jaehwen tapped on the scabbard and said, I like it. It seemed like his sword also liked it as it let out a satisfied cry. The scabbard glowed with a black light. Its durability and ability to cut off dark energy from the outside was great, but the scabbard also had a power to scare off trons and below with something called Presence of Garnak, which was useful. Michael looked at the scabbard and asked, Oh, did you choose your sword's name? No. If it's alright, can I name it for you? Michael smiled and said, I felt something after watching you for 3 days. They were short but impactful days. I don't know what you wished to do and why you showed me that world. Michael remembered the world. After he came out from it, everything seemed like a lie. He would probably never be allowed to see that world again. It was because of Jaehwen that Michael, who was too used to the skill and interface, managed to see the world. Was it a dream, a hallucination, or? Michael looked at Jaehwen. But I know one thing. Whatever it was, one thing was certain. The people in this world will not like you. In this world, the truth did not mean justice. People here were too used to the reality of their ways. They did not like uncertainty and complication, and this man was a mix of all that. Some might be astonished by you, but most will not. Michael thought about Jaehwen when he first walked in. A man who knew of no modesty. Some might fear you. He was violent. Some will belittle and look down on you. And he looked foolishly weird. Some will ignore you. Michael knew. He knew what Jaehwen did would buy him hatred. The world would reject him and some would even want to kill him. But you still want to save that world? Michael wanted to stop him. Even if the world he was shown was great, and the world contained something that all people of great lands had to know, Michael wished for Jaehwen to give up on it and live instead. However, Jaehwen did not answer. Michael then knew that the man did not have a choice. The world was his life. He would brave the world alone no matter what. Michael laughed. The only name fitting for that sword will be one. Michael ordered someone to bring a hammer and chisel and used the craft skill to engrave the letters on Jaehwen's scabbard. Loan denied. Farewell. Jaehwen nodded and walked away. Before Jaehwen could walk too far, Michael said, Let me ask you one thing. Jaehwen stopped. In the world that you see, what am I? Jaehwen did not turn back, as if he refused to turn. He answered, a human. He then walked away. Michael knew why he did not turn back. Michael sighed. Who can understand his world? There was a woman walking toward him. Michael laughed. Youth, eh? Jaehwen felt something had changed as he walked. Something that was normally beside him wasn't there. It sometimes poked him while he was at the blacksmith and lurked around like a cat, but it had gone missing since yesterday. Maybe it was finally gone. Are you looking for me? Mino appeared in clean clothing. She wore a short dark top with black tights. She still had the dark robe over her though. Where have you been? Somewhere close. What did you do? Stuff. I'm a busy woman, you know. Oh, and take this. What is it? Your clothes. You can't keep walking around like a beggar. He then remembered his clothing was still ragged and took the clothes. It had a medieval style, but it was okay. Everything was black up to the coat. It's just a token of my apology. I see. Maybe you should say thank you. Thanks. Mino then turned around to look at Twilight's Fall. In distance, Massacre and the artisans were still watching. They must have liked you. No way. You looked like you were close to that old man though. You've got it wrong. But he looked at you like a lover or something. Jaehwen did not reply. They walked the wide streets for a while. Then they came to the side of the road with more people. Why are you still following me? Why? Do you think I might have some dark motive or something? I'm also considering that. Mino's expression changed for a short moment, but Jaehwen noticed it. Mino smiled and asked, how did you know? What are you up to? I'm planning to kill you. And do what? And take your spirit stone. And then? I didn't think about it afterward. Well, it will get me good money, so that's a start. Jaehwen smiled. Whether she really meant it or not, it was not going to happen. Mino felt her pride getting hurt. I'm serious. You know? Sure. Mino was curious about where Jaehwen gained such confidence. She thought it came from his sheer strength. But Mino knew other powerful individuals like Jaehwen, such as the leader of the clan she was in. But Jaehwen's confidence was different from theirs. Mino then felt that Jaehwen was not from this world. What are you going to do now? I'm going to meet up with the nightmares. How? Massacre taught me how. And what will you do when you meet them? Ask about Tree of Imagery and find the way to go to the depth. Mino's face turned weird. Why would you want to do that? To become strong, or be reborn? There were people who wished to go up to depth, the branch of the Tree of Imagery. Many failed to do so, and those who did mostly never came back. Even the ones who returned and earned the title of the Strong of the Depth became victims to PTSD, which destroyed them. Tired, Jaehwen asked, are you that curious about my motive? Yeah? Jaehwen looked coldly at Mino. Mino flinched but did not step back. You won't believe me even if I tell you. Try me. Jaehwen turned up to the sky and Mino looked at him. Then Jaehwen said something. Mino became dumbfounded. She couldn't understand it at first. It wasn't because she didn't understand the words he said. It was just because it was simply impossible. Mino laughed out loud. It must be a joke. And that was what she thought. However, she realized that Jaehwen was not joking. She frowned. After that, she felt even when she knew it was impossible, that Jaehwen might be able to do what he said he would do. She became angry. What are you? What makes you think you can do that? Who are you to do that? I hate you. Mino could not even understand why she was getting angry. You do whatever you want. You have no manners. You don't talk. You look down on everyone, and she lowered her voice. You don't consider others as humans. Mino realized she should not have said that, but she continued talking. They all are having a hard time even without you doing that. We barely got out of the roots, got to the Great Lands, and died to come here. Mino thought about why she was saying all this. Was it out of anger? She did not know, but she needed to speak. Did you ask me if I was human back then? Mino thought about what Jaehwen asked. She knew what he meant at the time, but maybe that was not what he meant. I am human. I'm not as strong or as confident as you, but I'm still a human. Maybe the word human meant something greater to him, but that was too hard for Mino. As far as I know, a human is someone who lives day by day and considers it happiness to survive, not living with some big dream. There was a fork at the end of the road. Mino felt this was the fate laid out in front of her. In that sense, you don't seem like a human to me. And they reached the fork in the road. We should part ways here. I can't stay together for that kind of purpose any longer. Mino then ran into the road that was full of merchants. Jaehwen stared at her until she disappeared into the crowd. The first human he had met. After a while, he mumbled, I should change clothes first. Mino arrived at the saloon. It was Claire's. What brought me here? Mino thought as she stared at the door. This wasn't the plan. Jaehwen should have followed her here and opened the door first, but she couldn't do it. She had lectured him about humans and stuff and could not bring him here. She wanted to let the man know that the humans here weren't bad. They might lack the requirements that Jaehwen had set, but they were still humans. Mino opened the door and walked in. I'm sorry, Auntie. Am I late? Claire was tied down to the chair with an empty expression on her face. She turned to Mino and grinned. I knew it, you brat. I should have stopped you earlier. I'm sorry. Claire shook her head while laughing. You are really getting us killed this time. Claire cleared the Tower of Nightmares with Mino and even stayed with her in chaos. Mino bit her lips as she glanced at Claire. She would not be able to save her friend anymore. Witch of Massacre. A cold voice filled the saloon. It wasn't only the saloon. The entire area around the building was filled with terrifying energy. The owner of the voice was the man who had come to visit Mino days ago. What's happened to our deal? He's not coming. The atmosphere was horrifying. However, Mino just laughed in that atmosphere. Maybe she had been influenced by Deadman. He's gone to destroy the world. Chapter 27, Deadman 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mino thought that everyone around her had met a bad fate since her days in the Tower of Nightmares. In fact, her nickname, Witch of Massacre, wasn't something she actually acquired in chaos. When she was in the Tower of Nightmares, the first party she joined was attacked by monsters and was wiped out. She was the only survivor of the group. The people back then considered her to be lucky. Mino felt strange. She felt like it was some kind of premonition. It was only after the second and third party were wiped out that she knew for certain she had survived all alone. Again, people now were suspicious and began to wonder. After similar happenings occurred a few more times, people began to be wary of her and stayed far away. Is she the Witch of Massacre? The witch who brought the monsters? The cursed woman who killed all her party members? People shunned and abandoned her. The abandoned 16-year-old girl that was Mino. Mino later found out that her bad luck was her passive skill. High-grade skill. It was the sole hidden skill in her Tower of Nightmares. Mino still thought of the day of the clearing, about what might have happened if she did not have Claire and her other friends with her. When everyone shunned her and she faced clearing the tower alone, they were the ones who came to save her from the danger. That was why Mino still trusted humans. Even if there were terrible things in the world, even if the world was filled with evil people, there were still some good people. Some were not strong or did not have talent, but they would still willingly die for others. Mino survived because of them. She tried hard to become strong and survive. If she was cursed and brought misfortune to others, she needed to be stronger than the curse. Thus, she joined the Dark Forest clan to learn powerful assassination skills and gain spiritual power. The result was in front of her. Girl, don't hesitate if you've come this far. Claire was biting her lip hard. Her face was bruised and bleeding. Being weak doesn't mean we don't have the right to choose death. Mino became saddened. Hang in there, Auntie. I'll save you. Claire smiled bitterly. She and Mino both knew that it was impossible, but Mino couldn't give up. She glanced around. The situation was worse than expected. There were more than 10 third-stage adapters. The man in the center was even more powerful than what Mino could measure. They were much stronger than those Red Fox members. There were not many organizations that had the ability to mobilize groups with these kinds of people within Gorgon Fortress. It was either the Ten Clan or someone with power. There were only 2 from the Ten Clan within the fortress. The Fire King clan led by Kang Wang and the Arms Extreme clan led by Shin Mukyuk. But these people didn't seem to be related to either of those clans. Kang Wang was known for his freedom and Mukyuk was known for his noble manners. Both would not allow themselves to do such dirty work. Besides, some of these men were comprised of assassination targets that she had been assigned to before. Desert Serpent? Desert Serpent was a third-stage adapter who hunted down newcomers in the desert region, east of Chaos. He hid his face with a mask, but his cross-shaped scar on his eyes was not something he could cover. She couldn't find him before and had to give up on the request. But here he was. Wait, all of them apostrophe. She belatedly realized that these people were wanted fugitives and understood who they were. There was only one clan that could unite those criminals and use them. Golden Sky Clan. It was a clan made of ruffians and criminals, but the clan had become powerful. They accepted criminals that were shunned by the other clans. Someone among them walked up. You must be out of your mind. Witch. Mino felt a shiver run down her spine. 4th stage adapter, and there was more than one. The 2 behind him were also close to the 4th stage. 4th stage adapters were so powerful that 3 of them could even handle a grown pentahorn. or a Garnak. Mino knew their names. A fourth stage adapter was so rare that their names were usually known within Chaos. The Jam brothers. They were infamous around this region. They were high-stage adapters, never joined a clan until now. Why didn't bring him? Was it not part of the deal? Did you hear the witch make the promise? Janya frowned. The stone belongs to us. That sounds persuasive. We were trading with the Greens. The man intercepted it. Right. Mino narrowed her eyes. Then why don't you confront him yourself to get it back? Or send a help request to the fortress? Why go about it the hard way? Janya could not answer. Mino scoffed. It's not too late. Bring him here. What if I don't want to? Then you will die. Mino did not answer, and Janya's eyes were filled with anger. At that moment, the second brother, Jan Myung, came out. I heard the women of Dark Forest are one of a kind. I've always wanted to have a taste. Mino frowned. So, you do know that I'm from Dark Forest? Of course, I do. And you want to try and do that still? Mino pretended she was confident even when she felt every inch of her skin crawling. You guys think your clan is something just because you came up to the 10 clan level, but you will regret it. Dark Forest isn't that easy. In fact, she had already notified the nearest Dark Forest station, but it would take them at least an hour to arrive, and she had no way of dragging out the time. Suddenly, the third brother, Jan Mang, laughed. You think we are fools? We know there is no Dark Forest branch within Gorgon Fortress. You will lie naked before they even come here. You will be hunted by Dark Forest. That's for our clan master to deal with. Janya flicked his finger and all of the Golden Sky members cornered Mino. Enough. We cannot waste any more time. Mino bit her lip. Damn it apostrophe. The Jam brothers' specialty lied in their shadow skill. It was the leaked version from the renowned family, Black Spirit, and while it did not match theirs, it was still very powerful. However, Mino's skill did not fall far behind. 7 daggers floated behind her. High-grade skill, 7 daggers of Akaram. It was what she had inherited from the clan master of the Dark Forest clan. It was said that the skill was given by a nightmare, and was proven to be very powerful. Haha. So, the witch knows how to fight. The Jam brothers left images as they moved through the shadows and swung the hidden blades at Mino. Mino's robes were cut as her white skin was revealed. Her right arm was left with a long cut. It will be fun to strip you naked. She managed to kill 2 third-stage adapters, but there were still a lot of enemies, and the Jam brothers attacking from her blind spots was troubling. If only this was outside the fortress apostrophe. Outside fortress, she could use her lure skill and she might have been able to bring in monsters to fight in the chaos. But this was inside. She sent out a few daggers imbued with spiritual power and made a side of the roof explode. The hole was big enough for everyone around to hear what was happening inside. You think you're smart? It's no use. We already laid silence magic around this area. Her last trick didn't work. It was obvious that they had someone who could use silence magic if they had come in with this crowd of people. They might have even bribed the guards. You were called the Massacre during hunts. But what about now? Jan Myung's sword cut the side of Mino's thigh. It was a deep wound. What about naked, brother? Jan Mang laughed as he saw Mino's clothes torn off from her shoulder. This was not a fight. Some of them were now touching the other female employees of the saloon. They knew they didn't have to fight. She had to send a message to tell the Dark Forest clan to hurry. The criminals of Golden Sky were now shaking the already fainted Claire by yanking her hair. It's not too late yet. Bring him here before that old hag dies. Mino's patience broke at the pitiful state Claire was in. 7 daggers of Akaram, final skill, Frozen Blades. The 7 blades released a freeze with the spirit power that filled them. The storm covered all of them. Jan Myung and Jan Mang were left with some wounds. The one who stopped the skill outright was Janya. I will rip you apart myself. Mino felt her legs losing strength as her spirit power was now close to 0. She could barely hold on to a pillar to keep herself from kneeling. She saw Janya walking closer and thought, is there no salvation in this world? It was a world filled with criminals. Even if there were some good ones, if those criminals stood on top, then that world was hell. The humans that Jaehuen spoke of, the humans Mino spoke of, would all be left to die by those criminals. Mino closed her eyes as she saw his blade. For the first time, She thought she wanted to go back to the past. What if she had followed him at the fork in the road? She might have been able to watch the world fall, and later tell the others about it. Mino became jealous of herself in her imagination. However, she knew that there wasn't that kind of future. She would never meet with Jaehwen now. After a moment, she realized something was wrong. She did not feel the cold blade on her. The surrounding air seemed to be still. She knew this feeling. She opened her eyes and saw the Jan brothers staring weirdly in her direction. She knew that look. She thought she hated this cliché and felt her legs finally give way. Someone kept her from falling down. The hands were rough but warm. He was tough but reassuring. Mino looked up and saw the man's face. "Weren't you going to destroy the world?" Jaehwen then held up a bag. It was the bag that contained the clothes that Mino bought for him. "They're the wrong size." Chapter 28, Deadman. 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Jaehwen knew everything when he and Mino stood at the fork in the road. "Don't be foolish, witch. If you don't keep to the deal, that old hag is dead." Whispers kept flying to Mino. Jaehwen knew what was going on. Someone was threatening her and was holding her hostage. And the criminal wanted Jaehwen. Jaehwen thought Mino would betray him. After understanding the world through countless suspicions, he realized that this world was full of stats and data. It was filled with people selling even their spirits for higher stats. To Jaehwen, Mino was the same kind of dead corpse. Their suspicion that was never wrong warned Jaehwen that Mino would betray him. That was why Jaehwen did not listen to Mino. "As far as I know, a human is someone who lives day by day and considers it happiness for surviving, not with some big dream." When Mino's story ended, Jaehwen came back to his senses. "In that sense, you don't seem like a human to me." With those words, Mino left him, with no hesitation or betrayal. His suspicion was wrong. That's when Jaehwen's thoughts went blank. Suspicion lost power and the words that came to him from all around stopped and his world was covered in silence. He felt his heart ache. Why did she look human? He couldn't understand. As he saw Mino walking away, he shook his head. Similar things were happening, one after another. Mino answered that she would not go back to the past. Makel made the scabbard together with Jaehwen. They became human at that moment, but only for a short time. They soon returned to being dead bodies. Jaehwen knew focusing on each of them would not change the world. No matter how many times he saved them, they would not become human. Jaehwen turned back. That was when his suspicion returned with the voices. "The witch has betrayed us. Send the message." "There, nightmare, we brought is no use then." Nightmare. That was how Jaehwen came. Mino looked up to him and asked, "Did you really come because of the size?" She thought Jaehwen really would have come because of that, but he did not answer. Janya was thrilled by Jaehwen's appearance. "I don't need to go looking for him then." He was sure that Jaehwen had the stone as Janya could feel the power of the greens in him. Jaehwen asked, "Hey, you guys have a nightmare, right?" Janya's face darkened. It was top secret, even among themselves, that they had a nightmare. Janya sent a whisper to ones working on the silence barrier outside. "He knows about their nightmare." "What happened?" "That can't be." It seemed they were too shocked. Jaehwen asked again, "Where's the nightmare?" "I won't tell you," Janya blurted out accidentally. He realized that he had confessed that they had a nightmare, but it was too late. "Bring their nightmare here." Janya frowned. "Is he mad?" He appeared suddenly and asked about their nightmare, and now was ordering him to bring their nightmare here. Why am I listening to him anyway? Janya became angry. He was the eldest of the Jen brothers. He was the shadow of the forest region and the killer of the forest. "I heard rumors that you mean to fight the fortress. It seems you really are as mad as the rumors say." Mino expression turned grim as she saw Janya pulling out two swords. "Be careful. They are fourth stage adapters." After fighting with them, she realized that Jan Myung and Jan Mang were close to the fourth stage. But Janya was well into the fourth stage. The third and fourth stages had vast differences as they were considered the beginning of high-stage adapters. Most of the elders in the clans were at least in the fourth stage. "Do you think I will lose?" "No." Mino was surprised that she was admitting it so easily. He was up against a fourth stage. The enemy was someone that could even fight a Garnak. He was able to wipe out the Red Fox clan like a piece of cake. Yet she was still not worried. The one who moved first were the brothers. Shadow. The shadow swords swung at Jaehwen. It was hard to tell which was real and which was not. Jaehwen moved to dodge, but the attacks followed. Jaehwen barely managed to dodge the blades. That's why they say 4th stage and above are high stages. The skill that the man was using was very powerful. Jaehwen was planning to find the real ones by using suspicion, but their spiritual pattern was not easy to recognize. Jaehwen became annoyed and decided to deflect all the blade attacks. White light filled the air as Jaehwen used slight stab multiple times. There were so many that the attacks left traces lingering in the air. Janya frowned. This can't be. Chapter 29, Deadman. 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Jaehwen had deflected every single shadow blade and aimed for Janya's head. But his attack barely missed. He dodged. It was Jaehwen who was surprised. There was no one who had dodged his slight stab until now. No, there was one, but he killed that with his normal stab and was now his scabbard. Brother Jan Myung was holding Janmang while he was shocked by the unexpected damage. It seemed Janmang's thighs and right arm were wounded by the stabs. Janya was shocked. He could not believe what he had just experienced. The man in front of him had just deflected every attack just by using stab, and even aimed for his head. The only reason he was able to dodge the attack was because he was lucky. If his instincts did not warn him, he would have been killed. He messaged the members outside again. Isn't the man a non-adapter? Yes, we are sure. If the Golden Sky members said so, then it must be true. But how could he be that strong? Is he the strong of the depth? No. He felt something similar but no strong of the depth were non-adapters. Then what is he? Jano readied himself again. The man had no spiritual power and only used stab, but he was much more powerful than the 3 brothers. I can't believe it, but he's stronger than us. Brother, then change tactics. Janyo accepted quickly reality. If the enemy was strong, he just needed to fight accordingly. Jaehwen frowned at the change in tactics. The Jan brothers quickly grabbed the hostages and began fighting while holding on to them. It was a tactic to fight against Jaehwen, who only used stab. Stab was quick, but it was also very simple. If the direction of the attack was blocked from the start, it was easy to deal with. It proved to be very useful in fighting Jaehwen. However, that didn't matter. What? Jaehwen's right hand began gathering spirit power. It was so powerful that the whole building was shaking. He was preparing for regular stab. Jaehwen did not care about the hostages. The Jam brothers, the criminals, the hostages. They were all dead bodies in his eyes. But when he tried to stab, his heart ached. His sight blurred and the faces of the hostages were covered with an image. What is it? Jaehwen ignored it and tried again. His sight blurred and a voice came to him. I'm human. I'm not as strong or as confident as you, but I'm still human. Jaehwen became confused. Why was he seeing those dead bodies as humans? His body was refusing to attack. His body was telling him to not use regular stab against them. The brothers began running rampant once Jaehwen's attacks stopped. His suspicion was shaking and his understand was doing the same. He needed to kill the hostages. He tried to use regular stab again, but he couldn't focus. Even his suspicion was now making it hard to focus. His suspicion, instead of being suspicious of this world, was now being suspicious of suspicion itself. He felt his spirit undergoing change. Something deep and powerful that was also warm was being born from within. It was something very old, but something he longed for. Long lost power. However, the problem was that it was not going to help him right now. Damn it. Jaehwen, for the first time ever, regretted that he only knew how to stab. If he had some other skills at least. Other skills. Jaehwen suddenly redirected his slight stab at various parts of the saloon. Some attacks were aimed at the Jan brothers, while others were aimed at the roof. The attacks made the saloon look like it was full of bullet holes. He's gone mad. Janya laughed as he thought he had gained the upper hand. It was apparent that the man's spirit power would soon fall to 0 at this rate. A few minutes later, Jaehuen stopped attacking. He had used his stab so much that the saloon roof was now full of holes and the sky was visible. Jaehuen looked up at the sky and lowered his sword. This should do. He turned his back to them and Mino became shocked. What are you doing? I'll let him take care of them. Him? Who are you talking about? The talkative, stubborn one. Talkative, stubborn one? Mino thought of someone. But how? At that moment, one of the Golden Sky members shouted in shock. Janya. The silence barrier has been broken. Janya was completely shocked. What? When? He sent a message to the ones working on the silence barrier, but he couldn't feel their spirit power. He then glanced around the saloon. The holes made by the stabs, those attacks. Suddenly, everyone in the saloon felt powerful energy quickly approaching. It was powerful enough to confront a fourth stage adapter with ease. It was a powerful, yet pure energy. There was only one who had such spiritual energy. The door burst open and men in silver white plate armor walked in. It was the guards from Northgate and what is going on here? The silvery glow filled the saloon. Bright, blonde hair, with a silver wing coming from the back shoulder, the most stubborn gate captain. Carlton the silver bind. Mino swallowed as she watched. It was her first time seeing Carlton look so reliable. Carlton narrowed his eyes as he found Jaehuen in the crowd and asked, Jaehuen, what's going on here? Jaehuen nodded and answered, these are people who have disobeyed that law of yours. I'm not too familiar with your laws, but they probably did not follow chapter 276 and line 4. Carlton glared his eyes and asked, who are they? Them. Jaehuen pointed with his chin and Carlton turned to them. There were criminals holding hostages. What are they? I think they are conspiring to destroy the world with this saloon as the start. Mino was dumbfounded by the lie but Carlton pulled up the giant silver halberd in his hands. Destroy the world. I can't let that pass. His face grew cold. Under the laws of Gorgon, I will arrest you all for illegal trespassing, destroying private property, and kidnapping. The Jam brothers and all the Golden Sky members became pale. Chapter 30, Deadman, 5. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Silverbind was very powerful. All criminals could not resist his orders, and the brothers were having a hard time against Silverbind. Carlton was living up to the reputation of the best of the 4 guard captains. So, it wasn't a false rumor that you can kill a Garnak alone. Janya deflected Carlton's halberd as he gritted his teeth. To the adapters traveling in chaos, there, Silverbind, of the Sky People was the worst skill to fight against. Janya was barely resisting, but his 2 brothers were already bound. Carlton's halberd swung towards Janya's neck. Your resistance is futile. Janya gulped. We should use Black Cloud. Are you serious? If we do that, the ones who were reinforcing the barriers are all dead. We will all die anyway. Understood. Janya then knelt and raised both his hands. I surrender. Wise choice. Carlton then released the bind and approached. At that moment, Janya laughed. You are as naive as rumored also. Carlton then realized something and shouted, everyone, get out of the saloon. Something exploded from within Janya and a black cloud began filling up the saloon. Within the smog, people moaned and coughed. Some who moved out of the smog tried to come back in, but Carlton yelled, don't come back inside. The smog did not go away and Carlton's voice disappeared. Then, the sound of flesh and bones twisting was heard. The Janya brothers were watching it unfold at the top of the ruined building next to the saloon. I never imagined I would need to use Black Cloud here. They were all covered with some kind of a mask. Jan Myung spoke grimly. Jan Mang breathed in a bit of the cloud. Fool. I warned him so many times. Janya frowned as he saw Jan Mang's darkened face. If he swallowed only a bit, he might live. Hang on. Then, they saw reinforcements from Golden Sky running towards them. About time. Their leader was a high-stage adapter and an elder of Golden Sky, Huk Serlang. He was famous for his sexual desire in their great lands, and was eventually killed by adapters with his tongue and penis ripped out. Janya was ashamed to side with such a man. Janya, look at you, how pitiful. Shut up. What happened to the witch? You need to hand her over to me. I didn't have time for that. Serlang frowned. He then checked the cloud in the saloon. You were in a hurry. I see. Using the cloud with the leader's permission? Silverbind was here. Silverbind? Serlang's voice shook. Wait, so Silverbind is in the right now? Yes. Serlang cackled at the world. Ha ha. That fool swallowed up the black cloud? That's a sight to behold. No criminal had a good impression of Silverbind. Even Serlang had bad memories of Carlton. That's a good sight to watch, Serlang said. But Janya didn't seem too excited. What happened to him? Silverbind wasn't much of a problem. Under normal circumstances, he would have defeated him already. The problem was the man who cornered him with just a stab. And he couldn't stop thinking that the man was probably not affected by Black Cloud. Oh, and where's the stone? Not yet. Don't tell me you let the fortress take it. Don't worry, we just need to pick it up now. Janya adjusted his mask and readied himself to walk back into the saloon. The saloon was covered in black smog. Even the smallest effect was enough to corrupt the spirit, so he did not want to go back in. The ones inside had probably reached their limit of corruption already. I don't even want to think about it. He knew what became of the ones who reached the limit of corruption. There was no one in Chaos who did not know this. Suddenly, Serlang stopped Janya and asked, Janya, who is he? Janya turned and found a man looking at him. He had casually walked out of the smog-filled saloon. Janya was shocked. It wasn't possible. Even the greens could not stay normal after breathing in the cloud. And he was not one of the greens. He's the one with the stone. Oh, good. Get him. The men who came with Serlang charged as the man took out his sword. Step by step, with each step he took, Janya felt the ground shudder. One strike equaled the death of one of his men. Serlang bellowed, what is he? Who was he? That's what Janya wanted to know. He checked and it looked like there was still about 53rd stage adapters. That was enough to wipe out mid-level clans. Janya calmed himself. We have enough. Jaehwen frowned as he fought off the enemies. There were too many to stab each one, and there was a chance that more bad things might happen again if he wasted any more time. He did not use his sword because he did not like relying on an item's power. But it was time to use it now. Jaehwen drew the sword from the scabbard. It was then that Janya first realized that the man had been fighting with the scabbard on. So I was only fighting a scabbard? The sword cried out with ominous power as it was drawn. Everyone excluding Janya and Serlang froze. It was as if a giant horned monster was standing in front of them. Garnak. The skill within the scabbard. Garnak's presence was activated. Janya stared at it dumbfoundedly. The reinforcements were smashed like insects, and when he came back to his senses, the only ones left were himself and Serlang. But Serlang was already far away, fleeing. Bastard. Janya then looked at his brothers on the ground. He would not survive. There's one way for you to survive. To survive? Janya's eyes opened wide. Where's there? Nightmare. Why do you laugh? Jaehwen asked Janya, who was laughing maniacally. I can't tell you. He knew. If he told him about Nightmare, he would die even if he survived. He thought of one man, the strongest in Chaos, and the only one who could unite Chaos, the leader of Golden Sky. Even if this man was strong, would he be stronger than the leader? He couldn't agree. He believed it was only possible for his leader to unite Chaos and get the fruit, to return to the Great Lands. He laughed. With the cloud out, it would start now. If I'm going to die here. Janya quickly pulled out a dark gem and swallowed it. Stone of Forgotten Spirit, Chapter 31, Deadman, 6. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was only for an instant, but Jaehwen saw the stone. It was definitely there, Stone of Forgotten Spirit, but with a different energy. The energy began expanding in Janya's body and grew. Janya's voice distorted and all his veins blackened as his muscles expanded. His power of around the 4th stage adapter was amplified nearly twice and exceeded that of a 5th stage. Then, Janya's body cracked from his torso and a giant mouth with vicious teeth opened up as tentacles began spreading out from within. So this is the power of the Deadman. That was what one changed into when corruption reached 100%. It was feared by all who lived in Chaos, and everyone considered it a fate worse than death. It was the form of a monster that lost all memories and was only left with desires. My memories. Janya felt his memories being wiped away as he was left with simple desires. He was now free from himself. He was now free to throw himself into temptation, into destruction. He was now in the world. So, this is the world's truth. The world where all humans looked like dead bodies. The world where stats and data ate away everything like maggots. Janya saw his tentacles and felt like he could do anything. It was funny that he had been so afraid of becoming this being. It didn't matter if he lost his humanity if he could see this world. Deadman, run. The guards began running away in terror as Janya reached out with his tentacles and began feeding the dead bodies into his mouth. He then turned to the man. Janya laughed and tried to reach out his tentacles. But he felt something different. Why was there a human in this world? Janya looked around, but there were no humans. They were all dead bodies. However, that man still looked human. Janya could not believe it. That being should not exist. He looked like a human, yet he felt like a dead man, but with a much greater presence than himself. Janya tried to move his tentacles to kill their man, but they didn't move. His tentacles were trembling. Janya was trembling. Janya tried to attack with all his might to ease his terror and be freed from that being. The man held up his sword and aimed. At that moment, Janya's sight became distorted. Powerful energy sped past him and he felt his entire body being torn apart. While the world turned upside down, excruciating pain filled him and he saw his reflection in the man's eyes. Ripped tentacles rained down from the sky. It's like the world just ended apostrophe. And that was the last sight Janya was able to see. What are you? How did you acquire the power of the dead? Janya's spirit lingered a little before it scattered away. But you will not alone. Then Janya's spirit dissipated into white powder. Jaehwen rotated his shoulder and frowned. I wasn't going to use normal stab if possible. The trace of the stab that penetrated past Janya distorted the sky. It was as if the sky had been hammered down. What was he? It seemed that he had become a monster called a dead man in this world. The monster that was born from a spirit corrupted to its limit. Jaehwen was surprised. All beings here showed him their true identity once he used suspicion on them. Humans became dead bodies while monsters became tainted objects of feelings. But this dead man did not change its shape. It meant its giant mouth and tentacles were a part of its true form. Jaehwen decided to return to the saloon. He didn't get any information about the nightmare, but there was a chance that the saloon still had those that came with him. When he returned, he felt something was wrong. Carlton, Mino, and the other female employees were still on the ground. Carlton seemed to be in an especially bad condition with his silver wing that was now gone. Fortunately, he was still alive and was barely able to speak. Please alert the fortress. Jaehwen's expression turned grim as he saw blackened veins appear on Carlton's face. It was similar to the symptom that he just saw on Janya. It seemed that Mino was also suffering from the same thing. Jaehwen went to Mino and asked, "What's going on?" Mino barely opened her eyes and spoke. "It's spirit corruption, the worst." Mino's breathing was shallow. Jaehwen asked again, "Doesn't the corruption happen because of not consuming the medicine?" "Yes, usually." Spirit corruption was a common disease in chaos. It was easy to deal with by consuming medicine made from horned monsters. So Jaehwen thought it was weird. Carlton had the same symptoms and there was no way for him to have missed his medication. There was only one answer. Something had corrupted the entire saloon. Was it because of the black smog? Mino had already given up on everything. She could not use her interface system anymore. It meant her spirit was corrupted and becoming a dead man was imminent. So, this is how it ends apostrophe. She then looked closely at Jaehwen's face. His distinct features and battle-worn face reflected how many trials he had faced until now. This was the first time that Mino looked closely at his face. "What happened to them?" "I killed them all." "I see," Mino answered. She could not bear to open her eyes anymore and felt her energy fading away. "I can't see well. How do I look?" "Your veins are black." "I see." Mino tried to speak. "No, She did actually speak. Something in her wanted to keep speaking to him. But she could not make out what she was actually saying. She felt like she was losing her mind, but she kept on talking. Her veins blackened even further. Jae-hwen looked at Mino. Stop. Talk no more. Jae-hwen knew what Mino would turn into. This woman would become the monster that he just killed. And Jae-hwen did not know how to save her. The only thing he practiced while he climbed the tower was to kill. Mino then asked, I know I'm not in a place to ask, but please do me a favor. Yes. Mino smiled bitterly. Kill me. Chapter 32, Deadman. 7. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Understood. Jae-hwen took out his sword. This woman was a disruption. Jae-hwen could not understand. Why was it when he looked at that woman, his skills were disrupted? Why did his memory try to come back? Everything wasn't going well. He didn't need feelings, they made him weak. The woman wanted him to kill her, so there was no hesitation. This was for her. And for Jae-hwen. No, wait. Someone rushed up and held on to Jae-hwen's wrist. There might be a chance. Please. It was a middle-aged woman, the owner of the saloon. She was probably the one named Claire. She had evacuated at Carlton's warning and had fortunately evaded the corruption. Just then, the paramedics from the fortress rushed into the saloon. This way. Gorgon Fortress acted quickly. The paramedics from the fortress quickly hauled Carlton and Mino outside. Jae-hwen stared at Mino being carried away and asked, will she live? If she starts the morph, there's no chance. But, one of the paramedics answered hesitantly. It seemed everyone was terrified of the dead man. Warning. Corruption level has reached 90%. It was the corruption measurement meter that Carlton had. Suddenly a siren sounded from somewhere within the fortress. Warning Gorgon 4. This is not a drill. Small dead man within the fortress. Citizens on the northern streets, evacuate immediately. The entire fortress plunged into chaos. Jae-hwen felt it was a bit weird to be that scared. Is Deadman that dangerous? There was various information about a dead man coming in on his suspicion. Then he felt some strange whispers. Right after, red-clothed figures appeared on the rooftops of buildings around them. Anti-Evil First Squadron has arrived at the scene. Second Squadron has arrived as well. As the reports ended, the red-clothed man in the center nodded and gave an order. We will eradicate them before they finish the dead man morph. Their hunt began. Most of them were higher than third-stage adapters. They were either as powerful as the Golden Sky, or even stronger. They all rushed into the saloon at once. Mino, come back. Talk to me. Claire was feeding all the medicine in her possession into Mino's mouth. It didn't matter if what she had was valuable, whether it was uni or Bihorn medicine. The doctor in the rescue team asked the paramedics, how much medicine do we have? Not much, sir. Why is that? Didn't we have enough supplies? It's all been used up to ease the master's disease. Damn it. The corruption level was increasing. Something seemed to be creeping into Carlton and Mino's spirits. Something so powerful that the Unihorn or even Bihorn powder could not stop. As they reached the hospital, the guard posted at the gate blocked them from entering as he looked at Claire. Carlton can enter, but the woman cannot. We do not have much. I will provide the medicine. Just give us a spot. Claire yelled. If you insist. The hospital was worse than Jae-hwen thought. It was poorly equipped and the building was just a tent. There were hundreds of beds with patients slumped in them, and they all seemed to be corrupted. Move away. Emergency. Doctors closed in quickly and got respirators on Carlton and Mino. It seemed that they were trying to force-feed the medicine via the respirators. Outside the tent, the saloon could be seen with smog leaking out from it. With the evacuation order, the saloon was closed down and the elites of the anti-evil squad stepped out to guard the saloon. From within the saloon, cries of woman employees who had turned into dead men were heard. Are you the man that Mina talked about? Jae-hwen turned to Claire as she continued, I sent her to hunt down the Red Fox clan. Never imagined she would come back with death itself. Heard you reject all laws here. You judge the world by your standards, and you measure humans. Jae-hwen did not answer. I know a man like you. I've seen one. Claire placed her hand on Mino's chest and checked her breathing before continuing. Jae-hwen looked at Claire's face. He had never met her before. If you live long enough, you get to see all kinds of people. Claire spoke as she looked at Mino once and then glanced around the hospital. People live here not because they're fools. They have no other choice. It was voice full of lethargy. Then Jae-hwen spoke for the first time. No, there's always a choice. You all just have no courage. Courage? Claire retorted. Why do you need courage? Jaehuen tried to speak, but stopped. He had seen Claire's eyes, the deep eyes with regrets over her long life. She had lived with courage all this time and now had no more courage to do so. You are the type who values a higher standard, higher justice. There were paramedics and doctors shouting from all around. Some with higher corruption levels were coughing black coughs. Claire continued. It must be a wonderful thing. Too wonderful that people here cannot dare to imagine. You may be right. I may not have the courage, but because of that, I do not know what you may think. But I know one thing for sure. Claire's eyes were similar to that of Mino's. I know that you are dangerous. Jaehuen thought about what Mino mumbled to him before she fainted. I now know why I wanted to tag along with you. Why I wanted to stop you from leaving. The words that Mino spoke earlier, and the words that Claire spoke now were mixed before it came to a conclusion. You must leave this place. You must not leave this place. You will bring despair to the people. You will bring hope to the people. You will make them think that nothing will change. You will make them think that something will change. The young ones like Mina will like you. They will be tempted and shaken, and then they will die like her. The older ones, especially those who have adapted here, will hate you. They will be jealous and hurt. Many will die. Yet I still want to hold on to you. Claire couldn't continue because tears had started flowing from Mino's eyes. Claire took out a handkerchief and wiped away the tears. Do not give up on this world. That's when the ragged door to the hospital opened. Captain. It was Lieutenant Captain James and the other guards. James glared at Jaehuen while a guard from before explained everything that happened. James became grim and looked at Carlton. Take out all the medicine we have. The guards took out all their medicine, which were mostly unicorns and some bihorns. James even took out the Tron powder he had saved. Even the Tron isn't working. One of the doctors moaned. The corruption level wasn't going down. One of the guards then asked worryingly, what do we do if he becomes a dead man? No one can stop him. James spoke, clenched his fist. That was when Jaehuen asked from a distance, is there any way to reverse it once someone becomes a dead man? A doctor nodded and Jaehuen glanced between Carlton and Mino. Then he suddenly grabbed Carlton's collar and spoke. Hey, get up. I have something to ask you. Jaehuen began slapping Carlton's cheeks. He hit so hard that Carlton's cheeks turned red and the guards became furious and ran in. How dare you do that to our captain? However, Carlton did wake up. Captain. The guards gathered around. Usually, guards hated their superiors, but the guards of the Northern Gate were all worried about their captain. Carlton must have been a good superior to them. Carlton murmured, Jaehuen, yes, I have a favor. Yes, please kill me. Everyone wanted to be killed. Jaehuen frowned. You should be able to do that. Please. Before it's too late. Carlton looked at Jaehuen's emotionless face. Isn't it time to ask to be saved instead? Carlton grinned. Gorgon Special Law Chapter 1 Line 4. Once the subject reaches 95% corruption level and the morphing begins. Then Carlton started coughing hard. Jaehuen couldn't like him. He hated men like Carlton who were so devoted to the organization. But Jaehuen still respected Carlton for one thing. If the Tower of Nightmares had 10 people who were like Carlton, or maybe even 5, he wouldn't have had to spend 30 years within the tower. Jaehuen slapped Carlton who was about to slip into unconsciousness again. Hey, let me ask you one thing. Yes. Carlton's lips were trembling. In your Gorgon law, is there a law that prohibits one from going back into the past? What do you? A law that punishes those who abandon the world and flees into the past. I don't get the quest. Carlton's eyes then rolled back as his body began to twist. His veins began to expand and his flesh began to swirl like worms. The morphing was imminent. Warning, warning. Corruption level has reached 94%. Morphing imminent. Suddenly, a group of men entered the hospital. The man in the lead was familiar. It was the leader of the group who fought the dead man in the saloon. The best fighting group within the fortress. The anti-Deadman group. Anti-evil. The leader. James' face turned grim. Commander. The commander eyed Carlton coldly. Some guards tried to hide Carlton's body by blocking it with their own. But it was pointless. Move out of the way. He drew his sword. He is no longer the captain, you know. You must know this. The guards still did not move away and the commander resorted to force. By the laws of Gorgon, Special Law Chapter 1, Line 4, I will now purge Guard Captain Carlton and the other person. It was an order. Jaehwen felt it was ironic. Stubborn man, the world you saved has now come to kill you. The guards kneeled as they could not resist the order. It was the most powerful skill within the fortress that no one could withstand. The sword then swung toward Carlton's neck. It was a strike that no one could stop. Rather, it was a strike that no one could stop, until Jaehwen's bare hand stopped it. Jaehwen spoke. You can't kill him. I need to ask him a few things. Chapter 33, Deadman, 8. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What is this man? The commander tried to pull out his sword away, but it did not budge. He was a powerful man who had almost reached the 5th stage. But the man stopped his strike barehandedly. Even if his attack did not contain spiritual power, there was no one who could block his attack with their bare hands. Order doesn't work on him. He had lived 100 years in this fortress, but he had never seen this happen before. A man who was not affected by order, and could block his attack with just bare hands. Whoever he was probably a powerful man. I don't know who you are, but you must not block me from my duty. We're just trying to stop a bigger disaster from happening. Disaster? Jaehwen scoffed. I don't think killing Carlton will solve the matter. Isn't your job to find the reason behind this rather than killing him? He was right. The commander knew what had happened. A group from the Golden Sky clan had done something and corrupted Carlton's spirit. It seemed that he had jumped in to save the civilians. But so what? The criminals were gone and there was no evidence. And Carlton was going to become a dead man. I'm only working to uphold the law. The law, yeah? Jaehwen used suspicion and examined Carlton's inventory. He has it. Jaehwen reached out and took out a book. It was a book of law. Let me see. Special Law, Chapter 1 Line 4. Once the subject reaches 95% corruption level and begins to morph, he or she will be put to death at once. Is this it? Yes. So, if Carlton does not become a dead man, he will be saved? Jaehwen asked as he took out a dark, black horn from his dimensional backpack. I think this will do. One of the doctors immediately recognized the horn. A Garnak horn. The commander had heard that someone had brought in the horn of Pentahorn, but he did not know that this man was the owner. We might have a chance. The doctors agreed and the commander sheathed his sword. The man was right. If Carlton did not become a dead man, he didn't need to be killed. However, the doctors didn't look too delighted. But there's a problem. The highest medicine usually sold were trons because it was hard to find someone who could process quadhorns or higher. The only one who might be able to do that was Maekl, the vice chief of Twilight's Fall. But it was too late to call the vice chief and they were not sure if the proud blacksmith would agree to make medicine with his skills. Yet, the doctors were shocked once again. Isn't this enough? The horn was crushed turned into powder by Jaehwen. The doctors present trembled as they took the powder. They were not sure how much value this medicine held. The processed powder was sucked into the respirator and distributed to Carlton and Mino. As the horn powder was consumed, the corruption level stopped increasing and became steady. It did not purify the corruption, but it stopped the morphing. Suddenly, the doctor tending to Mino shouted, it's not working. The corruption level began to rise again. It's not stopping. Her stamina is too low too. A doctor quickly measured Mino's corruption level. Warning. Corruption level has exceeded 95%. Morphing will start. The doctors became frightened. It's too late. When the corruption exceeded 95%, there was no medicine that could stop it. The commander tried to draw his sword again but Claire shouted, Chungyu, call Chungyu. He can use Deadman / That will give us a chance. Are you talking about the Doctor of Despair? One of the doctors frowned. Chungyu, the Doctor of Despair. Every doctor knew his name. He was the only doctor who could save someone who had begun morphing. His unique skill, Deadman / allowed him to stop the transformation. Jaehwen heard the doctors whispering to each other. But, what does the Deadman / skill do? It's what the Doctor of Despair uses. I heard it cuts down the corruption itself. How is that possible? Claire said, yes. The doctor knows her. He will certainly help her out. The doctor is within the inner keep. He will not come out for such a thing. For such a thing you said. Claire became enraged and tried to speak, but the commander interrupted her. Move out. His powerful energy made Clara and the doctors fall to their knees while screaming. The commander measured Mino's corruption level and said to Jaehwan, I cannot stay put this time. You should move away too. Jaehwan drew his sword and the air turned cold. Then Jaehwan turned. I will kill her. She asked me to do so. The commander moved back. The doctors moved away as Claire bit her lip and watched Jaehwan. James paled and some guards looked away. Jaehwan looked at the woman lying on the cot. With her mask skill gone, her face was pale but still beautiful. She was the first human Jaehwan had met after he came to Chaos. Her name was Mino. It was a name that he had never called. He did not know much about her. He didn't know what she had done, and why she was so weak-minded, the fact that she was an assassin. Yet, he didn't want to know. He raised his sword. He was shown an imaginary line which showed Mino's death. It was only displayed when his senses reached their limits. If he followed the line, it would mean instant death for her. That was the best he could do for her now. However, at that moment, the area began to change. What? Everything, except Mino and Jaehwan, turned white. Jaehwan used suspicion, and his senses grew. He had felt a similar thing when he met the succubus on the 66th floor of the tower. It's a hallucination. Jaehwan glanced around while using suspicion. There was no one other than Mino lying down. Jaehwan gripped his sword tightly, thinking to rip the space apart. Suddenly, he was surprised. There was an old man sitting next to Mino. My little Mino. What happened to you? It was an old man dressed in dark clothes with a long, round hat. It seemed that the old man had not noticed Jaehwan. Poor girl, let me help you. The old man then squished Mino's cheeks this way and that, before breaking into a satisfied smile. Jaehwan looked at him quietly. After a while, the old man noticed Jaehwan and turned towards him in shock. Who are you? He blushed like a man caught stealing and coughed. You, young man, have a very noble spirit. How did you come here? Jaehwan did not answer and used suspicion. But it did not work. Many theories flashed through his mind. It was a man who suddenly appeared as he was watching a corrupted spirit. Is he the reason for the corruption? The man also gave him the feeling like that of the dead man. Jaehwan then remembered the whispers among the doctors. Dead man / right? The woman might live if this old man was killed. The old man kept on speaking. But why is the noble spirit eager to fight like that, like a 5-year-old? Jaehwan's sword moved. What? The old man opened his eyes wide in shock and yelled, You, young man, must be taught a lesson. Then, a bright sword strike flash. With the shock, Jaehwan was forced back a step, and the old man staggered 3 steps back. Jaehwan was shocked. He blocked my attack. It was the first time that his slight stab was blocked. There were instances where someone dodged it or didn't die, but no one was able to block it. However, that wasn't the only thing. It was a slash that the old man had used to block the stab. The old man moaned. How did you block my normal slash? It was a familiar name. The old man stepped back. It seemed his wrist was sprained from the strike and his sword had a crack. What are you? The old man shouted as the hallucination shattered. Jaehwan knew he was back in the normal world. His sword was still at Mino's neck, but something around had changed. He heard a voice. No, my precious quadhorn sword. Jaehwan realized it was the same old man's voice. He turned, and there he was, on his knees and wailing. He was shaking as he held onto the broken sword. The commander and Claire shouted at once. Doctor of Despair, Changyu. It was the #1 doctor from Gorgon Fortress, Changyu. The Doctor of Despair, Chapter 34, Doctor of Despair, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. That old man, because of him, everyone thought people can do that too. What did he say? Repeating same / trillion times will make him really powerful or something? I'm Mikazuki, 3rd captain of the Rupture. Episode 6. Doctor of Despair. 4 men sat in the inner keep office. The middle-aged man in the higher seat was a famous individual within the fortress, Chancellor Uranchiva. He was the one who was in charge of the keep while the master was out. The one sitting next to him did not fall behind in status. Doctor, are you sure that Jaehwan can use the Deadman / Yeah, Changyu answered. obviously not happy that he had to admit that, and the anti-evil commander agreed. I saw it too, Chancellor. It was definitely the Deadman / well, to be specific, it's not, / Chung Yu added and looked at the man in front. The man was the only one who had no relation to the Gorgon fortress. Why am I here? Jae-hwen thought as he saw Chung Yu in front of him. Chung Yu, the Doctor of Despair. Everyone in Chaos had heard about his rumors. The one who can do Deadman / he was the only one who could do that. But he wasn't famous just because he was a skilled doctor. I heard he's as powerful as the 10 clans leaders. The Doctor was extremely strong. This was a good topic to be gossip about. I heard he is a strong from the depth. I heard he was a member of the Rupture. Also, I heard he cleared the Master S Tower. However, no one knew what was true because Chung Yu never talked about himself. Then his rumors became much less exciting over time. The old man who only knew how to / the old man who loved women so much that he only tended to women. The word despair was put on him because he always felt despair. The Doctor is despairing. Doctors were shocked to see the rumors were true as they saw Chung Yu kneeling down. The commander approached and asked, Doctor, why are you here? What about the Master? This cutie is about to die. Who cares about the Master? What? Chung Yu then glared at Jae-hwen. Hey! What are you going to do? You ruined my Deadman / and with my sword in this state. His sword was crushed. The Deadman / could only be used by a sword made from a quad horn or higher. That's when Chung Yu's eyes caught something interesting. Oh, boy, you have something good with you. Chung Yu exclaimed. Horn of Garnak, eh? The sword with the power of a Garnak. He had seen a sword made from Pentahorn's horn. But he had never seen a sword with even the scabbard being the Garnak's horn. Garnaks were vicious and violent beasts that were difficult to hunt. Chung Yu reached out toward the sword without permission. Jae-hwen grasped his wrist to stop him. You, young man, got some skill. He knew the man wasn't an ordinary man when his normal / was blocked, but it seemed the young man was more than what he had expected. That was when Jae-hwen spoke up unexpectedly. If I let you use this sword, huh? If I let you? Then can you save her? Chung Yu blinked. Of course, I can do that. Jae-hwen took out the sword and handed it over with the scabbard on. Chung Yu was shocked. It was his first time meeting the man and that person just gave the weapon away. But this wasn't important right now. It's a good sword, but it does fit you. Chung Yu cackled as the sword cried as the old man held on it. Then his pupils turned white and old man began swinging his sword in the air. The area then turned quiet. So this was what he did earlier. Jae-hwen looked into the world that had turned white. As old man moved his sword, the world was being painted into a white light. Jae-hwen finally realized that this was not just some hallucination. This was the world that this old man was seeing. Within the bright white area, was Mino as her outline was fading away. The old man then looked at Mino. He stood in front and held the sword like a paintbrush. Then he began painting the lines back in. Jae-hwen felt that it was a strange sight. It was smooth, yet violent. It was relaxed, yet rushed. But everything was accurate. Mino's body was repainted into the world. Jae-hwen felt relieved as he watched the old man at work. He painted Mino's nose, her lips, and paid more attention to her breasts. As his brush moved, the world in white danced. It was like a calm, soothing song. Then the song that the old man creating was nearing its end. The old man slumped down, losing his grip on the sword. Ugh, I can't do it any longer. Chung Yu lay down on his back. Damn it, my spirit power is running out. Mino's painting was still unstable, but it was close to completion. If it wasn't for that damn master. The world shook. Jae-hwen knew if that picture wasn't finished, this Deadman / would not work. Jae-hwen wondered. He couldn't do a / but even if it was a copy of what the old man did. Jae-hwen took back his sword. He felt the people around him shouting, trying to stop him. It was noisy. Jae-hwen closed his eyes. His mind always had suspicion on against the world, and the spirit wanting to understand, stopped. His thoughts were freed. Yes, this was how it was supposed to feel. Chapter 35, Doctor of Despair, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As he opened his eyes again, the white world was waiting with only Chung Yu who was there in shock and Mino who was asleep. Jae-hwen, for the first time ever, took up the sword to save someone. The white world accepted him. He felt like he could draw in anything in this world. Then, Jaehwen began moving. He then remembered Mino, a weak-minded assassin, a stubborn woman who liked to joke, a woman who always attracted trouble, a woman who did not betray, a woman who hated him, and the woman who trusted humans. Jaehwen moved his hand without resting, as if he was worried that the Mino he knew would disappear. He moved and moved again. After some time, it seemed like it was finished, but something was lacking. That's when Jaehwen remembered. He had never seen it, but he came to know about it unintentionally. Jaehwen then finished by placing a small spot on Mino's right breast. It was complete. Jaehwen blinked, and as he breathed in, "You still remember that?" Mino smiled brightly in front of him. When Jaehwen opened his eyes again, he thought he was still in the white world. It was because everyone was silent. James was rubbing his eyes and doctors were shaking with the measurement meter in their hands. Claire was numbly looking at Mino. The black vein was disappearing. Someone shouted, "The morphing has stopped. Corruption level is dropping." And the Doctor of Despair was in shock. How? But he had used the Deadman slash. This wasn't something that could be copied just by looking at it. This was not a skill. Many wanted to be taught, but nobody could manage to do it. His eagerness disappeared a bit. Chung Yu mumbled as he eyed the man. It seemed like something changed him just now, but that only makes him 10 years old now. Chung Yu didn't seem to like it much. "Who are you? How did you do the Deadman slash?" Chung Yu stopped. The man's movement was not the slash. "No, I should call it Deadman stab." "Where did you learn that?" The commander was then shocked as he asked, "Wait, did he just use the Deadman slash?" "I do not want to accept that fact, but yes." Then, Chung Yu frowned as he watched the commander's expression. He was the most loyal to the master of the fortress. Chung Yu had lived for 1,000 years. It was easy to know what the 100-year-old young man was thinking. "Wait, Commander, relax. We do not know about him yet." "But didn't he just say that he could do the Deadman slash? And didn't you mention that if there was one more who could do it, you could save the master?" "That's..." Chung Yu frowned. He did say such a thing. He just didn't realize the commander would still remember it. "How would I know that there would be another one who could do it?" The commander sternly said, "Doctor, there's no one more valuable than the master." Chung Yu stopped and sighed. He then sent a whisper. "Commander, you know that I'm an awakener, right?" The commander became tense. Everyone knew the term awakener. These were the ones who escaped the system and earned great power in return. Even throughout the Great Lands as a whole, there weren't many awakeners. Those included the few lords of the 12 regions and their subjects, their Rupture's few captains, and the organization that their Big Brother considered a dangerous organization. The commander knew there were a few more awakeners other than them. One was the old man in front. He was weaker than the lords or the captain of Rupture, but was still an awakener. The fact that Chung Yu stayed within Gorgon Fortress stopped other fortresses that were thinking about attacking Gorgon. "What if he is an awakener?" Chung Yu asked. "Is that true?" "Yes, and a suspicious one at that." The commander felt sweat running down his back. An awakener appearing within the fortress was not to be taken lightly. They were powerful enough to alter the power balance. "Is he from there, Rupture?" "I don't know anything yet." Suddenly, the entrance opened and men in dark green clothes entered. The commander recognized them at once. It was the organization below the Chancellor himself, Shadow Moon. The man in the front was the general. Why are they here? They had nothing to do with killing the dead man. They only obeyed direct orders from the master of the fortress and the chancellor. The general walked up to Jaehwen and bowed. "I'm the general of the Shadow Moon. Are you the messenger of the Greens?" "Messenger of the Greens?" Chung Yu and the commander looked at each other. "Please, follow us to the keep. Our master's life is in." That's when the general felt something was strange. "Huh? Why are you here, Commander and Doctor?" It seemed he was shocked to see them standing here. But Chung Yu and the commander did not care about the general. They were looking at Jaehwen and was thinking of the same thing. And Chung Yu was still thinking the same thing as he watched Jaehwen in front. "Who is this man?" he thought as he saw Jaehwen playing around with their Stone of Forgotten Spirit in his fingers. Chancellor Yuren spoke to him. "Mr. Jaehwen, I need to make a request of you." Chapter 36, Doctor of Despair, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. There was a reason why Jaehwen followed them to the office of the inner keep without any protest. You were looking for a nightmare, right? Gorgon Fortress was a large place. Even if nightmares were rare, there might be one or two if one looked very closely. That was what Makel said. Go to the registrar of the inner keep, tell them my name and show the scabbard. You will then take a look at the entrance record. It seemed like a good idea to track down possible a nightmare who had come into the fortress. That was what he planned to do unless he encountered some other problems. It's getting mixed up, but it might be better. The middle-aged man seemed to hold a high position, so it might be easier if he helped find a nightmare. Jaehwen looked at him. He had a clean moustache along with a wise and intelligent face. Yuren looked very noble and intelligent, but it was his 211th year after he died at Great Lands. He was one of the oldest within the Gorgon Fortress. I will have to introduce myself first. I am Yuren Chiver, Chancellor of this Gorgon Fortress. Jaehwen. Yuren laughed. You sure sound like the one. The doctor told me about you. Jaehwen glanced and the doctor was mumbling. Look, I told you he's rude. But you must know that it is not your name that we want to know. He cut straight to the chase, but did so politely. It was interesting to see such a high-ranking officer be so polite. Let me ask you this outright, Mr. Jaehwen, are you the messenger of the Greens? No, I see. Yuren didn't seem to be shocked. You weren't? Didn't I say that? Changyu added. Hey, kid, let me ask you. If you are not from the Greens, then where did you get those stones? Changyu asked as he glared at the stone in Jaehwen's hands. Jaehwen's answer was simple. I picked them up. And you want me to believe that? What happened to the owners? They're dead. Dead? Who dares to kill 5 families? I killed them. The commander was shocked and Changyu stood up, but Yuren stopped him. Please, relax, doctor. The Chancellor was so dignified that it even made Jaehwen astonished. He killed them all. We do not know what happened between them and Mr. Jaehwen. We should hear him out. He must have had his reasons. Yuren looked at Jaehwen and Jaehwen answered, they attacked me first. They wanted my horn, so I fought them. Jaehwen then took out the last horn from his backpack. Yuren nodded. I see. The Greens were famous for their greed for materials. If a mere human was walking around with high-value material like the horn of a Garnak, there was a chance for them to launch an attack. If Jaehwen killed them to protect himself, then there was nothing to blame. Yuren became curious. How did this man come all the way here? Mr. Jaehwen, would you mind explaining your story some more? After a while, I see. Let me summarize your story. Yuren recounted the events. 1. You were accidentally swept away into this chaos. Jaehwen nodded. 2. You accidentally met the Greens and came into this fortress. Jaehwen nodded. 3. You accidentally ran into the trouble and met the doctor. And you copied what he did. Jaehwen nodded. I see. I understand. Changyu frowned as he watched them. Chancellor, do you even believe him? Yes, I do. Have you lost your mind because Master's out sick? Yun smiled. Doctor. What? To earn the trust of someone, you must trust him first. The doctor became dumbfounded and Yuren looked back at Jaehwen. Mr. Jaehwen, can I ask a few more questions, if it's not too much? Sure. Then, the first question. Your body is alive right now, is that right? Jaehwen's finger that played on the stone stopped cold. How do you know that I didn't die? Didn't you say that you were accidentally swept into chaos? Yes. Did you know that no one in chaos expresses their death in that way? He was a very intelligent man. Jaehwen heightened his guard. Second question. Is there a reason for you to hide your identity? Jaehwen fell silent and answered, yes. Is it because of a certain threat? Maybe, maybe not. It somehow is, while it's somehow not. Yuren tapped on the table and continued, I must apologize beforehand. What is it? To be honest, I've been watching you use my people for the past 3 days. I knew about it. Of course. Jaehwen remembered the man in a dark green cloth that he knocked out near Twilight's Fall. It was hard as you were too powerful, but there were a few results. We did manage to find out a few things about you. Do you want to listen to it? Go ahead. Yuren smiled. This document summarizes what happened after you walked into the fortress. Jaehwen looked down and read the paper in front of him. First day. Target has clashed with Carlton. Target took out their Stone of Forgotten Spirit, and made the civilians feel terrified. Target massacred local gangs. Target trespassed the Twilight's Fall and threatened the vice chief. Target took Twilight's Fall illegally, resulted in 180 million HORUNs in property loss. Target started processing SS-grade material Horn of Garnak. Third day. Target destroyed the Northern Merchant Road. Estimated property loss, 40 million HORUNs. Target clashed with the Janya brothers and the Golden Sky clan. Northern Guard captain and 14 other guards were wounded in the process. Target massacred Janya brothers and the Golden Sky clan. Target clashed with the Middle Deadman. Target killed the Middle Deadman. Estimated property loss due to the damage, 30 million HORUNs. Target clashed with the Doctor of Despair. Target used Deadman / Target's danger grade, SS. Target's physical strength, impossible to measure. Estimated property loss, 380 million HORUNs. Chapter 37, Doctor of Despair, 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Do you know what people call a man like this? Uran asked. The Doctor interjected, a madman. The commander also added, I'm not sure if you are a hero or a villain. Uran smiled. Yes, some might call you a hero, and some will call you a villain. Some might even call you a madman. Everyone will call you something different. Uran's tapping against the table stopped. I call that kind of man a protagonist. Chung Yu frowned. He's just a madman. It's just a metaphor. One who's not bound to any rules and lives how he likes. Only a protagonist can do that. Uran continued, there's one thing that you have that is related to a protagonist. Do you know what it is? No. Jaehuen replied. It's that they're famous. Jaehuen fell silent and asked, and after the investigation, you found out that I'm a famous protagonist? Uran shook his head. No, that's where the problem lies. ? You are not famous at all. Uran continued, a powerful being considered to be a protagonist leaks their powers, their status, birthright, the legendary stories. Even if the protagonist himself did not want the stories to be told, others will spread it anyway. Jaehuen listened silently. But there was nothing about you that was known. Not here, nor in the Great Lands. Even with the Fortress command system that can pull up all adapter information with the search of a name, we found no information about you. Do you know what this means? Jaehuen did not answer, but Uran continued speaking. Someone is blocking your information. Someone is protecting you so that you will not be known. Whatever the motive may be. Jaehuen did not speak. And I think the one doing that is probably not friendly toward you. Why is that? If a powerful organization who can meddle with the information is there to protect you, you wouldn't have run into trouble for a simple certification at the gate. Jaehuen was impressed by Uran's logic. My conclusion is this. You are a protagonist who fled to chaos accidentally and are in pursuit of a giant force. Satisfied, Uran asked, what do you think about my story? It's amazing. What Uran said matched exactly with Jaehuen's thoughts. It's about time for the Lord of Darkness to move. At this time, the harvester did not realize that something had happened to the cultivator and the product. Therefore, they must have started doing something. Erasing any information would be a start. There was a chance that they would follow him into chaos soon. Jaehuen asked, so, what do you propose? My proposal is simple. Gorgon Fortress will protect you. Protect? Uran nodded. We will not ask for your status, nor your identity. We will not ask you to pay back the property loss and protect you. All you need to do is one thing for us. Jaehuen was able to guess what the request would be. He had heard many whispers along the way, and the powerful spiritual energy deep within the deep castle was telling him the nature of the request already. Please, save our master. 2 hours later, Jaehuen was walking to the guest house of the inner keep with Chung Yu. They were guided by a shadow moon woman. You can rest here. You will be escorted by the servants inside. Understood. Oh, and we heard a report that the guard captain and woman are now recovering. Captain will take about 2 weeks and the woman will take 3 months to recover. Thank you. Please call me when you need anything. The woman who introduced herself as Hekawa disappeared into the shadows. Jaehuen turned to Chung Yu and asked, why aren't you going? I have a question to ask. Follow me. Jaehuen followed Changyu. They were going to the underground area with the guest house. The fire from the candle lit the corridor as they walked down. Jaehuen thought about what his discussion with the Chancellor. Is Gorgon Fortress strong enough to fight the 12 lords of the Great Lands? Is it the 12 lords that are after you? It's a possibility. Yuren thought about it for a while and answered, the only one who can stand against a lord is one of the lords themselves. Does that mean you cannot protect me from them? No. It's much better that way. Why is that? Lords are not allowed to directly interfere what happens within chaos. What do you mean? Then, he came back to his senses. We're here. Changyu stopped and Jaehuen frowned. What are you thinking? There was a large training ground at the underground area of the guest house. Weapons hung from one wall and other wall had training dummies. It seemed that the warriors of the fortress used the equipment for training. Kid, from what I can see, you're not from there. Rupture. Your energy is vicious, but it's not machinated like theirs. Changyu continued. But you don't look like the subjects of the lords either. I don't feel any energy of those 12 regions from you. There were some warriors that were training within corners of the training ground. They noticed Changyu and bowed. You are an awakener but not from there. Rupture, or the lords and one I do not know. Changyu waved to their warriors. Then there's only one answer. Changyu looked at Jaehuen closely. Kid, are you the one who cleared the Master S Tower? Changyu grinned as he read Jaehuen's face. I see. What do you know, old man? I know. Jaehuen tried to speak but Changyu pulled out a sword. Show me a move. Your stab and my slash. Let's see which one's stronger. Jaehuen pulled out his sword too. He was also curious. For the first time, this old man was a worthy opponent. Jaehuen knew that this old man was one of his kind. Just like how he had stabbed for all his life. This old man must have slashed for his life, for an even longer time period. Fight me. If you win, I'll answer all your questions. Changyu cackled and added, but it's probably impossible. Chapter 38, Doctor of Despair, 5. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Steel region. The 5th region of the 12 regions of the Great Lands was completely covered in steel. As such, the region was abundant in steel as well as other metals and ores. Many blacksmiths and artisans worked in the region. The 5th region's nickname was the home of all weapons. Since a lot of nightmares resided within the region, its production of cultivation towers or weapons increased and the region became one of the most important regions in the Great Lands. Recently, the ruler of the 5th region wasn't too happy. An old man with distinct features frowned. What did you say? The Lord of Darkness did what? The chief secretary shivered in front of the old man. He was the ruler of the 5th region and had the nickname, Unbreakable Steel. His name was renowned in the Great Lands. In just 80 years after he had come up to the Great Lands, he became the Lord of the 5th region and was ranked on top of the Great Ones. Lord of Steel. Who? He looked down at his chief secretary and frowned. What was his name? Alan. He had been chosen to take the position since he was born in a good family with a good upbringing, but it didn't satisfy Hu. Alan was in charge of intelligence within the organization but all the information he brought was outdated information. If Hu fired the chief secretary again, it would be the 24th time during this quarter. Hu changed his tone and asked again, relax and tell me. So, what is the Lord of Darkness up to? Jerome, the Lord of Darkness, was the ruler of the 9th region, which bordered the 5th region. Who had qualms with Jerome because of Jerome's sly and vicious nature. Maybe it's about time for me to settle a score with him. The 9th region had been up to no good in recent years. The region welcomed all fugitive adapters and for the first time, contracted middle to low-level cultivators to increase the production of products. They were obviously increasing their army force. This was the only possible reason. They were preparing for war. Under the current circumstances, it was apparent that their target would be the neighboring 5th and 7th regions. Alan shivered and said, it seems that the Lord of Darkness is contacting Chaos, for some reason. Chaos? What about that place? Who was surprised? Under the 295th Great Lord's decree, all lords of the Great Lands were forbidden from meddling with Chaos. Well, it's complicated. Alan seemed to have prepared something as he called out to little brother, and showed up a hologram panel. Hui looked at it closely. What about it? He knew about the video. It had the non-adapter who killed the frost dragon alone. The famous 99th floor solar clear video, with a man who stabbed the frost dragon. He remembered a former secretary who insisted on scouting him. Purchasing products or recruiting adapters were the secretary's job, so he did not really care. Wasn't it proven to be fake? The video that topped the rankings on Little Brother's network had become a problem as the cultivator had disappeared. Even now, some were debating if the video was fake or not. The product is the product that was being created under the contract by Lord of Darkness. What? Who then looked more closely. Wait, this one apostrophe. As the man thrust against the frost dragon, there was weird energy. It was very faint, but he recognized that energy. Awakener in a tutorial. Even the Lord of Steel himself, who was the most powerful awakener in the Great Lands, had not succeeded in being awakened in the tutorial. Hui quickly asked, "Where is this product now?" The secretary hesitated. He escaped. Escape? What do you mean? He refused to clear the tutorial. He destroyed the roof of the tower and ran to chaos through the tree of imagery. That's what I heard. Who thought he misheard it? What about the cultivator waiting at the 100th floor? He was killed. Are you kidding me? No, my lord. I can't believe it myself. But Lord of Darkness seems to trust the information. Hui could not speak. If that was true, the product's value was immeasurable. That's why the darkness is poking at chaos. The situation did seem complicated. But does the 9th region have a connection with chaos? I came across this information while I was at it, but it seems they had been meddling in chaos for a long time, even before this incident. Long time? Yes, my lord. Few among the 10 clan of Chaos had been in regular contact with the Lord of Darkness. Hui's face sunk. It meant the Lord of Darkness had been disobeying the decree for a long time already. What are you up to? He thought about bringing this up to other lords for a second, but doing so wouldn't really change, as it wasn't a situation for the other lords to pay much attention to. Other than the Eastern region, which was comprised of the 5th, 7th, and 9th regions, all regions of the Great Lands were battling a vicious war. It wasn't certain if the lords of the other regions would have room to come and accuse the 9th region for its crimes. Who else knows this information? I think it is only known within the 9th region. But 7th region would have their intel, so they should know that by now. It was very possible. The 7th region was the land of the Lord of Fire, Abruxas. Who pondered for a minute and spoke. Go send a message to the Nightmare Union and ask for permission to use their narrow door. Narrow door. The artifact that allowed living to look like death. The 5 renowned families, or nightmares, used this narrow door to travel to chaos without dying. Are you trying to go into chaos? No. I need an eye. We need to be on top of the situation. Who should we send? Send 10 people from the gold first class. And send Hyang. Their warriors of the steel region were divided into 5 ranks: adamantium, mithril, gold, silver, and bronze. Each rank was also divided from 1st to 5th class. The gold first class was mostly comprised of adapters who were at least in the 5th stage. The leader of gold first class, Hyang, was almost as powerful as the higher-ranked mithril. The group as a whole seemed to be overkill for chaos. We need to make sure. We do not know what might happen. Yes, my lord. Hui saw his chief secretary going away and dove into his thoughts. Chaos apostrophe. There was an old friend in chaos that he fought alongside during his tower days. He was called the best doctor back then and had the name, the Doctor of Despair in chaos. Changyu, I wonder how you're doing. Their pathways in awakening divided them up, but Lord of Steel thought of his old friend from time to time. Changyu insisted on staying as a human before becoming a perfect awakener, but he eventually lost his life as a human. He would have lived longer if it wasn't for his temper. Hui smiled at the memories that he shared with his friends. I hope he fixed his temper there. Hey, fight me again. Changyu spoke with his bruised eyes and swollen cheek. He couldn't understand. He was the Doctor of Despair, the best doctor within chaos. As rumored, he was also the strong of the depth, one of the very few within chaos. It didn't end there. He had a grand past. He was born in world 12,764 and was the clearer of the Master S Tower. World 12764 was famous within the Great Lands. It was named the Middle Land, or it was also known as Morim. Those from Morim were automatically considered a great power, as it was the world that gave birth to the Lord of Steel and its legendary generation. Moreover, Changyu was from the legendary generation. I think we've done enough, old man. Jaehuen spoke irritatingly. The Doctor of Despair was in bad shape. His clothes were ragged and his hat was destroyed. Over 20 swords were strewn out on the training ground, had already destroyed, and Jaehuen still hadn't pulled his sword out from the scabbard. I still have my final skill. Kid, you will surely die if I use this. That's why I'm not using it. He had been saying that over and over again. He kept saying that even with 10 normal slashes. You can't beat me, old man. You never know until you try. You are weaker than me. Weak. Changyu rubbed off blood from his nose and smiled. The blood turned into white powder and scattered. You insolent fool. How old are you? About 50. How old do I look? I don't know. 200? Jaehuen guessed wrong. Then how old? 1,000. Changyu answered proudly. Jaehuen was a bit surprised. He had not imagined the man to be that old. He's like a kid for being so old. Jaehuen became curious about what he would be like when he turned 1,000 years old. Do you see the difference now? Even if you stabbed for over 50 years, you can't beat me when I slashed for 1,000 years. I only stabbed for 30 years. Same thing. Changyu shouted, you will not beat me. Jaehuen then became doubtful and asked, did you really slash for 1,000 years? Yes. It looks like you only did it for 10 years. Changyu exploded. From the tower to the Great Lands to chaos and the depth, he only slashed over and over again. Of course, he did not do it every single day for 1,000 years, but he still kept at it. For the normal slash that only took 1 second. He did 8 hours of it per day. After 100 years, he had achieved 1 billion slashes. His body was filled with the energy of being awakened. He left behind the power of being adapter and moved on to a new world. Changyu had not forgotten that moment ever since. He didn't do as hard after he had achieved the 1 billion slashes, but if everything he had done was counted, it would exceed 5 billion slashes. The miracle created by all those slashes were now being focused on the blade of the old man. Jaehuen felt something and changed his stance. It seemed Changyu was really preparing to use a powerful skill. Changyu gritted his teeth and shouted, let's see what you think after you take this one. Chapter 39, Doctor of Despair. 6. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Vicious energy filled the room. Jaehuen finally felt danger for the first time. It's powerful. Changyu's blade moved. Quick and powerful. That one attack was enough to blow this building away. The two swords clashed and created a terrifying energy wave. Warriors ran out from the room while the building shook with the tremor. Jaehuen had to take 7 steps back from the clash and his right arm felt slightly numb after the attack. Changyu had taken 3 steps back. Ha 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 ha. He seemed very happy. See, I knew you couldn't take this. But kid, you're good too. I was worried that you might die. Changyu seemed to be surprised that Jaehuen was unharmed. Yet it was Jaehuen who was really surprised. He had to admit that the old man was quite strong. What Jaehuen just used was normal stab. He had been pushed back this much even though it was just a normal stab. Jaehuen asked, what is the name of that skill? It's quite powerful. It's powerful slash. Changyu put his hand on his waist and proclaimed the name proudly. He seemed to think that he had won. Your skill was good too. What was the name? Normal stab. Changyu's eyebrow flinched. Normal? What an arrogant name. It makes it sound like you have a stronger skill. Yeah? Changyu laughed as if he didn't hear that. I will give you another name for your skill. You can call it a powerful stab from now on. So, I have a stronger skill. Changyu narrowed his eyes. What? I have a stronger skill than the one I just used. Jaehuen then fixed his stance. He had never used this skill in chaos yet, and Changyu became alert. Ominous energy began to radiate from Jaehuen. What? Changyu knew this kind of power. Was it from the leaders of 10 clan? Number. Was it the masters of the 4 fortress? Number. Then what was it? Deadman. It was the power of Deadman. However, it was strange since the power of Deadman and Awakener had similar power. but they did not originate from this world's foundation. It was the intensity of the power that was the problem. Changyu remembered the days of his youth when he traveled to the entrance of the depth, looking for fruit. He then encountered the King of Chaos at their Palace of Deadman, the sole King of Chaos, the calamity that destroyed everything. This man was not like the King of Chaos, but Changyu felt the same fear he felt when he faced the King of Chaos in the past. Could he slash against that attack? His body shook. How could one fight against such power? He then spoke frantically, "Stop, stop." He could not imagine what might happen next if that skill were unleashed. Everything would be in ruins, leaving one man standing in the center. Stop it. If the attack was unleashed, half of the palace would be left in ruins. Or even, don't use it. Jiehuen did not lower his power. Changyu ran to him and begged, I lost. Jiehuen then relaxed at once and Changyu panted. What in the world? He could not understand. He could not believe it. This man had only stabbed for 30 years and had achieved that sort of power. Jiehuen opened his mouth as Changyu seemed to be relaxed. Old man, you admit that I won? No. Why? You fooled me. Jiehuen became confused and looked at Changyu. You told me you lived for 50 years. Yeah, I'm about 50 years old. And that you stabbed for 30 years. Yeah, for about 30 years. Changyu glared and shouted, don't lie to me. You've probably lived for at least 2,000 years. You know that's not true. Changyu gritted his teeth. He too knew if Jiehuen had lived for 2,000 years, Changyu would have known him. How many times can you even stab in just 30 years to do that? Jiehuen answered, about 10 billion times. Lies. It didn't even make sense. Even if he took each second of his life for all 30 years without sleeping and eating, that would not have equaled 1 billion. That's impossible to do in 30 years. You can if you try. Lies. It's all lies. Changyu began calculating in his head. Apostrophe. He couldn't calculate, so he ordered one of the warriors that was watching them dumbfoundedly to calculate for him. It's done, sir. Yeah, tell me. If you want to do 10 billion stabs in 30 years, then you would need to stab 11 times in per second for 30 years. This is considering the fact that you don't sleep or eat or rest. Their warrior spoke, thinking it was pointless to even think about it. Changyu asked, so you can't do it with just 10 in 1 second? No. It's not possible. Then do you think a man can do 11 stabs within 1 second for 30 years straight? Absolutely not, sir. Changyu then became satisfied and turned back to Jiehuen. See, it's not possible. Jiehuen then spoke. Old man, what? Can't you slash 10 times in 1 second? Of course I can. Then you can do it too. It's not as simple as that. No, it's that simple. No, old man. I can stab 100 times in a second. I just said it's not that kind of problem. I can do 1,000 times. What? How can you stab 1,000 times in a second? Why do you think you need to stab it with a sword? Changyu then realized something. He then turned doubtful. Wait. There was something he felt the moment he met Jiehuen. Energy that pointed out from within him like a spike. Changyu just thought it was Jiehuen's character, but when he felt it more carefully, the energy was more like thousands of energy spikes. Changyu then placed his hands on the sharp energy radiating out from Jiehuen. Blood came out as he was poked. That was when he realized that it was not energy. It was a real stab. The stab that had overcome the form of an image. The man, through his countless stabs, had become a stab himself. You really? The will against the world itself. The man's 10 billion stabs was the product of the hatred of the world. Even now, this man was stabbing the world. Like I said, 10 billion times. Changyu felt his leg giving out and kneeled. He could not believe it. There was no way such a man could be still sane. Wait, this kid was apostrophe. Changyu felt like he could understand everything, but he was suddenly too tired for using too much energy for the day and fell unconscious. Chapter 40, Doctor of Despair, 7. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Changyu opened his eyes again. Brat, not respecting the elders. His bruised eyes still hurt. Changyu spoke. I haven't lost yet. The fight always goes on if you live. Jiehuen looked at Changyu. He was the old man who had lived for 1,000 years with a slash. It looked like he was shocked to see that his slash had been overpowered. I've realized one thing after living 1,000 years. Survivors always win. Didn't you die already? If you still live after 1,000 years, I will accept my loss. Jaehuen then took out a piece of paper and Chung Yu frowned. The paper was the agreement that they made before they started fighting. It's boring to just do it, so let's make a bet with this. This agreement was made by the nightmare with the spiritual agreement. So when one signed it, they would be required to follow what was written on it. If the agreement was not followed, the paper would then make the spirit disappear. It did not go through the interface system. Instead, it directly accessed the spirit that even Jaehuen couldn't avoid. The agreement they signed was as follows. The loser grants 3 wishes for a week. Chung Yu was determined to win and deal with Jaehuen later on. He then asked in a dignified voice, "So, what is it that you wish?" "Young one, answer my questions to the best of your knowledge." "So be it." The light shined from the paper and was absorbed into Jaehuen and Chung Yu. It was the first wish. Jaehuen asked, "What is a Master's Tower?" "Master's Tower?" Chung Yu closed his eyes. "You know what the Tower of Nightmares is, right?" "Yeah." People who came into the Great Lands all knew about the tower. It was the beginning of the tragedy. The world had nightmare races and they created Tower of Nightmares. The name did fit us for all beings, and the tower was nothing less than a nightmare. Each tower has a grade, from S to F. Most towers created from apprentices to high artisans are graded as such. Titles of the artisans. Jaehuen had heard it from Maik already. Nightmares only considered making the tower as their grand purpose of life. Their towers were evaluated by their union, crash, and were given grades. Most nightmares strive to create an A-grade tower. If they can make an A-grade, then they will be accepted as high artisan, and will not need to worry about their salary just by renting out what they have made. It looked like even nightmares, the nobles of great lands, worry about money. Jaehuen thought it was ironic. But there are some nightmares who are not interested in sales. Why? It's those who have created an S-grade tower as an apprentice. Maik also said that talent-limited nightmares, even among them, some were born with great talents which that brought them to the top of all nightmares in the early stages. They are called master artisans. The top of all nightmares. The 13 master artisans. So master tower just means the tower was made by them. No, not all are considered that way. Only towers that were not created for cultivation are called master towers. Why do they make those towers? I do not know. No one knows what those masters are thinking. They are all busy unraveling the truth of the world. Chung Yu continued, only 2 things are for certain. There are a few master towers spread within the Great Lands, and the clearer of those towers sometimes become awakener, or the one who had overcome certain things. So, you are from a master tower too? Yes. Chung Yu smiled. It seemed he was proud to say that he had cleared a master's tower. I cleared the 4th master tower of Master Melville. The tower is also known as Moby Dick. Chung Yu's eyes became dark. It seemed he still had memories of the days when he cleared the tower. There was a big white whale that appeared on the 1st floor that hunted people down. It was a disaster back then. Many strong warriors of Murim died. It was a miracle that I even cleared it. Not all towers had similar shapes. And you sound like you've come here from a master's tower. Who made it? Melville, Jaw, Scarge. Chung Yu named some of the master artisans he knew. Jaehuen answered, Mulak. I think that was the name. Jaehuen remembered the status window he saw when he first realized the tower was an item. There was a description on the status window. Description, 2nd creation of Nightmare, Mulak, the creator of Fortress of Remorse. Traps the one who accepts the summon into its dream world. Mulak, you say? Chung Yu's expression changed. I never imagined that an awakener would clear Mulak's tower. Jaehuen flinched at the word clear. He wasn't sure if he actually cleared it. Do you know Mulak? Of course I do. Chung Yu thought for a second and answered grimly. I met Mulak in there. Depth. Chapter 41, Doctor of Despair. 8. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Jaehuen was surprised. You met Mulak? Well, Chung Yu nodded. I actually traveled with him. traveled? Chung Yu seemed to be thinking of very distant memory in the past. The name Yulak was really an old name for Chung Yu to remember. It was way back in the day. We'll take a walk. Cold air swept over Jaehuen as they walked out. Chung Yu did not speak for a while and Jaehuen waited. The streets were filled with the smells of various foods. Jaehuen looked at the food being sold. It seemed like the people here were farmers, since some of the vendors were selling corn and other crops while most were selling meat. It felt weird. Jaehuen heard that people in chaos did not need to eat. In fact, Jaehuen himself had not eaten for 30 days until he came here, and he never felt hungry. The people selling food all looked gloomy. It wasn't like the life they were living was giving them a hard time. It was as if something deep within them was empty. What do you think when you see this road? It doesn't feel alive, does it? The people don't feel alive. It was as Chung Yu said. But that's probably normal since they are all dead. Chung Yu frowned at Jaehuen's answer. People are not dead until they accept their death. Jaehuen felt the death in this world was different from the death he knew. These people had spirits within chaos. They had their lives. They also had a chance to be revived. This place wasn't like this from the beginning. Gorgon Fortress wasn't this gloomy hundreds of years ago when Chung Yu first came. Chaos was the land of blessings. It was a place where war-torn spirits gathered to rest and regain energy. People in chaos did not get old. They did not die from hunger. Every being was freed from their old life and found a new life here. There were fewer spirit corruptions. The weak joined forces to hunt down horned monsters, and they shared the horns. Alliances were formed when it was impossible in the Great Lands, and all races joined hands to survive. Everyone was satisfied with life here. That is, until that day. What happened? Chung Yu stopped. He then walked over to the outside drinking bar and sat down. Jaehuen hesitated but decided to sit next to him. Chung Yu ordered a beer and spoke. It's a shame that your store is in ruins. The answer came back from the person who just served the beer. You don't say. It was Claire, the woman who was with Mino. Jaehuen then realized he was on the road where he had fought earlier in the day. Chung Yu cackled. So, are you going to open up an outside bar for now? Yeah, I have no choice. Someone ruined my store. Claire glanced at Jaehuen and began to prepare the food. Then she served a skewer of unicorn meat also. It's good. Chung Yu drank the beer, took a bite, and spoke. So, where were we? That chaos was a peaceful place. Oh, yes. Chung Yu smiled bitterly. It was really peaceful back then. Peace. That was interesting. If the place was so peaceful and everyone enjoyed their eternal afterlives, what had driven this place to its current state? The reason is here. Chung Yu spoke as he shook the cup of beer he was drinking. He then drank again. What do you mean? Jaehuen could only guess that it had something to do with the beer. Did people begin to fight while drunk? Chung Yu laughed while spraying the beer out of his mouth. That would have been much better. Claire shouted in disgust for spitting beer from the distance, and Chung Yu continued, You don't know anything, do you? Chung Yu cleaned his mouth with his cloth. I guess you don't know life when you've spent your entire life stabbing. Life? Don't you think it weird? You don't need to eat food here. It was as he said. Even when no one needs to eat, everyone ate when it was time. Even the beer. You never can get drunk. It just smells and tastes like it. Jaehuen then took a sip of the beer. It did have the distinct smell of alcohol, but that was it. It meant that the drink wasn't really a beer after all. Jaehuen became curious. Then what are they? Jaehuen turned to two men fighting each other with red faces who seemed to be drunk. What do you think they are? Drunk men. Drunk? With a beer that doesn't get you boozed? Jaehuen felt something was off. He looked closely. Their faces were red, and their speech was slurred. But something was missing. Their eyes. Their eyes were too clear to be the eyes of drunk men. They were just pretending to be drunk. Why? Jaehuen felt like he had found an answer as he saw Chung Yu drinking a beer that couldn't give him a buzz, or the men who were fighting each other, pretending to be drunk. Eternal life. No death, no war. Very peaceful. Pretending to live the life. A limited time given that was set to end when death came. They were just given freedom from their limited time, but they then longed for the life with it. Jaehuen finally felt like he understood. These people wanted to relive the real life again. The life where they had a body and a heart. A life where they would die if they didn't eat or get drunk when they drink beer. Chung Yu cackled. Yes, life. That was the reason people longing for the real thing appeared. Chung Yu continued, well, there were more people who longed for it from the old times. It's just that there weren't much. Their numbers grew, yes, but slowly. Over a very long time. The one who lived long enough usually only consisted of one or two. Until then, they moved out of the fortress to quietly face death, or they traveled to the center of chaos, looking for the entrance to the depth. Then, a new group of people who chose the third option appeared. Ones who became bored with eternal life. Men who longed for real life. That was the Depth Expedition team. The one who grouped up to find real life again. Chung Yu's eyes sunk. Jae-hwen then understood that Chung Yu was one of the team members. Why did you go to the depth? To find their fruit? Fruit? It's the fruit of resurrection. It's just called fruit. Usually, Jae-hwen realized what their fruit meant when he overheard from his suspicion. Then, this was the only way that the dead of chaos could be revived back into the Great Lands. I was only 120 years old back then. I had nothing to be afraid of. That's why you joined? Yes. Then you traveling with Milak means. Chung Yu nodded. Nightmare. Milak was on that team. He was the captain of the team. Chung Yu still remembered those days. The first time he met Milak when he joined the expedition team. Awakener? Interesting. That was what Milak first said when he saw Chung Yu. And with an emotion imperfect awakening? You walk the treacherous path. It must be hard for you. Chung Yu did not feel good. All awakeners face the need to abandon human ego to see the real world. But Chung Yu refused to leave it behind. That was what made him weaker than his friends. That was what got him killed and sent him to chaos. Cut your nonsense. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Offend? It wasn't only the topic that was offensive. Chung Yu was offended the moment he saw Milak. He was a product. Back in the days, he still had hatred toward anyone related to the Tower of Nightmares. In fact, he killed every demon he met while he traveled the Great Lands, but he had never killed nightmares until now. Why is a nightmare is going to their depth? Shouldn't you stay put in your room and make a tower? Also, Milak wasn't even dead. These nightmares used narrow door to enter chaos alive. You are not happy about me because of the cultivation. Milak thought for a second and spoke. I have nothing to say. It will be pointless to ask for your forgiveness in the name of all nightmares. Shut up. I think it is my burden to take. Chung Yu thought he was lying. A nightmare, being remorseful about making a tower. He had never heard of such a nightmare. Believe it or not, the reason I came into the tree of imagery and going into the depth is because of that tower. What? Chung Yu could not forget what he heard next even to this day. To end all cultivation. That is why I am leading this expedition. Chapter 42, Doctor of Despair, 9. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After listening to everything, Jae-hwen asked, end all cultivation? Yes, that's what he said. He was one of a kind. Jae-hwen continued asking questions. The expedition. Was it successful? You can say it was. I had to stop by the entrance of depth, but Milak did manage to reach the top of Tree of Imagery. How do you know that? Because fruits began to drop from the branch. Chung Yu remembered watching the fruit dropping from the skies. The golden meteors that would surely give help back to the people. I guess you can say it was lucky. All expedition team members returned with an armful of fruits. I see. But that was weird. If the expedition was successful and they acquired the fruit, why was this old man still in chaos? That's when Claire jumped in. Don't lie, old man. The expedition was successful? Chung Yu cackled. I was wondering when you would interrupt. That expedition failed. You know that. What do you know when you weren't even born yet? Claire frowned and moved to serve the other tables. Chung Yu gulped down another cup of beer. What do you mean? It's as she said. The expedition failed. Didn't you just say it succeeded? It succeeded in getting their fruit. It meant something happened when they returned to chaos. There were some waiting for the team at the entrance of chaos. They were the strongest who resided in the Great Lands for a long time, but there were the ones who never dared to venture into the depth. It was the lords and the elders of the renowned families. Chung Yu spoke angrily. It was hundreds of years ago, but he still remembered it very clearly. The expedition had masters of fortresses and leaders of 10 clan. However, All of them together was no match against them, not even close. And your fruits were taken away. Chung Yu drank again. They still use their fruit, even to this day, to be revived if they die. They even have a place called Revival Palace, where they can revive. All of them go to that place if they die and wait for their turn to be revived. I see. Chaos is only the part of the Great Lands. The ones who are allowed to a normal life are not us. Jaehuen looked around the streets again. The world had a thing called fruit, and that would allow them to be revived. But it was so far from them. That was why they were all in despair, as this old man was. Oh, and what happened to Mulak? Jaehuen had forgotten about Mulak while talking, so he asked. Chung Yu did not answer, so Jaehuen turned to Chung Yu. Hey, old man. He fell asleep on the table. Wasn't he the one who said people here could get drunk? Why did he pass out? It's no use. Old man really gets drunk. Claire spoke as she cleaned the dishes. Get drunk? I don't know why, but he gets drunk when he drinks. Jaehuen looked closely Chung Yu's face. It was the face of a man who had lived for thousands of years. Maybe in his 1,000 years of fake lives, he had found way to fake reality. You had a question about Mulak? Jaehuen became surprised at the voice. You know about him too? Everyone in Gorgon Fortress knows about Depth Expedition Team. It's the story that old man always tells when he's drunk. Claire sighed and continued. That nightmare is gone. Gone? No one saw him after the expedition was over. Claire paused for a moment and continued. I think the nightmare did say something to the old man before he disappeared. What is it? What was it? Claire thought as she rubbed the dishes for some time and mumbled as she remembered it. I have failed. The accent seemed so realistic that Jaehuen almost thought this woman was Mulak himself. Yeah, that was it. I have failed. That's what he said. I have failed. Jaehuen could guess what it meant. Mulak had reached the end of the depth and acquired fruits, but he failed to stop cultivation. Is that it? There was one more. Claire didn't seem to remember, and then someone slumped down on the chair next to them. It was one of the drunk men that was fighting a while ago. Ha! This old man is drunk again. Jaehuen felt the face was familiar. As he looked more closely, he realized that it was the guard that he got into a quarrel with at the gate a few days ago. Was it James? Claire spoke. Hey, drunkard. What? Do you know what nightmare Mulak said before he disappeared? Mulak, the crazy nightmare who said he would stop there, cultivation? Yeah? Wasn't that a fake story that the old man made up? There's no such nightmare. James was then struck with a pan, then mumbled on what he knew. I have failed, but not completely. Was this what you talking about? Yeah, that. Damn it, that hurts. So, why did you ask? The one next to you was curious about it. James then glanced at Jaehuen. Oh, we've met. I was looking for you. To think about all the trouble I went through because of you. James mumbled as he gritted. It looked like Jaehuen would be involved in another annoying problem. But James suddenly said something that was unexpected. Thank for what you did today. James didn't look at Jaehuen as he spoke. It's about the captain. He would have died if it wasn't for you. An awkward moment passed and James took the cup Chung Yu was drinking and gulped it down. Madam, I'll pay for him. How much is it? Get lost. I wasn't thinking of getting paid by him anyway. Oh, you wanted to say thanks too? Get lost. James stood up as he ranted. Hey, whatever you do, come by the north gate when you come into Gorgon next time. I won't ask for certification from now on. He turned back and added with a small voice, oh, but don't let the captain know. James walked away. Claire began chopping ingredients and Chung Yu began snoring loudly. The sound of food being made to fill non-existent hunger and the sound of tasteless beer drinking filled the area. A world with no hope. A world without real things. Filled with people who pretend to be real. What is this feeling? Jaehuen could not understand what he felt. It was very strange. Then he saw someone running to him. The commander. He was sweeping the street with his men like a madman. Doctor, where are you? Doctor. The commander then found Jaehuen and Chung Yu and ran to them while panting. You were with him also? The commander bowed and glanced at Chung Yu. Damn it, that's why he didn't answer. Doctor, wake up. The doctor didn't wake up and Jaehuen asked, what is it? The master went berserk all of a sudden. He only does it once a week, but it seemed something had happened regarding the master of the fortress that only Chung Yu could solve. Then, An explosion was heard within the keep and the commander turned pale. No, the powerful and ominous energy source was stronger than Janya's. It was stronger than any force Jaehwen had faced until now. He narrowed his eyes. So, the master was in that state. He had guessed when he heard Yuran asking to him to save his master. Below the keep, is it underground? Jaehwen looked into the keep with suspicion. It looked weird. It felt like the keep was shaped like a giant stomach of a monster. Deep below lied something dark. It was a dark figure that his suspicion could not read. A monster with tentacles and a giant mouth. Jaehwen knew what it was immediately. Deadman. The master of Gorgon Fortress was morphing into a dead man. Something terrible was about to be born. Chapter 43, Master of Gorgon, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Episode 7, Master of Gorgon. The commander looked toward the inner keep that was filled with ominous energy and turned to Jaehwen. You can also do the dead man / right? Jaehwen shook his head. I just copied what he did. I can never do it like this old man unless I learn it from him. The commander turned pale at the words. At this rate, Master will. The only one he could depend on now was the doctor. But he was in deep sleep from being drunk. That was when Jaehwen felt some powers moving toward the keep. The energy was familiar. It's those golden sky people from the earlier. Something was going to happen. Jaehwen hauled Chung Yuan to his back and ran toward the keep with the commander. As they drew closer, the powerful energy radiated out from within. It was tens of times stronger than the power he felt from Janya. Maybe it was because it was the master's power. So, what is the master like? The commander seemed to be surprised to hear such an unexpected question and answered, he is a good man. Jaehwen had heard that already. That he was last hope of Gorgon, or the great master. He was a living legend. He is one of the very few who joined their depth expedition team, along with the doctor. The expedition? Before Jaehwen could ask, they were blocked by someone else. The speed and their movement proved that they were not some weak ruffians. One of them stood forward and asked, are you the one who does Deadman / Jaehwen then heard whispers from his suspicion. Is he the one? Yes, I saw him talking with the Chancellor today. He's like a non-adapter. Are you sure? I just think it's a rumor. But we have our orders. We have to kill him. The commander then became confused. Captain of the 3rd and 5th Battalions, long time no see. The 3rd and 5th Battalions represented the army stationed outside the fortress. Individual soldiers were weaker than those of the anti-evil group, but the group itself still had good fighting prowess. These two men were the leader of such groups. Move out of the way. It is an urgent matter. You all know about it. I can't. Why is that? It's an order. An order? Whose order are you working under? The men did not answer and the commander realized what it meant right away. You betrayed us. We serve Golden Sky now. The commander shivered in rage as he listened to them. The Golden Sky clan. The commander pulled out his sword. The powerful energy of a 5th stage adapter was unleashed from within. He was the most powerful man throughout the entire military organization within the Gorgon Fortress. The two men combined would not have a chance against him. Do you know who you're trying to fight against, Commander? Don't think that we are the same as before. The spiritual energy unleashed they each unleashed made the commander frown. He knew those captains as 4th stage adapters, but the energy they unleashed was that of the 5th stage. How did you? Jaehwen narrowed his eyes. The energy coming from them was similar to the energy from Janya. Their power was similar to the dead man. The fight erupted and the commander could not stand a chance against two men who were equal in power. He stepped back quickly before he stood in front of Jaehwen and shouted, run. I will block this. Hey, hold this. Huh? Commander then felt something being put on his back. It was the doctor still snoring in his sleep. Jaehwen flexed his wrist and stood forward. Like I said, I'm not good at saving people's lives. That's his job. The two men paused for a second but then charged again, this time at Jaehwen. Jaehwen pulled out his sword. But I know a thing or two about killing. The prison cell beneath the inner keep. Chancellor Yuran looked inside with concerned look. The doctor is late apostrophe. The cell made out of monster horns was being destroyed and the door was letting out ominous energy from within. Yuran knew what was behind the door. It was the man who was the closest to having the title of king, if not including the king of chaos himself. The man who was on the brink of becoming the most terrifying dead man in Chaos. That person was inside. Uran looked around. The people gathered here were the top officers of the fortress. Uran looked closely at them and thought, why did the master go berserk now? His spirit had been deeply corrupted that even the doctor's Deadman / did not work. But it had some effect as one Deadman / bought a week's worth of time. It was all thanks to the master's great endurance. The corruption was too deep to fully recover from, but the / allowed him to stop him from becoming a dead man. But now it had come to this. Not even a day had passed since the last /. It was in the morning that the doctor had performed treatment. They checked the morphing which had subsided and the power had dissipated. But why? Uran could not understand. If we had a month, we might have had the chance of saving him. Chapter 44, Master of Gorgon. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The plan that was not possible had become a reality today with Jaehwen's appearance. He remembered the doctor's words. We can't do it now. His Deadman / right now is just a copy, but it will be complete in a month. Uran thanked the miracle that had brought Jaehwen to Gorgon. I have never tried, but we might be able to do it with 2 men. Besides, Uran just needed to buy more time. But all the time he had bought was not even a day. He was now being pressured by the other leaders of the fortress who were glaring at him. Does some of them know about Jaehwen? Uran already knew there was a traitor among the fortress leaders. He knew it when Master went out on an inspection on the outer fortress half a year ago and returned with spiritual corruption. Chancellor, any word? Maihun, the outer fortress minister, spoke. He was the second oldest one to have served the master and the closest one to take up the position next. No, nothing. Maihun nodded and spoke. Everyone, stand ready. They were all powerful adapters, but everyone seemed to be tense. Uran held on Maihun who was trying to walk into the cell. It's dangerous. We'll move in once the doctor arrives. Gorgon will end if we waste any more time. Uran scoffed from within. Since when you care about Gorgon? Everyone knew the situation in the outer fortress had become worse after Master had fallen ill. The north was fine where Carlton was defending, but the other 3 areas had increasing crime rates. We need the doctor to perform the treatment. Are you trying to kill Master or something? Master? You know that we all don't stand a chance against him. Then why? I have a way. A way? Some were confused, but most of them seemed to know what was coming. We will proceed with Deadman seal. No, that's the last resort. We can't do it if we wait any longer. Deadman seal was the final resort to seal off the spirit before the powerful spirit turned into a dead man. This was a legendary skill only the Greens could perform. But we don't even have the Stone of Forgotten Spirit. Chancellor, we know already. Do not lie. Maihun spoke sternly. I know you have the stone. Uran's face became pale. How? That was when some figures came from outside of the cell with a black box. Uran knew the box. It was the box with the Stone of Forgotten Spirit that he received from Jaehwen. The box was floating with its spiritual energy to avoid contacting the corruption spilling out from the stone. Uran knew who was moving the box right away. General apostrophe. It was the general of Shadow Moon. He never thought that the one who worked directly under him was the traitor. The general did not look at Uran and gave the stone to Maihun. Gorgon's future is in question. Why did you try to hide this? Uran wanted to say that it was because he was suspicious of them, but he had nothing to prove. The master went berserk and the doctor wasn't coming. The only way left was to do their seal. If the master becomes a dead man, you know what will happen. Giant dead man. The monster of disaster. A calamity that would sweep the land with countless dead men alongside him. We have to stop it. Some of the other officers shouted, agreeing with Maihun. Uran tried to stay calm and spoke. But their seal can only be performed by the Greens. Having the stone doesn't mean anything. Don't worry. Maihun calmly spoke. I have those who can. Then, mysterious people came from behind him with robes which hid their faces and bodies. They even had cloth bandages all over their faces. They were letting out dark energy. But they are not the Greens. No, but they can do their seal. Uran bit his lip. Something's not right. If they start performing the skill, the master's spiritual energy would be absorbed into the stone. The problem would occur afterwards. Who would take the ownership of the stone? Chaos. did not have succession rules. People who wanted the Master's Stone would appear and the people here would end up fighting against each other. Having the Master's energy didn't mean it would grant them the power. Having his power means he will become the guardian horned monster or Gorgon's master, if it falls into the wrong hands apostrophe. That was when the robed figure picked up the stone. People began mumbling. If one could pick up the stone when he was not a green, there was only one answer. Corruption wielder. Uran then remembered Master's last words. There are people who can control corruption. He was investigating them when he returned in his corrupted state. Uran looked at Meihan. Wait, is it him? Uran looked around. Other than the few officers who looked concerned, most of them looked calm. That was when he realized it was too late. No apostrophe. Meihan opened the cell door and walked in with the robed figures. Meihan then used a skill to light the inside up. Bright light from the orb moved up to the ceiling and revealed the cell. The master of fortress was revealed in his bony, near-dead state. His body had turned black and his veins trembled like tentacles. It was the last of the legend of Gorgon. Uran felt like crying at the sight. I'm sorry, Master. It was at that moment that the prison cell's ceiling exploded. It was so powerful that the robed figures screamed and were thrown backward. Officers and Meihan shouted angrily. Someone came down from a big hole that was made by the explosion. Only the Chancellor knew who it was at once. Jaehuen. It was Jaehuen with Changyu on his back. Chapter 45, Master of Gorgon. 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. How dare you interrupt? Meihan shook with rage as he watched his men who were on the ground from the shock. Their seal was about to be complete, yet some man appeared out of nowhere and ruined his plan. Who are you? Minister, enough with your lies. It was the commander who came down next to Jaehuen and spoke. We know that you are a traitor. The officers were surprised and began mumbling themselves, while Meihan answered calmly. Under what circumstances are you accusing me of such a thing? Don't think you will get away with your lies. The commander had one man in each of his arms. Meihan knew these men very well. These men confessed to everything. Meihan narrowed his eyes as the commander threw down the two men in front of him. Minister. They were badly beaten up and out of their minds. They were obviously overpowered by someone much stronger than them. They did this to them. These captains were now almost as powerful as the commander himself. In fact, with their entire battalion, it would even allow them to fight the doctor himself. What in the world had happened? He could not know, but his plan was definitely crumbling by the second. Meihan's eyes grew cold. I'm sorry. One of the captains moaned, and at that time, their body exploded. The commander quickly moved to check on them, but they were dead. What are you doing, Minister? I didn't do it. Meihan shrugged. Maybe they killed themselves for their traitorous acts. How dare you spit out such lies? The commander yelled. Don't accuse me of such nonsense. Come on. We will start the seal. The mumbling died instantly. What was important was the master. Some officers spoke to the commander. Hey, we don't know what happened, but we should do the seal first. And the commander shouted angrily. Clear your minds. This is treason. The minister is a traitor. He cannot continue the seal. Get him out. The Shadow Moon guards and the general circled the commander and Jaehuen. Jaehuen quietly looked at them and spoke to Uran, who was next to him. It's a mess. I'm sorry. Uran bit his lips. He realized that Jaehuen now knew what had been going on within the keep. Jaehuen said, you have given me false hope. This kind of group cannot ensure my safety. Uran felt his heart fall at his words. You mean their contract was to protect Jaehuen while he saved their master? But if Gorgon could not fulfill the promise, there was no need for Jaehuen to uphold his end. But what Jaehuen said next was out of the blue. We will change the contract. What? I will save the master and kill all those traitors. Uran became dumbfounded at the unexpected words. Some of the Shadow Moon guards charged at Jaehuen, but Jaehuen easily deflected their attacks and threw them at the wall like trash. You give me that old man in return. Jaehuen pointed at Changyu, whom he had thrown behind him on the floor, and he deflected few more swords and continued. Help me create an expedition team. Expedition team. Uran felt his heart pounding at that word. He didn't know why. Maybe it was because the expedition team had special meaning to it in this fortress. I will recreate the Depth Expedition Team. Depth Expedition Team. Yuran thought of his memories. He saw flashes of Master returning from the expedition, which he barely survived. He had lived hundreds of years in remorse afterwards. Yuran, these people need hope. They need greater hope to keep them alive. That was what the Master of Gorgon said to him in the past. Yuran thought as he watched Jaehyun's back. Maybe it was this back that the Master had waited for after all this time. Yuran answered with a shaky voice. It shall be done. Good. Keep the promise. The contract was made. Jaehyun immediately struck. What? Ugh. One stab killed 3 guards. The general panicked and ordered to form a new formation. Attack together. In the next moment, tens of Shadow Moon guards vanished after Jaehyun's normal stab. An enormous black beam erupted out from the sword and almost half of the Shadow Moon guards were gone, dissipating into white powder. The beam destroyed the ground and shot up into the sky. The Shadow Moon general looked down at his waist, which was gone. He tried to speak, but he could not make a sound. He then disappeared into powder. It was a terrifying attack that killed an army and a 5th stage adapter in one move. The people were shocked. Maihun, who managed to barely protect himself from the explosion, panted. It was him. He had heard about him. There was a man who killed Janya after he had become a dead man. But the man who reported was Huk Solang, who was infamous for lying, so Maihun thought it was an exaggeration. He spoke the truth. Maihun saw how far he had been pushed out. There were traces of it on the ground. He was pushed back at least 5 steps. The attack killed all of Shadow Moon and had pushed him 5 steps back. He's strong as me or stronger. He was nearing the adapter 7th stage, and there was no other match for him other than the Doctor of Despair within this fortress. Maihun changed his attitude immediately. Who are you to bother our sacred work? Shut up. Jaehyun's vicious aura made Maihun flinch and step backward. I'm afraid. Me, who is at end of the 6th stage. Jaehyun's voice was cold. You will all die. How dare you say such a thing? Jaehyun caught various whispers through his suspicion. Even now. Prime Elder, what should we do? Can we proceed with our plan? If we cannot proceed, we should choose the latter option. We should let the black cloud loose right now. We should rather eradicate all of Gorgon then. Maihun Keldigran. Maihun flinched at Jaehyun, who spoke his full name. Outer Fortress Minister of Gorgon, and the Prime Elder of Golden Sky Clan. Maihun's face turned grim. How did this man know? I do not know why and how you corrupt spirits. The man approached and Maihun stepped back without realizing. But I know one thing. I like the ones like you. You like us? What are you talking about? Maihun shouted as he held up the sword. He instinctively knew that if he did not stop this man here, the clan's entire plan would be ruined. Kill him. Chapter 46. Master of Gorgon. 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Maihun shouted and 7 officers pulled out their swords. The traitors had revealed themselves willingly. At that moment, countless number of Golden Sky warriors appeared. The commander and Yuran's face paled. It was impossible to defeat an army like that even with the doctor or leader of the 10 clan. It was the unified attack of 1 6th stage adapter and 7 5th stage adapters, including hundreds of 3rd stages. But why? It's really great. Jaehyun looked excited. The likes of you. His sword roared like a lion. Make me feel at ease to put an end to this world. Maihun then felt something was wrong. He also knew it was too late to turn back. Something great was coming, but before he could think, he was swept away by something. An enormous beam of light destroyed the inner fortress ceiling and the tower. It soared through the sky and created a giant crack across the night sky. The light shined upon the dark night instantly. People of Gorgon ran out of their houses at the tremor. Stars were falling down from the sky. Star particles bombarded the inner keep. Armies approaching the inner fortress died from the falling particles, and the area was filled with white powder that was blown by the winds. The extreme of all stabs. It was Jaehyun's first time using a strong stab. When the dust died down, Maihun was revealed again. Golden Sky and all the officers around him were gone. Maihun realized that he could not survive. He had lost his both arms and legs in the attack. His body was torn and he could not even speak properly because of his ripped throat. But it's too late. The Master Gorgon will be. And before he could finish, Jaehyun thrust his sword at his face and finished him. Jaehyun then pulled out his sword from the powder and kicked Chungyu. Old man, wake up. You're late. NNGH, what's going on? You've done a great mess here, kid. At that moment, the alarm went off within the cell. Warning. Target's corruption level has reached 99.9%. Morphing will start. Warning. Target's spiritual power level is extremely high. System is calculating the threat level of the target. Evaluation failed. System evaluation. Giant Deadman. Activating Gorgon's automatic alarm. A siren blared from the outside. It was sound of the Gorgon 1 evacuation order and a voice which told the civilians to run. Chung Yu said, "You, help me out. Your stab is too sharp to save someone right now." Chung Yu then picked up his sword. The sword began to move like a brush on a paper. The world turned white. It was the start of the Deadman slash. The Master's spirit burning in black flame was in the center. Chung Yu's sword moved quickly. Forgotten memories of the Master were being retraced and his darkness moved. Chung Yu's forehead was drenched in sweat. After some time, the Master opened his eyes. He had opaque, deep dark eyes. Chung Yu quickly took some steps back. What is it? A spirit opening its eyes meant his conscience was back. But Chung Yu did not seem glad. Something's wrong, something else has been awakened. Jaehuen felt the being in front of them had too great of a power to be considered a human. The eyes began to glow as he stood up and looked down at his skinny body. No, that's not the Master. It was a much more powerful being that had borrowed Master's body to appear. I'm surprised. I didn't think I would return through this body. So he has fallen also. Jaehuen saw the Master's body quickly regenerating. Enormous energy filled the body as the flesh gained life. Jaehuen had never seen such power. Deadman? He used suspicion, but all he could see was deep darkness. The being in front wasn't human. And it wasn't a dead man. It wasn't alive or dead, but it didn't look like an object either. Jaehuen could not figure out what to say about the being. It brings back old memories. The being was like a world of its own. I see a familiar face. Chung Yu was shaking, terrified. He knew that being, imperfect awakener. Why are you still in chaos? King of chaos. Jaehuen looked at Chung Yu. As far as he knew, the most powerful in chaos were the masters of the fortresses and the leaders of the 10 clan. But no one had the title of king. Jaehuen now knew why. The title was for that thing. The only one who had the title of king in this chaos. Chung Yu mumbled, Soul King Catastrophe. Chung Yu knew this being. He had faced it 900 years ago. Soul King Catastrophe. The king of all dead men and the master of Deadman Palace, located at the center of chaos. The only being who could open the door to their depth. Why are you still here? Is it to protect this worthless world? The voice shook through the spirit. It was as if the voice was going to suck the spirit into it. The king reached out with his hand towards the white world that Chung Yu had created. The white turned into darkness at once. Did you not find what you wanted within there? Depth. Chung Yu slumped down on the ground. His spirit had reached the limit in handling the situation. That's when the king turned to Jaehuen. Interesting. Fully awakened, but with a human heart. Jaehuen then realized he had been gripping his sword tightly. He was tense. Jaehuen asked, Old man, you failed, right? Chung Yu looked at Jaehuen while trembling. How could that man stay calm with that thing in front of him? How can he be so calm? Then, I can kill it, right? Chapter 47, Master of Gorgon, 5. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The king looked Jaehuen weirdly. He seemed to be surprised, or amused, or perhaps even angered. You wish to kill me? His presence was so great that it seemed like he could destroy mountains and the earth. Me? Chung Yu could not even get up. The strong presence was so overbearing that even Chung Yu, who was an awakener, could not stand against him. His power was immeasurable, an impossible might that could not be explained. Give back the master's spirit. Chung Yu could not understand how that man can stay so calm and, or I will kill you, speak like that to him. The king looked at Jaehuen. Chung Yu could not even dare to look at the king even when he wasn't looking at him. But he had to do something. He barely managed to compose a whisper. Even if it meant that they would lose the master, he could not let Jaehuen die here. Kid. No, you can't just kill him. Jaehuen wordlessly prepared for a Stab. That thing is not something that can be killed, old man. Chung Yu looked at Jae-hwan while shivering. Man up. It wasn't confidence or pride. It was just a matter of fact. I'm stronger. A strange sound came. The sound was so strange that it took some time for Chung Yu to realize that it was laughter. The king was laughing. Amusing fool. It's the first time in 900 years after that nightmare came that someone funny like you appeared. Chung Yu knew who that nightmare was. Mulak, the legendary nightmare, who reached the top of the tree of imagery. However, even Mulak could not do anything against the king. Although Mulak fought the real king's body and the one in front was only an avatar, Chung Yu was sure that no one could fight against such a being. Good. We shall fight. Come, foolish awakener. A cloud-like substance appeared in the king's hand and formed a dark, transparent blade. Void sword. Chung Yu barely managed to calm himself by grabbing his own trembling shoulders. It was the terrifying weapon that made half of the expedition team into Deadman in one strike. Weapons on each side moved in an instant. UGH. Chung Yu was thrown back by the wind created by the clash. The king spoke. I've seen eyes like yours before. You wish to go to the depth. Chung Yu was surprised. The kid wants to go to the depth. He knew the man was mysterious, but he never thought Jae-hwan would want to go to the depth. It's amazing that there are ones who wish to reach the end of this world, even to this day. Jae-hwan ignored his words and readied himself. It was the start of a real fight. Exciting. The king shouted. He seemed to be really excited, but not enough. It's not even close to that nightmare. The king's movements became faster. Jae-hwan had not laid a successful strike against the king yet. The king was moving much faster than Jae-hwan's. Slight stab. Jae-hwan focused his sword to concentrate the energy on his blade. Normal stab. The attack was made but the king wasn't there. Jae-hwan then felt sudden danger and instinctively twisted his waist. It was a miracle that he dodged the attack. The shoulder that Void Sword touched had turned black. Corruption is a disease of time. Jae-hwan quickly examined his shoulder through suspicion, and was shocked. Only the shoulder's time was being fast-forwarded. Hundreds of years were passing by. So, this is how the corruption takes place. The phenomenon of spirit becoming aged. The corruption was with time. Jae-hwan let out the aged spirit from his body. King spoke, astonished. Interesting. A slight touch would have made you a dead man. You have a great spirit. The king smiled, and then disappeared. But that's not enough. 10 void swords appeared from the king, but Jae-hwan did not fall back. 10 normal stabs. His stabs clashed against the 10 void swords. It's great for a toy made by a nightmare. The blade then cut Jae-hwan's thigh and Jae-hwan cut off part of the spirit that was starting to become corrupt. You will not have enough spirit left if you continue. That was true. If this went on, Jae-hwan would lose. He's really strong. Jae-hwan could not measure the opponent's strength. He could not see his weakness even through suspicion. Without suspicion, his understand would not work. All he knew was that the being had lived for countless years. Jae-hwan unleashed his energy. The white world Chung Yu created was being removed and was replaced by a new world. Chung Yu shook. It was the true power of an awakener. All awakeners had their own worlds. This world came to life through the keyword they acquired when they awakened, and the more powerful an awakener was, the more beings it could bring into its world. Chung Yu's white world was such a world. Then, Chung Yu realized something. It was hell. Jae-hwan was living in hell. His world was made of hatred and rage. A world that destroyed all worlds. The ground had countless blades stuck in it with hot lava flowing underneath. There was an eerie eye in the sky like a moon with a swarm of crows pecking away at the moon eye, spilling blood into the lava. Chapter 48, Master of Gorgon. 6. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I see. This is your world. Interesting. The king's voice became even more excited. Their swords clashed. Jae-hwan felt strange as he moved his sword. He had never felt this way. As their swords clashed, thousands of words were exchanged. You do not give up on your hatred even after you realize the truth and emptiness of life. The king was astonished. I have seen beings that destroyed worlds for over millions of years. All of them climbed this tree with their questions. King Catastrophe spoke while deflecting stabs. What question do you seek to be answered with such a world on your back? Jehuen did not answer, but the king seemed to understand. I see. The world itself is your question. Their swords clashed again. A world that has fallen. The stab had reached its maximum power. Arrogant world. A mere human questioning the worth of their great lands. You ask through your words that if their great lands is worthy enough to exist. Jehuen swallowed his breath and spoke. I don't know what you are talking about. What? Jehuen did not answer. Instead, he thrust his sword. The world screamed. His strong stab was unleashed. The light that penetrated the world stormed the area. The place that stormed left the master's body. Only the flesh remained with the bones while the left arm and right leg were missing. I see, so it wasn't a question. You are not climbing the tree to question. The king was enraged. You are an insolent fool. Powerful Deadman energy quickly regenerated the master's body. The arm and leg regenerated and all the wounds on the body had healed. Yet the king was shocked. Jehuen had disappeared from his sight. The king then felt the pain of something being cut from the back. What? Strong stab was made to fight against an army. It wasn't a good skill to use to attack an individual. Jehuen had not intended to kill him with strong stab. It was just a decoy to buy time. This being cannot be killed, even when I'm using a stronger skill than strong stab. The only thing that would be destroyed would be the master's spirit. The king was using his spirit as a conduit to appear in this world. Its material body was not here, so it was impossible to kill. The only way to fight it was to cut the link between the king and the master. Jehuen had done it on Beast Lane back in the tower. He was sure that he could do it again. As the king focused on defending against the strong stab, Jehuen concentrated his entire focus on suspicion. He was then able to see a faint line coming out from the body. How did you use this skill? For the first time, the king was shocked. Interesting. Skill of rupture. The power of the king was being lifted and the master's damaged spirit was coming back. The king glared at Jehuen and spoke. You who live the fall, I will wait for you at the entrance of the depth. Please, do not disappoint me then. And he was gone. Master fell down on the ground like a rag doll and Jehuen sighed. It's finished. He wasn't sure if he could succeed. The king was a powerful enemy. He might have lost if he tried to fight it outright. I should get stronger. His stab wasn't enough anymore. He needed new skills to climb up to the depth. Jehuen then turned to Changyu. Old man. Changyu had fainted. Yuren and all the others also had fallen unconscious. It was then that he heard a whisper. You come over here. Jehuen gripped his sword tightly again. Still here? I'm not the king. It was coming from the master. There was a faint spirit power within that was holding on. Jehuen realized who it was immediately. Master? I was in the state of Deadman. But I was watching you, having the courage to fight the king. I thank you. The whisper barely continued. I do not have much time. Let me ask you a favor. If Changyu or Yuren, any of them are near. Both are here. Bring them over. They both are knocked out. Master moaned. Please come closer. Jehuen walked up to him and the master used his remaining strength to grab Jehuen's wrist. Jehuen frowned. What is this? Maybe Gorgon needs to change. Please take it. Jehuen felt powerful energy flowing into him. It was the master's spirit. But it wasn't just a normal spirit. As the power was absorbed, a drawing of a black serpent appeared on Jehuen's left arm. You have a familiar energy that brings back old memories. Master seemed to have felt something from Jehuen and smiled with satisfaction. Please, do not lose your humanity. And then he was gone. The drawing squirmed as if it were alive. That was when he heard Changyu from the back. What on earth? He was looking at Jehuen's arm with a dumbfounded look. Yuren, the commander, and all the others were waking up. The black serpent let out a faint silvery glow. Is that? Jehuen could not understand what was going on. Yuren and other officers approached Jehuen and began to kneel. 1, 2, 3 people increased into 10s and 30. Even the other officers who arrived at the scene late saw the drawing on Jehuen's arm and quickly kneeled. All of Gorgon was now kneeling in front of Jehuen. Then the man at the front, Yuren, spoke. Yuren Shiva, at the Gorgon's new master's service. Chapter 49. Master of Gorgon, 7. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. 2 days passed after Jaehwen became the master of the Gorgon fortress. A lot of things happened within the keep. Many people worked to prepare for the new master, and many clan leaders came to the keep to introduce themselves to the new master. Yuren turned away all visitors. The problem at hand was more important. Within the keep, the same discussion was being held again and again. Jaehwen was sitting on the master's chair, feeding his sword. Yuren spoke. "Master, I'm not your master. You are now. Number. I told you, I won't do it." "That's not what you promised." "Promise?" "I fulfilled my promise. Maybe you have forgotten it." "I will remind you again." Yuren took out a small paper and handed it over to Jaehwen. Jaehwen's promise. Save the master of Gorgon's life. Kill the traitors. Yuren's promise. Help Jaehwen form a depth expedition team. Jaehwen frowned. "Since the master died, you want me to be one?" "Well, I guess we can say that." Jaehwen did fail to uphold his part of the promise. "That was true." "Wait, so am I the master of this fortress?" "Yes." "But if that's true, master of Gorgon still lives, right?" "That is correct." "So I fulfilled my promise then?" Yuren laughed. "Yes, you did." Jaehwen looked confused and asked, And, you will keep on with the promise?" "What are you talking about? Didn't you just say you are the new master now?" "I did." "Look at the paper again." "Save the master of Gorgon's life." Jaehwen frowned. "Damn it, so that's how it goes." Frankly, Jaehwen did not fulfill the promise on his part. The master he needed to save died. That's why Jaehwen was working his way around, trying to weave himself out from his own trap. He tried to argue that even though the master died, there was a new master, so he technically did fulfill his part. But for that to be true, Jaehwen himself now had to stay as a living master of Gorgon. He needed to fulfill his duty as a master. "I don't have time to stay behind and guard this fortress." Jaehwen wasn't interested in power or fame. "I need to go into the depth." Settling down would make him weak, and the weak became corrupt. Corruption then strengthened the settling down process, which would prevent him from leaving. "I will make you the new master." "You cannot do that." Yuren shook his head. "No one besides you can be the master." "Why is that?" "Because Gorgon will not accept it." Jaehwen then realized it wasn't the keep that Yuren was talking about when he mentioned Gorgon. It was the black serpent tattoo wiggled on Jaehwen's left arm. Yuren once mentioned that it was Gorgon. "So, this one chose me?" Yuren added. "The master of Gorgon changes only when the former dies. It's not a seat that can be passed down voluntarily." Jaehwen wanted to bust out of the keep at this moment, but he couldn't. Since he took the seal of Gorgon, he also inherited some of the memories of the former master. He knew that what would become of the fortress if it lost its master. Damn it. But he couldn't just agree to stay and become a new master. Jaehwen looked at all kinds of documents that Yuren had piled up. "You have to take care of those documents by today." "And this?" Jaehwen looked through the documents. After looking through some documents, he began looking at the manuals left by previous masters. After a while, Jaehwen came across a book written by the 17th Master Arbut with a name of 101 Ways to Become a Good Master. It's bit thin to hold 101 ways. It was maybe a tad thicker than a fingernail. Jaehwen opened up the book. "Congratulations. If you are reading this book, you are probably the new master. You will have a lot of questions. You will feel burdened by your new position." "Oh, how I understand your worries. You must be spending day and night thinking about how to improve Gorgon Fortress." Jaehwen wasn't thinking about any of that. "But don't worry, you are very lucky, because there's only one thing the master needs to do." Jaehwen became curious as he read through the book. "That is, to do nothing." Jaehwen became confused. "You might be confused, but it's true. Remember, all you need to do is do nothing. Let your departments do the work specified for them. They will do just fine." He couldn't understand. You will think that it is strange. Why is a former master giving such strange advice? But remember, these are wise words that have been handed down from generations. The story continued. Passion brings sickness in chaos. You do not know, but half of the former masters died by killing themselves. According to stats in Big Brother, the job that has the highest suicide rate in chaos is the master of fortress. What killed the other half? They died from overworking themselves. Spirit corruption occurred from the burden of work, to be precise. Working too much hastens the corruption. As you might already know, the book was now turning more personal and emotional. This advice is for you. And Gorgon, don't be greedy. Don't try to change anything. Don't overwork yourself. Jaehwen could feel Arbert's remorse and helplessness. He felt the former master's pain by reading it. Chaos is older than you think. You will know that change means nothing in this world. All beings in this world know that this world will not change. The thing you need in this world is no change. It's to exist. The book was almost at its end. Master is the one who chooses to exist than to change. You must exist, even if it means that you do not do anything. People will thank you and be relieved that you are alive, that you are there. It will be a boring life, but that is what is needed. The last words in the paragraph seemed to have stopped for a long time before it continued. The 17th master must have had thought long and hard before writing it. So, please, I beg you, do nothing and stay alive. This is more important than you think. There are no such things as 101 ways to become a good master. A good master is a master that does not do anything. That's the only advice I want to give. And that was how the book ended. Jaehwen could understand what the 17th master was trying to say. I see. That's the master of fortress. A being that gives up help to stay alive. A being that stops change to exist. But can you call that life? Jaehwen thought he could perhaps understand the people's deep-rooted despair in this world a bit more. The master of fortress was like this. They might have had hope and passion in the beginning, but they then realized that whatever they did, a wall would block them. That made them depressed and made them want to give up. Master? Yuren frowned. Master, are you listening? Yeah? You don't seem to be listening. What were you thinking? I was thinking about what I can do for this fortress. Yuren's eyes widened in surprise. Are you, really? Yeah? So, you will become the master of the fortress? No, but I do plan on doing something for sure. Jaehwen folded the book and continued. I won't become the master of Gorgon. Yuren looked at Jaehwen. But I will do this. Jaehwen paused and continued. I will remove the master from Gorgon. Yuren could not understand. What? Are you trying to commit suicide? What kind of man would kill himself just to avoid becoming a master? No. But he can apostrophe. Yuren looked at Jaehwen. He was a type of person that he had never seen throughout his entire lifetime. There was a chance that Jaehwen really would commit suicide to not do something he hated. What rubbish are you talking about? I don't understand what you are talking about. Jaehwen looked at Yuren mockingly. Yuren became slightly angry and gave it a thought. What did it mean to remove the master? The master exists because fortress exists. What? Yuren thought about it deeply. He then became shocked and shouted, are you trying to destroy Gorgon Fortress? You're going to kill everyone? Jaehwen raised his eyebrows as he shook his head. Am I some demon? But so, what is it that you're talking about? Jaehwen, instead of answering the question, asked, Yuren, do you know what the fortress is? What the fortress is? It was a foolish question. Yuren had been living in this fortress for over 200 years. The fortress is the place where you protect the people living in it. Yeah? And how do you protect it? With a wall and an army. Right. With an army. It's a military institute that focuses to protect. But protect from what? Yuren became confused at the additional questions. But he answered anyway. From enemies, of course. Jaehwen nodded and continued, yes, so the fortress exists to protect the people from enemies. Yes, I guess so. Then let me ask you a question. What if those enemies cease to exist? Huh? What if no one invades this fortress? What do you think? Yuren thought. There was no need for walls or armies to protect if there were no enemies attacking them. If that was true, the fortress would lose its purpose to exist. The people living within the fortress would be freed from the boundaries and roam, chaos, as they saw fit. Yuren stopped thinking, but that's impossible. How can you not have enemies? It's possible. Yuren looked at Jaehwen. Did he understand what he was talking about? Jaehwen nodded and spoke. I will unite, chaos. Chapter 50. Master of Gorgon, 8. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Chaos had no funerals. Funerals were for the living. It was a ceremony for the living to remember the dead and think about them. But everyone in chaos was already dead. A few lucky ones would have had their funerals while most were probably left out in the fields to become rotting corpses. But it didn't matter, as none of them knew what happened to their bodies. However, chaos did have ceremonies for those who perished. On the third day after Jaehwen became the new master, a ceremony was held for the perished spirits within Gorgon Keep. Yuren stood on top of the podium and began reading out something with the help of the sound amplification skill. We know Emil Groshek, but we cannot bury him because he does not exist anywhere in this world. With the few memories given to us, he has become part of the tree of imagery, without his spirit nor his body. Ceremony of Spirit Flow. It was the name to remember the dead. We will not forget about Emil Groshek. For that, we will talk about him. Talk more and more about him so that we will have nothing to talk about him anymore. The purpose of the ceremony was to erase the trace of the perished. As the ceremony was held, they talked about the spirit, over and over again, and never mentioned it anymore once the ceremony was over. This was the last gift that Chaos could give to those who had left. Jaehwen finally knew the former master's name after he joined the ceremony. Emil Groshek, the master of Gorgon, who gave the position to Jaehwen. Damn old man. Jaehwen did not like the idea of taking part in this ceremony. It was because of the old man that he was now a master. Yuren glanced at Jaehwen time to time as he read on from the podium. Master, please, you must join. You are the master now. Yuren seemed to be satisfied that Jaehwen attended. He probably thought it was because to him that Jaehwen came down, but that wasn't it. Jaehwen had his own purpose for attending this annoying ceremony. Jaehwen glanced around at the people who attended. Messengers from other fortresses joined, while leaders of the 10 clans sent horns of horned monsters as gifts. A few of them had sent their elders and officers to attend. Nobody cried or became sad, but all of them talked about the master. Changyu cackled. He seemed calm for a man who had lost a friend he had known for 900 years. It's the same as a funeral. It's copying what the living do. You should say that when you don't get drunk. What? I'm just copying the way to live life. Changyu shouted and gulped down his beer. If you have lived 1,000 years like me, death doesn't mean much. It's rather a good thing. You are now freed from life. Jaehwen looked at the others and Changyu stepped out to the group and began dancing and singing. Jaehwen then turned to Yuren. Before the ceremony started, Yuren had told him the details. The ceremony will last for a week. Jaehwen could already feel many looking at him. It's the first time a stranger has become a master. You need to watch out. Surely, those that were looking at him were from the 10 clan. Some seemed to be quite powerful among them. Jaehwen could hear all of their whispers, by using suspicion. I don't know what is going on. How did that young spirit become a master? I heard he's not even 100 years old. A kid becoming a master. Is Yuren up to something? There were some who were just flat out mumbling. He looks like he's tempted to have a fight. It was a lady who wore a purple dress and a veil over her face. She was glancing at Jaehwen. That was when she felt an unpleasant touch on her hips. Hey, the second rank of the divine ladies is here too? Doctor, I will cut your hands off. I guess you're still good for a 500-year-old. As Changyu and the lady began to talk, others from the 10 clan were busy talking amongst themselves. They then turned to a plump middle-aged man who was moving up to the master. Look at the old raccoon from the Disciples clan. Are you the new master of Gorgon? A plump man with a huge belly approached. Jaehwen answered, yes. You look very young. May I ask how old you are? Ugh. He's at it again. What's up with those 1,000-year-olds, boasting about their age? Quiet. The doctor is here too. Oh, right. The whisper told Jaehwen that the man in front of him seemed very old. I'm 50 years old. 50? The man asked back, confused. Yeah, 50? He's so young. Old man. Who is that guy? The lady next to the doctor asked, and Changyu shook his head, rubbing his hand on the lady's hip. You shouldn't think about him. Don't try to go near him. Just focus on me, baby. I will cut your arm off for sure. The plump man continued. Are you the son of the former master? Huh? Oh, I was just wondering if that might be the possibility. The men from the 10 clan seemed to be annoyed at the question. A son? Absurd. That old raccoon is crossing the line. I know he's young, but the Disciples clan know nothing but to study. That's why they are so rude like that. It's still better than just flat out cussing. Jaehwen then realized that the man in front of him was being rude. The previous master was over 900 years older than Jaehwen. There was no way that Jaehwen was a son. and even if he was, it was a problem because there was no way for the family succession of a crown to be possible. What the man was trying to say was this: a kid like you can't truly become a master unless you are a son of the master or something. Chung Yu cackled. The old raccoon might have his ceremony today too if he's not careful. What do you mean, Doctor? You'll see. The plump man continued. Anyway, nice to meet you. I'm the second rank of the Disciples Clan, Jang Erhan. Disciples Clan? Jaehuen had heard about Disciples Clan by using his suspicion. It seemed they were a middle-ranked clan within the 10 clan of Chaos. Jaehuen shook Erhan's hand. But something started moving as Jaehuen touched Erhan's hand. Erhan smiled as he found out about Jaehuen's spirit power once he touched Jaehuen's hand. So the rumor is true, he's a non-adapter. Erhan was nervous as he attended the ceremony. He had a purpose for visiting with an order from the clan leader himself. Do whatever it takes to get permission to build our office in Gorgon. It's absurd that we do not have even one office at any of the 4 fortresses. The reason why there was no office for the Disciples Clan in Gorgon was because of Erhan. He had run into trouble while trying to bribe Northern Gate's guards and faced Carlton. He thought giving some more bribes would solve the issue. But Carlton just reported the matter straight to the master of the fortress. How can we allow a clan that openly bribes our guards and run into trouble to have an office in our fortress? The master of Gorgon was as strict as guard captain Carlton. That's why the Disciples Clan had to wait 10 long years for a chance. This was the second chance for Erhan. He did not use any bribery this time. But when he returned, he was shocked. The former master was dead, Carlton was in hospital, and some kid was sitting on the throne as the new master. Gorgon is done for, Erhan thought. Even if he was here to get permission to get his office, he couldn't allow himself to beg in front of such a kid. Erhan held on to Jaehuen's hand and activated a skill. Top-ranking skill, 8 Gates of Hell. It was a skill that only the highest-ranking officers of the Disciples Clan could use. The skill that only could be used upon skin contact. It trapped the target in a terrible prison filled with monsters gathered from their great lands, and would never be freed until the caster deactivated the skill. Erhan quickly opened it up to the 3rd gate. The 3rd gate was the hell full of heat in which the red dragon Tiamat lived. The man in front of him would probably be fleeing for his life in burning hellfire, away from Tiamat. Taste hell.